University. In this lecture, you will learn about the death process and how to prepare for it, and why that preparation is so important. So let's get straight into this. You must understand, as a spiritual creature that you are, you have a visible nature and an invisible nature. You never truly die. You are an eternal soul experiencing a temporary physical world. The inner world of thought and emotion is eternal, while the outer world of matter is mortal. Everything that is seen is mortal. Everything that is unseen by the eyes is immortal. When you die, your external physical world will be stripped away, leaving only your pure consciousness in its raw form, drifting within the astral plane. So here you see your physical external body and your internal world. And your internal world is your state of consciousness. It's your state of consciousness. Your thought and emotion is one overall state. Okay? So you must understand these planes. You have the physical body, the etheric double, an astral body, a mental body, and the Buddhic body. When you die, you leave the physical plane. Then you will more than likely leave the etheric plane, because the ether acts as like a portal. Everything comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. I can break that down in another video in electromagnetism. But electromagnetism is ether, energy coming in and out of the ether. You will, every single day you die, every single day. There's a cycle of life and death occurring all the time. Every single day, you go to sleep, you go back, your consciousness slips back through the ether. And then when you wake up, your consciousness comes back through the ether into the physical plane. Death is just a bigger macrocosm of the microcosm cycle of life and death. So you will return back to the astral, which is the realm of imagination, infinite possibilities. And this is where thought forms start to manifest. Okay, so depending on how advanced you actually are mentally and emotionally, will depend how long you stay in the astral. Now, what we must understand is that there is many different components to the astral. We have the higher astral, the middle astral, and the lower astral. These are all vibrational states. So if your mind and soul is operating in lust, lust, desire, hate, food, physical addiction, smoking addictions, then these are quite heavy. These are quite heavy attachments to your consciousness, and they're quite low level desire, which means they have a low vibration. You will manifest in the lower astral when you're stripped from your physical body. The lower astral is not inherently evil. However, there's just low vibrating things going on there. Low vibration does not mean evil. Okay? So, just like bad doesn't mean evil. Okay? In the lower astral, you are going to see lower astral beings. You're going to see spirits, souls with low level desire. Okay? People who are attached to the physical plane, people that lust, people that do these things. Technically, this is hell, but you can escape it by escaping yourself. Now we're going to break all this down. I'll break all this down properly once you understand the full context. So depending on your level of desire, you will manifest in a corresponding layer of the astral plane. If your mind is still attached to the low physical desires, you will find yourself in the lower astral realms. But if you have few desires and have detached from the worldly attachments while you are encased in a body, then you will rise into a higher or middle astral plane, mainly the middle. Okay. The higher astral plane is very formless. So as I broke down here, this is, well, the physical plane is the lowest dimension. This is the most form, the most matter. It's quite heavy. The higher you go, the lighter it becomes, the more fluid, the more formless it becomes. So you see here it says denser down and lucidic up. So this is more lucidic in these higher realms. This is more dense in the lower realms. So this is why the ancient Egyptians were always talking about, I'll show you this. This is showing you death. So first of all, we have Anubis, which represents death. Here you have the heart, which represents the soul. And here you have a feather. And this is a scale. You see how this is a balanced scale? So what this is symbolizing, this represents death. This represents your heart, and this is a feather. So when you die, your heart must be as light as a feather, which means your emotions, your soul, should have no attachments to the world. It should be light. It should be detached. This is why the word light and light are the same. Light is in heavy and light is in very bright. Because when you're less attached to the things, your soul shines, you're authentic, you're light, you're very bright soul, and you have no attachments. Your light is in not heavy. So you must detach from the worldly desires. We have to detach from the smoking, the food. This is why we should fast. Smoking, this is why we should detox. We should also meditate. We should also be able to sit with ourselves for long periods of times. Okay, I'm going to break all this down properly. But that's why the Egyptians show you the symbolism here. Okay. So you're stripped of your material body. So that state of consciousness you're in right now, your inside world, if you shut your eyes, that state you're in, that is what you're going to experience when you die. Okay. And you're going to be manifested into the astral. In the physical plane, you can mask or hide almost anything. But in the spiritual realm, you cannot. The astral body, your thoughts and emotions directly shape your spiritual body, your astral body, revealing your true inner state. So your desires that you can hide in the physical plane, your emotions, your thoughts, you can't hide any of that in the spiritual plane, in the astral plane. That will directly shape who you are, your color of your astral body, and your astral body as a whole. So here we have Kim Kardashian. If you could see this lady's astral body, you would run so far that you would be horrified for the rest of your life. If you could see their spirit, their astral form, it would be horrific because their mind is so attached to, physical things, so attached to desire, money, fame, worship, power. These people do not want to die. These billionaires and millionaires will never want to die. They will do whatever they can to stay alive because they understand what when they die, they have to face themselves. They have to face their inner world. And their astral body, their true authentic self on the inside is horrible and horrific and so low vibration. So this is where it comes in. You must be as light as a feather. This is what the Egyptians are showing you in their artwork. Your soul must be as light as a feather. In order for the soul to ascend to a higher plane and not look at that physical plane and say, I want to go back or I want to desire things down there, you must detach now and prepare for death. Hell is not a place, it's your own personal suffering born from within. If your mind and soul are deeply attached to mental fixations, emotional wounds, and physical addictions tied to the material world, that pain will follow you into the astral. This is your true judgment day. You judge yourself when you die. You see your authentic self. There's no hiding. Right. Imagine right now that you that everything you cling to was stripped away. No matrix, no electricity, no food, no TikTok, no phone, no possessions, no distractions, no one else. Could you sit alone with yourself for just 1 hour? Could you sit alone with your thought and emotion? That moment of truth is what you must begin to prepare for. Could you sit alone with yourself? Can you sit alone for long periods of time and just think? And if you cannot, then you're running from your internal world. You're running from your thoughts. You're distracting yourself from your thoughts. This is what we must address. Now, don't feel bad if this is you. We've all have problems. We all have internal problems. But this is what we have to face directly in order to prepare for life after death. We must meditate for long periods of time. Not even meditation. We should be able to sit with ourselves with no distractions and just think. This is what the people of the past used to do when we had no technology. People would sit and think for hours. This is what we need. Because if you cannot sit with yourself, imagine sitting with yourself with no physical body. That's the level that's going to happen. And we need to prepare for that. The soul and mind must become as light, as weightless, as radiant as a feather to ascend to a higher plane and move beyond the physical life. To rise, they must release heaviness, attachments, burdens, fears, and desires. The lighter and brighter your inner being becomes, the more freely it can rise into a higher state of existence. Ascension is not about going somewhere, it's about becoming something pure, clear, and luminous. Okay, this is very important. Very, very important. We must detach from the worldly things. So, enough of that. How do we do it? How do we attach? How do we prepare? Number one, you must detach from the material things. Start loosening your grip on things, possessions, titles, even identities. They are temporary. Appreciate them, but don't let them define you. Let nothing outside of you define you. Nothing. Your name is not you. Your job is not you. Your reputation is not you. Your bad past is not you. Your good past is not you. Your business is not you. Everything outside of you is not you. Now, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying go full right-hand path and never care about anything physical, never care about your family, don't love your family. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, love these things, love these outside things, but do not become attached and do not let them define you. You must be okay with losing anything that is outside of you. You must be okay with that because you must understand the physical plane it's promised that everything is temporary. Everything is temporary in this plane. So don't ever think it's going to be there forever because it's not. And you must remind yourself, not remind yourself, but I think about this sometimes when I start becoming a bit attached to work and stressed. I just remind myself that I'm going to, this is temporary. I'm going to leave this world one day and I'm not going to care. So you must have the balance. Okay. The balance is key. You can go down that right hand path and just fully cut off from the world like a monk and shave off your hair, disconnect from the physical world. You can do that. That's not wrong. There's different paths in life. You have the left hand path, purely physical. You have the middle path, which is balance between the physical and spiritual. Then you have the right hand path, which is monk mode, where you fully disconnect from the world. They shave their hair off to disconnect from the physicality. They meditate for long periods of time. This is what they're doing. They're preparing for death. Monks prepare for death. They understand this. They understand that you don't die. Your inner world is the true world. The inner world is the only world that exists. Everything outside of you is an extension of you. Number two, cleanse the mind. Watch your thoughts. Are they rooted in fear, anger, regret, or craving? Meditation, mindfulness, and inner reflection help purify the mind. The cleaner your thoughts, the lighter your spirit. So your astral body is formed by your thoughts. It's formed by your emotions. If you sit around thinking about eating all day, you're going to have a very heavy astral body. It's going to manifest in the lower planes. But if your mind is thinking about good things with good intentions, love, knowledge, expansion, you're going to manifest even the middle or the higher. And there are ways to even ascend out of your astral body. Yes, you can ascend out of your astral body and out of the mental body, but that's all very advanced, and I'm not going to teach that yet. I'll make another video on that, but you can ascend from them bodies. The astral plane is not the end. You can keep ascending as a soul until you're left with just the pure essence of the soul. But we're going to, anyways, cleanse the mind, reprogram the limiting belief systems, let go of mental attachments. And the way you do this is by getting a piece of paper and writing down every single attachment that you have. And you're going to realize, dude, there's more than you think. Okay. We have to detach from these. We have to. 4, practice presence. Can you sit in silence with yourself? The more at ease you are with your own inner being, the less you'll feel death. The afterlife is just an extension of your inner world. It's so important. This is so, so important. Can you sit with yourself? If you cannot sit with yourself, you have some inner work to do. You have some thoughts to address, some beliefs to address, and some feelings to address. Okay, so practice sitting in the present, meditation, or just literally sit there and try and be okay with yourself. And if you can't be okay with yourself, then there's something you need to address, whether it's a belief system, whether it's an emotional trauma, or something. This is what we must reshape, refine, and let go of. Live truthfully, speak and act from your soul, not from fear or ego. The more authentic you are, the more aligned you become with your true self, which carries beyond this life. The ego is your mind's perception of itself while being incarnated in this world. It's been shaped by your experiences, your thoughts, your beliefs, and your emotions. So your ego is basically this false thought form that you've created. It's a false layer of yourself that sits on top of your true authentic self. It's basically your physical character. When you were young, you had no ego. You were pure. You had a pure consciousness. But then as you grew older, your ego started to grow, and it still is growing because it was shaped by experiences, things you've gone through, things you said, things you believe, things you think. It's created by you, by your mind. And the ego is close to the word echo. The ego is the echo. It's an echo. It's a layer. It's a false identity. It's a false layer that sits on top of your soul. And if you don't get rid of that ego, if you don't know how, well, not get rid of it, but balance it. If you don't know how to rise above that ego and you die, it's that ego that's going to be pulling down when you die. It's that ego that's going to be your suffering. Okay. 7, connect with the divine, whether through prayer, meditation, tune into something greater than yourself. The connection is the soul's compass beyond this world. If you can meditate and rise above them clouds of thought, that's the soul, that's the observer. We must connect with that. Okay, this will definitely help with just allowing yourself to connect with your true self. Meditation's great because you can just fully detach from the world. And the more you meditate, the more you can prepare for death. A powerful way to cultivate detachment is through daily detachment meditation, done either at night or in the morning or the first breath upon waking. Or do this as many times as possible per day. Start by physically grounding yourself in the present moment. Say out loud, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Let that phrase draw your awareness into the now. Just keep saying it until you're present. Then begin to slowly list everything you identify yourself with, one by one. I am not your body. I am not my body. I am not my name. I am not my possessions. I'm not my house. I'm not my children. I'm not my everything. I am not my thoughts. Release each layer gently. Imagine, if you want to, if you have a good imagination, imagine placing these things into a big box, placing your body, placing your name, placing your possessions, placing your house, your car, your thoughts, your beliefs into a box, and then shut that box. If you have a good imagination, do that. That can help. And you'll be left with yourself. And you're not even that. It goes even deeper. Eventually, you'll reach the mind itself. Detach from the language that the mind is even using. Now, that's very difficult. And not many people have ever thought about that, and they've ever even been there. Detach from the language that the mind is using. Think about that for a second. Your mind is not what you actually think. It goes very deeper. Your mind is not that little voice. It's that voice that the language is using. So even the language is a spell on your mind. Okay, it's an attachment. Eventually, you'll reach the mind itself, detached from the language it uses, the voice in your head, the need to define. What remains is something beyond thought and beyond words. I can't even describe what's left, because words, once the language is gone, it's purely metaphysical. All I can say it is pure awareness, and it's symbolized. This is why symbols are so amazing, because they can symbolize things that are beyond words. A flame, it's just a flame, and you won't be able to understand that until you've been there. It's just a flame. It's pure cause. Words can't describe it. You'd have to experience it. Connect with this essence daily. This is truly who you are. So this is a great way to detach. We can do these detachments every single day during meditation. This will definitely help over long periods of time. Of course, you're not going to be ready tomorrow for death, but just try and prepare for these things. This is the whole reason people used to meditate. It's the whole reason why people do these spiritual practices, because they understood that this plane is temporary and your soul moves on from this plane. And you'll never truly believe in the soul until you experience it. So I can show you these things, but you must go out and experience it. The soul is real, but you won't understand unless you cast off everything else. Okay. So I hope this video helps. It's a very deep video. I'm going to be making more of these stuff, of more self-mastery. And of course, we've made the self-mastery section now. So I'm going to start filling up this place with lectures. And I think it's a great time to start this, because a lot of people have been asking on how to master yourself, prepare to death. So hope this video helps. See you in the next one. You are not breathing correctly. 98% of people only use a third of their lungs capacity, which is shallow breathing, which ages you, lowers your brain capacity, and also lowers your state of consciousness. So it's essential that you breathe consciously on a day-to-day basis, because this is what truly elevates your consciousness. I am going to give you the key for you to raise your consciousness just through breathing alone. Such a simple thing, but yet the most effective way for raising your state of consciousness and becoming more spiritually and mentally advanced. So tune in for this video, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do it and the symbolism behind breathing. Air is more than just air. It carries electromagnetic energy. So now I'm going to give you the science behind this spiritual truth. This invisible force is what sustains all physical life, providing the life force energy essential for existence. Electromagnetism. Everything is fed off electromagnetism. Your body is an electromagnetic battery. Now, we can prove that air carries electromagnetism just by doing a simple test, a simple scientific experiment, by getting liquid oxygen and pouring it between a north and south magnetic pole, two polar opposite magnets. We see that the liquid does not fall straight through it. It is sucked. It is magnetically attracted to these two opposing forces, opposing magnets. This is proof The air, liquid oxygen, oxygen carries electromagnetism. When you are breathing electromagnetism, the essential life force behind all living beings. This is known as energy or prana, chi, ether, or spirit. This is all the same thing. Air is not just empty space, it is energy, it is prana, it is life force, it is spirit, it is ether, chi, prana. You are an electromagnetic being. Your consciousness is in direct correlation with your electromagnetic aura or biofield around your body. Your state of consciousness is mirrored within this field around your body. Now, your breath, when you breathe in, you're breathing electromagnetism or life force. Breath is the vital link between the physical and the spiritual, bridging the body with the soul. Through breath, we connect with both tangible world and deeper, the unseen realms of energy and consciousness. Breathing deeply and properly elevates our consciousness, enhancing the brain's functions, heightening the sensitivity of our five senses. It also brings a profound calmness to the mind, creating a state of clarity and inner peace. Like I said earlier, breathing properly is the fastest way to elevate your consciousness. It is the fastest way because breathing, when you stop breathing, what happens? You lose physical consciousness. Your body will shut down if you do not breathe in this vital electromagnetic energy in the oxygen. If your body does not get this for 5 minutes or however you can last without breathing, this makes you lose physical consciousness. Your body will not survive without this essential life force energy. Therefore, air is one of the most overlooked things. This is why we see the symbolism of Buddha having a big belly. Why does he have a big belly? Because it's symbolizing breath work, proper spiritual breath work, the certain teachings of breath work, of when you breathe in through the nose, you have to breathe in through the nose. You don't want to breathe in through the mouth because the nose acts as a filter which catches dust particles and filters out the air before it enters the lungs. The mouth does not do that. The nose is for breathing inward. We breathe in through the nose, and when we breathe in, we breathe into our belly, not our lungs. When we breathe into our belly and our belly expands outwards, we are then moving this energy down from the nose down the spinal column. And when we breathe back out, the belly goes in, which is raising the energy up the spinal column, back out through the mouth. This is the true way of breathing, because when we breathe, we are moving energy. We are moving electromagnetic energy. When we breathe in through the nose, the energy travels down the spinal column. And when we breathe out, we are raising this energy back up the spine, some of it going out the mouth, and some of it reaching the brain, activating dormant brain cells in the brain. But when we breathe, we need to make sure we are using 100% of our lungs capacity, because the lungs is what transforms this special energy into consciousness, physical consciousness. So this is why Buddha has a big belly. It's not because he was fat. It's not because he was overweight. It's symbolism. It's symbolism of breath work. So try this. Do this for 2 minutes while you watch this video. Breathe in through the mouth as hard as you can until you no longer can fill any more air into your lungs and belly. Breathe it into your belly, not your lungs. And breathe out through the mouth. Do this for 5 minutes or 2 minutes, however long. I promise you, breath affects your consciousness. You will notice the difference. If you do it quicker, the quicker it'll affect your consciousness, and you might go lightheaded. But that lightheaded is you activating your spirit, your energy body. So try this just when watching this video. When you breathe consciously, you are renewing both your energy body and astral body, aligning your consciousness with a higher state. This practice feeds new life force energy into the body, revitalizing and enhancing your overall well-being. Like I said, your brain requires the most amount of oxygen. When we have shallow breathing, this is reducing the brain's capacity. Because when we are not breathing properly, which 98% of people are only using a third of their lungs capacity, we are essentially only using a third of our consciousness, because your breath is directly correlated to your consciousness, your state of consciousness. When you breathe in through the mouth, out through the mouth, out in through the nose, out through the mouth, consciously and deeply for 5 minutes, you will notice that your senses are more powerful and sensitive. Your brain is quicker. What's the word? It processes information quicker. You become quicker. You become a superhuman, and you feel more spiritual because it activates your spirit, your astral and energy body. So when we meditate, it's definitely important to breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth as deeply as possible to align with a higher state of consciousness. And this is the easiest way to separate your consciousness from the body. When you breathe in deeply for long periods of time, while meditating, while taking no thought, when no thought is present and you gain a rhythm of deep breathing, this is the gateway. This is the gateway to opening your consciousness. Because when you stop thinking, other aspects of your consciousness can open up. All of our lives we've been thinking, which has blocked off the higher states of consciousness. So breathing is very, very important. It affects our overall well-being. And this is Yahweh, the in and the out of breathing. When we breathe in, this is Yah. You can hear it. It sounds like Yah. And when we breathe out, that is Way. This is the name of God, apparently. But God is within you. You can connect with God. You can connect with source consciousness within you by breathing, by raising your state of consciousness through breathing and meditation. This is why the Bible tells you the Spirit of God has made me, and the breath of the Almighty gives me life. You are consciousness. You are God. You're an extension of God's consciousness. Job 27:3. As long as my breath is in me and the Spirit of God is in my nostrils. The Spirit of God is through breath. John 20:22. And when he said this, he breathed on them and said to them, receive the Holy Spirit. The word spirit means breath. In Greek, Hebrew, Latin, it all means breath or wind or air. The Holy Spirit is a certain way of breathing, a breathing technique that elevates your consciousness, that syncs you up to a holy consciousness, an elevated state. That is the Holy Spirit. That's why it tells you in the Bible, when he said this, he breathed onto them. He breathed onto them and said, receive the Holy Spirit. You must breathe to receive the Holy Spirit. When you breathe, you are renewing the body's energy. You're taking in new life force, which is regenerating your cells, regenerating your brain, nervous system, and also connecting with consciousness, pure consciousness. This is not something that we should be doing during meditation. Yes, it is. We should be doing it during meditation, but this is something that we need to apply all of the time. This is the fastest way you can raise your consciousness. I just want to say, all of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. Make sure to give a like and a comment on this video to help the algorithm. And let me know what you think about the last book or this book if you have read them, to let the new people know what they're looking at with this book. This is truly life-changing, the Volume 2 and Volume 1 is truly life-changing. You can get them in a bundle also. Learn hidden knowledge inside of the Ethereal University. This is where truth seekers belong. I'm not here to try sell you this, but this is the place for truth seekers. And if you are serious about your spiritual journey and serious about gaining knowledge, which gives you the advantage over life, join Ethereal University. This will definitely help you. Thank you for watching this video. Please leave a like and comment. Make sure to give me any suggestions on videos you want me to make in the future. Thank you all. What is good, YouTube? Today we're going to be talking about the astral plane and how the cosmology fits into the astral plane. Okay, so first let's go over the astral plane and go over the different layers of reality so that you can understand reality more. You are a multi-dimensional being. You are not in these, you are in all of these realities at the same time. They all interweave into one big reality. But there are different planes. They are different vibrational dimensions. There are different dimensions of reality. The mind is the root cause of reality. We're living in the mind of God. Everything is being thought into existence from the root cause, from the universal mind. This is why the ancient Egyptians said, all is mind. We're living in the mind of God. And we are a microcosm of this mind. This is why we all have the same mind. This mind is the world of thoughts. Now, this world of thoughts is just the thought alone. For example, it is the thought of a chair. But then when you start to imagine this chair and you start to mentally see the chair, you're now manifesting the thought, the singular thought, into some sort of form. So now you're imagining the chair. You're imagining the form of this chair, which is then manifesting into the astral plane. The astral plane is the world of thought forms manifesting. So when you are imagining something, you are seeing into the astral plane. Okay? Your third eye, it is an eye because it sees the astral plane. It is seeing the other side through imagination, through dreaming. Well, we'll go over dreaming later. So the thought of a chair is a singular thought. The imagination of the chair is the manifestation of the chair. And in the astral plane, it's basically the world of all the chairs that could ever exist. So you're thinking of the chair as a singular thought, which is the mental plane. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair, is the thought, the manifestation of it. Depending on the vibrational state of the thought will depend what level of the astral plane it will go to. For example, if you're thinking about a chair to torture someone on it, it's going to go on the lower astral plane. Or if you're thinking and imagining happy things, it's going to go to the higher astral plane. So wherever your mindset is, that we call it a mindset because your mind is setting frequencies to certain things. Thoughts are frequencies. And a mindset is setting your frequency, setting your mind to a certain frequency. So when you set your mind to a certain frequency and you imagine something in that frequency, you're going to match everything in the astral plane that are on that similar frequency, just like you would in the physical world. Because we're all in these worlds right now as we speak, but we can't see them with the two physical eyes. We can feel it though. When you're around someone and you've just met a new person, for example, you can feel their vibration. And if you're not on a similar vibrational match, you will not get along with that person, or you just won't not get along, but you won't connect with that person because you're on two opposing frequencies, not matching. And this is something you can't see, you can only feel. because it's the astral plane. It exists within the astral plane. Everything in the astral plane is made out of vibrations. So if you do astral project, and if you already know how to astral project, you will see beings and people and things that are on the same frequency as you. This is why before you astral project, you need to sort your vibration out before you enter, before you astral project, because you are projecting your consciousness into this. It's the mind. The mind is the bridge. It can move between realities. You are a observer. You are a observing soul which observes different realities. And the mind is the bridge between all of these different realities. The mind can choose. If you want to project into the astral, you set your mind to it, you can. Okay? So let's not get off track. The lower astral plane is where demons are. The higher astral plane is where heavenly beings are. Heaven and hell are kind of a real thing. The etheric plane is a powerful substance, the ether, the fifth element that they don't tell us about. They if you type in on Google the 5 elements, they will try to remove it with wood or metal because they don't want you knowing about the ether. Ether is the energy double behind all physical objects. So the ether is very important. It is the 5th element. It is part of the physical world, but it's also part of the astral world. It is on either side. You see how they're showing you the truth in the language? Ether and either are the same word. The ether has 1 foot in the astral and 1 foot in the physical world. It's a substance that connects the physical to the astral world. It is the either. It's on either side of reality. It's on the other side. Other, either, same word. Ether is connecting the physical to the astral plane. It's the world of frequency. Frequencies, EMFs, torus fields are in the etheric plane. It is the energy plane. It's where energy moves through the ether. Okay. So then you have the physical world, the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical world is the effect of the higher planes. Each plane is a product of the plane above. So, and it melts into each plane. The physical plane is the lowest plane, it's the most densest, and the highest is the most fluid. This is the most fluid, this is the most dense. This is where we get the saying, as above, so below from. As above, so below comes from the different planes of reality. And magicians understand this. This is why magicians always say as above, so below. Because they understand if you manipulate the higher planes of reality, you manipulate the lower planes. Because the astral plane is a direct copy of the physical world, but in the astral plane. It is mirrored. The physical world is mirrored in the astral plane. They are both the same world, but just different vibrational states of the world. Kind of. It's hard to put this in words, people. So just try and understand. The astral plane is the double. It is whatever happens in the astral plane happens in the physical plane. This is why magic works. This is why demons work. This is why spirit communication works. Because if you manipulate the higher planes, you manipulate the lower planes. As above in the astral, so below. Leonardo da Vinci showing you to look up, pointing up. You got to look up. He's telling you to change the mind, you change the physical world. You change your emotions, you're on the astral plane, you change the physical world. You change your reality by changing the higher planes. This is the Masonic 11, the 2 pillars. This is the 11 also symbolizing the 2 hemispheres of the brain here. But the 11 symbolizes the 2 mirrors. 11, 11, 9, 11. 9/11 adds to 11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 equals 11. The Twin Towers were in 11. Flight 11 was hijacked because it's a mass ritual within the astral plane. Now, we're going to go deep into that later, and I'll show you these rituals they do in order to manipulate the astral plane. So, this is what the 11 is. It's the mirroring of reality. If you contact spirits and conjure spirits, you can either summon or attract demons and spirits. Summoning is creating a spirit. You create demons. Okay? Like I said here, the mind is the root cause of reality. If you think of if you think of a traumatic event that happened in your life over and over and over and over again for years and years and years, where attention goes, energy flows. The mind is the director of energy. If you are directing energy into the specific emotion, the specific thing that is torturing you in your mind, that will manifest as some sort of being in the astral plane, which is called an elemental. And this elemental being that you have created through your thought forms and emotions will latch onto you and feed off this energy. So it's important that you get your mind right. Okay, it's important that you sort that you file the mind and you discipline the mind. Make sure it's only entertaining positive things, because you are quite literally creating your own demons. Creating the word demon has the word mon in it, and if you've watched my videos to know mon means moon. The moon is your mind, the sun is your soul, the earth is your physical body. Demon is mon means mind, moon is mind. You create demons with your mind. Summoning. Now, this is where the rituals come in. 9/11 was a ritual because everyone was thinking about this big fearing, the death of 9/11. Everyone was thinking about it. And all of their minds thinking about this horrific thing will manifest and summon a negative energy spirit elemental within the astral plane. That's how all of this works. This is why it was a mass ritual. Okay. Chris Brown, new album name 11/11. Release date on the 11/11. This will be my 11th album and contain 11 songs. All of these people know the occult. This is Hermes Trismegistus with the star of Saturn, the six-pointed star, as above, so below. The mirroring of reality, physical and astral, the two Masonic pillars. So as above, so below. What's above us? The stars. The stars are connected to the astral plane. This is why we call them stargates. When we dream, we are experiencing these different realities. And what are stars? They tell in the Bible, it says Genesis 1:14. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs." Signs translates to things to come. Why things to come? The stars tell the future. Why? And why do we say as above, so below? As above us is the astral plane and the etheric plane. As above, so below. Whatever happens in the stars happens on Earth. The stars are connected to the astral plane. Above us is the astral plane. We are a star in a physical body. This is why we say Mr., sister, stir equals star. The E and the A are interchangeable. We are stars, and the stars are the start of our incarnation. We start in the stars, same root word, and we descend through the seven energies, which are our seven chakras. Then we enter the heart of the soul system. The heart rearranged spells earth. And this is the true cosmology. Here's the Masonic cosmology. This is Masonic now. Here's the firmament. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters to divide the waters from above, from the waters that below. Genesis 1:6. The firmament, firmer Firmament comes from the word firma, Latin, I'm pretty sure, which means firm. When something is firm, meaning it's stable, it does not move, it is firm. The firmament is firm. So, is the firmament Genesis 1:6? Let what does he say? Genesis 1:3, sorry. Let there be light. This is before the sun and the moon was created. Let there be light. Before the sun and the moon was created, light was appeared. So what's that tell you? This is a holographic projection from some sort of light being, some sort of projector. And that projector is the all-seeing eye you see in the Masonic cosmology. This is the all-seeing eye projecting the light beams. Let there be light. Everything is made out of light. The universe is created out of light waves. The torus field is one unit of light. The light projecting this reality is Polaris. Okay, the famous all-seeing eye. Now, what else? Then we have after let there be light in Genesis 1:16, and God made the two great lights. This is the sun and the moon, electric, magnetic, male and female. Then we have the Masonic checkerboard, the black and white symbolizing dualities within the dualistic reality we're in, spirit and matter, light and matter, rest and motion, positive and negative, good and evil. Everything's dualistic here. Okay? And it's a dance. The universe is a dance between flickering of white and black light, which is the torus field. We're not going to go over that, but this is all connected to the astral plane. This is the true cosmology. The astral plane cannot work on a spinning monkey ball in the middle of space. Does not work. Cannot work. It's impossible. Okay? Impossible. So, even in the Quran, it says, Allah has made the earth for you as a carpet, flat. Quran 15:19. And the earth we have spread out like a carpet, set there on mountains, firm and immovable. It is immovable. In the Quran, it also says 65:12, it is Allah who has created the seven heavens of the earth. The seven heavens meaning the seven layers of heaven, the seven planets. And Psalms 104:5, he set the earth on its foundations and it can never be moved. Never. So here you see in Isaiah 40:22, he sits enthroned above the circle of the earth, and its people are like grasshoppers. He stretches out the heavens like a canopy and spreads them out like a tent to live in. We live in a tent. This is the tent. The projection of light. Here you see an ancient picture here. Here you see the ethereal barrier, meaning the firmament, the etheric barrier, and here you see his head popping out. Why is his head popping out? Because your head is heaven, your heel is hell. Your head has access to the astral plane. This is why your head is heaven. The pineal gland, when stimulated, has access to project itself, project consciousness into the astral plane. Here you see another ancient picture here with the Masonic Royal Arch, with the zodiac here, the zodiac on the top, arching because there's a firmament above us. Here's God in the brain. Consciousness is God. Here you see the Masonic Royal Arch, symbolizing the firmament. George Washington above the Masonic Royal Arch. These are the stars. This is Polaris projecting reality. Here's ancient churches with the dome. Polaris projecting reality with Jesus. Disney World is under the dome. The seven layers of heaven, ancient paintings, all depict if you go and look at the ancient paintings, they'll all depict the firmament, the arch above us. This is where we get interesting. The Masonic Royal Arch has the 6-9, which is Cancer. The constellation Cancer, which is 6-9 is associated with portals because CERN is the 6-9. Okay, CERN is opening portals. They're trying to create a portal to the other side. Cancer has the word CERN within it. So there is a link between Cancer and the opening, the firmament opening above us to ascension. Here you see the Masonic art with the Royal Arch and the light and the opening. Here you see the light and the opening. This is the opening of the firmament. Here's the Hebrew cosmology with Sheol, the underworld, and the opening. So Cancer is definitely some sort of portal in and out of this reality. I'm just connecting dots here. Now, we're going to go change a bit now. These celebrities that you are seeing they have not sold their soul to Satan, okay? They have not sold their soul to Satan. Satan is a demonic, low vibrational energy that has been summoned over the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of evil occult arts. So since Babylon was summoning this demonic energy, and this demonic energy in the astral plane will grow and grow and grow. It has no form. It has no physical form. Okay, but you can see it in the rappers. If your third eye is open, you can see clearly that these people are demonic. You can sense the energy that they're manifesting. Selling your soul is not what you've been told. It is gaining, because your soul is pure love, okay? Your soul does not want to do anything bad. So when you sell your soul, you're gaining physical gain. You're gaining physical wealth, for example, like for these rappers, they will be given millions of pounds because the people in control of the music industry, which is the dark occultists trying to brainwash the masses, the people in charge, they're dark occultists. They understand Satan and the energy. They are satanic energy, which has been summoned in the astral plane. They see that they have influence over the masses, so they will go to them and say, "I will give you this amount of money forever if you manifest this satanic, demonic energy through the music and through social media to blind the masses, to brainwash the masses into this demonic energy." Because when you listen to music, music is frequency. Whatever you listen to, you become that frequency. So if you're listening to these people, they're throwing energy, this demonic, satanic energy that they sold out to. Soul, same word. When you sold something, you've got your soul involved. They have exchanged money, physical gain, so that they manifest this satanic energy within the astral plane and through the music, through the videos, through social media to keep us in this vibrational frequency, in this low state of consciousness. This is what it actually is. It's not, you're not selling your soul to some sort of devil. This satanic energy has no physical form it is formless in the astral plane. It's a summoned energy. Now, the root chakra is red. This is why the devil is red, because it symbolizes the animal nature of man. When you are operating off your root chakra, you will kill, you will fight, you will do anything to survive, because it's all about survival mode in the root chakra. They want you keeping in that fighting mode, that surviving mode, so that you are manifesting this low vibrational frequency, this satanic energy, this demonic red energy. This is why the devil is red. And the devil has a tail with the red arrow pointing down because it symbolizes your light body. This is your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is your light body. Mer equals light, Ka equals spirit, Ba equals body. Merkaba, this is the devil's tail. pointing down, the descension, your heel, up to your heel, hell, ascension to heaven, head. You see, this is the all-seeing eye with the illumination coming off it, your head, when you're illuminated. The Merkaba is your celestial sphere to portray different planes of reality. It is the vehicle of ascension. It's your light body. It's in the word Kabbalah, Kabbalah, Ka, spirit, Ba, body, La, light. Same thing, Kabbalah, Merkaba. Same thing. It's all about the light body. This light body sees different realities. So when you see the goat in the music industry, it's this satanic summoned energy that's been summoning for thousands of years within the astral plane. When it becomes to the physical plane, it will manifest through different things. A goat, an owl, Satan, Moloch, Baal, same deity, same demonic energy that's been summoning in the astral plane. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head. Drake's new album is the goat. The Polo G, the Masonic G, with the goat. And here's Ryla Rodriguez in the mirror with the goat in the mirror and him in his physical body. It symbolizes, the mirror symbolizes the astral plane because he's manifesting the goat, the demonic energy. He's sold out to the demonic energy. And in the physical plane, he's his physical body. The mirroring, the Masonic 11, the mirroring of reality, the astral and the physical. And what do you call them when they're an amazing rapper, the best rapper? You call them the GOAT. Because the GOAT, you're the GOAT because you're manifesting the GOAT energy, the satanic, demonic energy within the astral plane. So Baal, Moloch, all the same thing. Because in the astral plane, if you want to gain spirits to come to you and communicate you in the physical world, if you want to communicate with spirits, you have to gain their attention. You can either gain their attention or come together and agree to create some sort of being, which is Satan. Okay. You can, like I said earlier, you can create these beings, you can summon them or attract them. One way to attract them is sacrificing. In order for you to become God, man, to turn to God, you have to sacrifice your life. You have to sacrifice, not drinking, not doing things, not doing anything demonic, not doing anything bad, not eating meat. You have to sacrifice yourself to become the light. However, if you want quick, instant gains in the physical world, you can sacrifice something else to communicate with these spirits because these demonic energies feed off demonic energy, your demonic energy. So these dark occultists will give away babies, they'll sacrifice, torture babies so that they gain, so that they can communicate with these spirits for physical exchange. Yes, you can do this. These powerful spirits, these powerful demons can give you powers. They can give you certain things. And this is what they are doing. They're summoning and attracting these demonic energy. This is why, trafficking is one of the most, Balenciaga. Baal is the demonic energy in the astral plane, which requires child sacrifice for his presence. Balenciaga, and they were trafficking children. They were trafficking, killing them, and offering them to the spirits. This is what they are doing. Balenciaga. It's in the name. Here you see, you can see here a stick man with two horns. The goat, obviously, it's all the same deity. Baal, the goat, Moloch. Here's Moloch, the owl, the Egyptian owl, because it comes from the owl of Moloch, which is Baal, which is Satan, all the same demonic energy. And it's on the dollar bill, a tiny dollar bill, tiny, on the $1 bill. All the same thing. Bohemian Grove, they worship the big owl, Moloch. It's all the same thing. It's all one big demonic energy which has been summoning in the astral plane. and it's trying to take over Earth, the physical plane. That's what it's doing. So I hope you all gained a deeper understanding of the astral plane and what's actually going on in the world. Please leave a comment if you can to help the algorithm. Drop a like if you like this content. And hope you all learned something today. And God bless you all. Thank you all. Hello and welcome to another video and another lecture from Ethereal University. Today we're going to be breaking down in detail the Freemasonic 33rd degree symbol. Now, of course, this is a complex symbol, and it's composed of many symbols put together to create a greater meaning. So, as you should know from my previous videos, a bit of context behind Freemasonry, what it particularly is, and I will give you a brief overview before we go into this. It's definitely important to know what Freemasonry is before we break down this symbol, okay? Because without the knowledge of Masonry and what it is, it's difficult to understand what the symbol truly means. So Freemasonry is all about building. The word Mason means to build. And we're either building with light or we're building with darkness. So that we have good Freemasonry, we have good Masons, people who want to spread the truth, people who want to help people awaken their mind and liberate them and bring them up to higher consciousness. Or we have Masons who want to divide, keep the knowledge to themselves, create walls, build walls in people's minds, construct illusions in people's minds for their own personal gain. Okay, so we're either building with light or you're building with darkness. You're either building with light or bricks, spirit or matter. God and the devil, same thing. You're either uplifting people or dividing people. Each and every single one of you is a Freemason. Well, a Mason. Not a Freemason, but a Mason. You are a builder. And you're either constructing division in you and other people, or you're either creating oneness. Everyone is doing this. Everyone is building. Everyone is contributing towards the world and building our reality. So Masonry is a craft, and that craft is to craft a better mind and heart, a higher consciousness, a higher understanding of the self, building a higher perception of yourself, getting to know who you actually are, why you are here. Every action, behind every single action, behind every single cause is choice. You chose to be here. Whether you know why you are here or whether you do not know, you chose to be here in this time, in this period of life on the earth, on this physical dimension. You chose, the mind of yours chose to be here in this body at this specific time. You are playing a role, you are building in this world at this specific time. So Masonry is all about getting to know the self, to know what you actually are through gnosis. Gnosis is direct knowledge obtained and extracted from direct experience. Knowledge extracted from direct experience. Knowingness. You know you have hands. You don't believe you have hands. You know you have hands. That's what knowing thyself truly means. To go within the self. To dwell in meditation for long periods of time. Not even meditation. To dwell, closing your eyes and thinking internally. Not thinking externally about anything outside you, but thinking and questioning internally, and you shall find answers. Seek and you shall find. If your heart is truly set on knowing, on getting to know true knowledge and knowing yourself, then you will find it. Okay, so because that's what the heart is. The heart is where we find our treasure. It's why it's inside of our chest. Our chest holds the treasure. What is your treasure? Your treasure is your physical manifestation. And whatever you act, whatever your heart cares about, your body follows. Your body takes action towards what you care about in life. This is why we say follow your heart, because your body follows the heart, what you care about. If you do not care about something, you do not take actions towards it. Whatever your heart loves and has that love energy for, the body follows. If you truly want to become enlightened and truly want to reach higher consciousness, then you will. You truly care for that, then you will find it. You have to go within. Okay, so this is what Masonry is about. It's about going within and finding out your true nature and constructing a higher consciousness by dissolving walls and blockages inside your mind and heart, purifying the self. Because you can care about sick and twisted things. Okay? We can see that in society. People like killing people. It's psychotic, but I know. So we can be corrupted. Okay, so going into this symbol, what does this symbol mean? What is it trying to portray? Okay. Before we go into this symbol, particularly, we're looking at the Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So we have the first degree all the way up to the third degree is Blue Lodge Masonry. Then from the fourth degree of Freemasonry to the 32nd degree is what we call Red Lodge Freemasonry, the Red Lodge degrees. So again, that is that symbolism of that red and blue, the left and right, masculine, feminine, water, fire. It's that symbolism again of the two polar opposites of reality, of masculine and feminine qualities, solar and lunar, the left and right hemispheres of the brain, the inner and inner and outer world, the brain and the heart. These are all polarities, okay? Spirit and matter. We have to unify these. But we're looking at the 33rd degree. This is the end of the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and it's considered the illuminated degrees. Illuminated. This is when one gets to know the true self, the true knowledge, when one has gone within, mastered the self, got rid of mental blockages, blockages in the heart, purified the self, and they know who they are. They have higher consciousness. And in this breakdown today, I'm going to show you how they have higher consciousness through this symbolism. Okay, so I was going to say something, but I totally forgot what it was. But anyways, we'll move forward with this symbol. Oh, that's what it was. Water melts. Well, ice melts at 33 degrees, symbolizing ice represents solid matter, ego, the physical body, left brain thinking, physical reality identification, identifying self with the ego, the name, the job, the reputation. That's the ice, that's solid, that's ego thinking, left brain thinking. When we identify ourselves with the body, our ego, our name, our job, our reputation, our family, that is ego. That is pure earthly survival base level consciousness. This is the degree, this is the level of state of mind that we need to rise out from and figure out what we are, what you actually are inside you. When you turn off your thoughts, what are you then? If you do not think, you are not your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your beliefs. Because when the mind is turned off, there is still something left. That is you. And that is the substance that we have to get to know through gnosis, through going within and thinking internally and dwelling within. Okay. So Freemasonry is all about learning about the psyche, the true nature of consciousness, how it functions, the mechanics of consciousness, how we can integrate universal law with consciousness. We're going to be going into that. Natural law, how we can become one with God's law. We can become one with the universe and integrate universal consciousness into yourself. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say about this symbol, straight away, the first thing you probably notice about the symbol is the eagle. The eagle is a bird. Okay, what do birds do? They are high in the air. They are above the earth, which represents rising, rising consciousness, rising the mind out of the lower mind, earth-based survival, impulsive, reactive, egotistical mind. And we're pulling us up, we're rising from that. The earth represents that lower base survival consciousness, ego-driven thoughts. And we're rising up. The bird is free. It's free from the earth. Okay? It's free. It's elevated. It looks down upon the earth. So the eagle is a bird which represents higher view of self, a higher understanding of the self. It's elevated. We have a higher view of myself when I reach the 33rd degree. That is what it's showing you. That is what it's symbolizing. Okay? It's above the earth. It is free. It looks down. When you have higher consciousness, you become enlightened. It's impossible not to look down. You do look down on people, but not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. That sounds bad. I understand if that sounds bad, but that's not a bad way. I don't mean that in a bad way or a bad-hearted way. I mean that as when you have higher consciousness, you can see people who are living and dwelling in zombie mode, low level earth based consciousness. They think they're the body, they think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their family. So it represents looking down because I have higher awareness of myself. I know what I truly am. The water is flowing at the 33rd degree. The water melts at the 33rd degree, representing the flowing of consciousness, the flowing of the mind, flowing of light energy entering the body. Because when we reach higher consciousness, when you raise your consciousness, which is just an easier way of saying mastering thoughts, mastering yourself, we no longer give attention to negative thoughts because we understand what thoughts are and why would you let your own mind take away your own power? So again, Freemasonry is about gaining personal power, not in a bad way. Well, it can be used for bad. Gaining mental power, a strong mind. Most people have very, very, very weak minds in this world. Very weak minds. This world is a mental world. We have to gain strength in the mind. It's a mental universe. The stronger the mind, the better your reality. The less affected you are by external things. Nothing external should ever bother you. Okay? So it's about gaining mental strength, mental clarity. So again, the bird is elevated, it looks down, it has a higher awareness, it sees things from above, it sees the world for what it truly is. That's the eagle. Okay? It's the higher view. This is the illuminated degrees. So we're looking at now the sword. The bird, the eagle, the double-headed eagle is standing on the sword. Very symbolic. The sword is not above the eagle. The sword is below the eagle. The sword moves through the air. On a basic breakdown of the sword, it represents power. Power. Because if I have a sword, I hold the power over you. That's what it symbolizes. In war, you have a weapon bigger than someone else and more destructive than someone else, you hold the power. So it's a power symbol. To go even deeper on this, on its true meaning, the sword, I've already broke this down plenty of times. It moves through the air. It cuts the air. It's the mind. Air represents the mind. Water is emotion. Fire is the spirit. Earth is the body. So we're looking at the mind, the power of the mind. And the eagle is standing on top of this, representing, I am conquering my own mind. I am conquering my mind. My mind does not conquer me. My mind is truly mine. I hold the power over it. I stand on top of my mind. The mind does not rule me. Thoughts do not enter my mind that take away my power. I think it, I feel it, I act towards it. It's unity. My mind is the monarch. It is the command center. It is mine. I'm above the mind. That's what it's showing here. I hold full control over this mind. I hold the power. Okay? And I have an elevated view of the mind. The eagle is elevated. It looks at the earth from above. It's the higher perception of the mind. The mind has a higher view of the self. It is conscious. Most people are not conscious. Okay? Most people walk around, they act unknowingly. They don't even know they don't even know they exist. They don't realize they have consciousness. They think they grew from a monkey. They're born on a spinning ball in the middle of space, and they think they're the body. That is the level of earth-based consciousness. And it's saying, I hold the power. I hold my mind to what I want to direct the mind's forces to. I create with my mind. I carve reality. I shape my reality with my mind and thoughts and my intellect, my communication. Okay? That is what we're looking at here with the sword. It's on top, meaning I control it. When you stand on top of something, you are the top. You are on top of it. You hold the power. You rule over it. When you are the boss of your business, you rule the business. That's what we're looking at here. The sword needs sharpening. It always needs sharpening. You can't use a sword forever. You need to sharpen it. The mind will not stay powerful and strong and and aligned with what you actually want unless you continuously refine the sword. The mind needs to be refined or reminded. If you stop doing affirmations, the mind will fall back to old ways of thinking. If you constantly meditate, you constantly implant the messages into your subconscious mind, You constantly visualize. You are keeping the mind sharpened with what you want in life, what you are trying to create. And the mind will continue to think with that power, with them words, with them visualizations. If you fall off, if you stop meditating, you will lose control of your own mind. Okay? This is symbolizing you have to keep on top of the mind. You have to keep control. This is what the world is. The world is like Minecraft. You ever played Minecraft? You're a builder. Okay? What do? You control the man in the world. That's what you are. You need to control this body in the world. It's all about control. You are in a game. It's like Grand Theft Auto. You don't know how to use the buttons. You're going to create chaos, and you're not going to have that much fun in the world in GTA if you don't know how to work the buttons. Same with this world. You are in a world, and you need to learn the buttons of the body, the mind, the soul, the heart. How will these things function so you can actually live a better life and create what you want in the world, aligned with natural law, of course, unless you want to walk down the path of Satanism. So this is what we're looking at with the sword. Now, moving on, we're looking at this little banner here. This says "God and my right" in Latin. God and my right. What is your right? Natural law is your right. What is natural law? You already know the natural laws. We all intuitively know the natural law. What is natural law? Do good. We all subconsciously, on a soul level, we know to do good. We know to do right. It is wrong to hurt people. It is wrong to control people. What is your natural law? What are the forces that you hold power over, that you have full control over? You have full control over what you think, what you feel, what you act. Thought, emotion, action. If you start to try and control things outside of them three forces, that is now you breaking natural law. If I try to control and manipulate someone else, that is now breaking natural law. I'm going against my inner law. My soul tells me what is right and wrong through emotion. So it's about aligning the self, my actions, my thoughts with my emotion, my intuition, my natural law. These are your rights. Your right is to think, feel, and act with the law, with good, with God, with love, with care for one another. Am I building with light to bring good things to the collective? You see, most people are stuck in their left brain, and the left brain only sees me, ego-driven thinking. That's why they trap us in our left brain. They train us to be left brain. They tell us to write with our right hand to strengthen the left brain. They call it writing. Everything in this matrix is to activate your your left brain. Why? They need you in ego consciousness so you can be controlled and manipulated. So you do not recognize patterns. That's the right brain. The right brain recognizes patterns, symbolism, metaphors. They don't want you reading between the lines. They want you logical. They want you divided, because the right brain sees the whole. The right brain sees the woods. The left brain sees the trees. And that tree is your ego. And the woods is the collective consciousness. They want you only thinking about you, because that way you are divided from the collective consciousness. And we're all one consciousness family. We're all God. We're all God experiencing himself. And we are all building this world. So it's about aligning the self with my right, with God, with natural law. It's what Freemasonry is about. True Freemasonry, light Freemasonry, not dark Masonry or evil Freemasonry, whatever you want to call it. The crown, royalty. Royalty wear crowns. And what do the royalty have? Again, this is another power symbol. They hold control. Yes, royalty hold control. And that's why this crown is at the top of the image, not at the bottom of the image. It's at the top, representing I control the left, I control the right. I control my left brain and my right brain, the two eagle heads, the two views. The eagle has one eye on each side. It's looking, it's seeing. And that's symbolic of the left and right brain. We see, not physically see, but I mean perceive. We perceive reality with the left brain and we perceive reality with the right brain. And it's about unifying these two brains so we can see and perceive reality from a true lens. Because if we see reality only from the left brain, and a left brain dominated brain, we see everything as divided. But if we see everything from a right brain perspective, we see everything as whole. When everything is in the middle, you need to see reality from the middle. Yes, I have my own personal consciousness, and yes, there is a collective consciousness. So I need to balance between that. I need to see reality between the line, between the left and right brain, and align this worldview, and align my thoughts, align my actions with this. Because if you're left-brained dominated, you're only going to take action on ego. You're only going to take action on me. You're only going to think about me, me, me. But if you're right hemisphere brained, you're only going to take action for the collective, which is, yes, that's good, but you also need to think about yourself. Why did you come here? Your life has a meaning as well. It's not just about the collective, it's about you as well. But we need to balance this. You see? This is what we're looking at. The crown is in the middle, representing the balance, the power over the two. Okay? It's the balance, it's mastery, it's control. Royalty hold control over society, royal families. So it's about controlling the self. It's control over the eagle, control over the sword, over the mind. It's about personal power we're looking at here, self-control. Now we're looking at a upright triangle, which represents the element of fire, which is masculine. Masculine is all to do with action, action, the physical body. We're looking at fire, which represents spirit or transformation. Fire is a very transformative element. It transforms things. Okay, so we're looking at self-transformation through action. This is what we're looking at here. Fire is a very, very masculine force, a very penetrating and transformative force. So we're looking at transforming the self, not through knowledge, but through action. We have transformed the self, 33rd degree. I've reached the 33rd degree and I have now fully transformed. Now, there are higher degrees than 33rd degree, but we're just breaking down the symbol. That's a whole of a lecture. But this represents full transformation. 3, another, if you watch my video on numerology, you know 3 is all about what? Transformation. Thoughts, emotions, actions. These are the transformative forces that turn and create reality. Jesus dies and dies and resurrects after 3 days. Transformation from dead to the awaken. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God is threefold. Three, 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 three. Electricity, magnetism, dielectricity. The three forces that pretty much create physical matter. Transformation is 3. So we're looking at transformation through action. Action is a very transformative force. There's no point learning this knowledge if you're not going to act upon the knowledge. A lot of people join the university, they learn a lot, but they leave because they don't want to take the action. They don't want to do the hard part. They don't want to act towards higher consciousness. They want to dwell in their lower mind. That's fine. That's your path. That's their path. But if you truly want to raise your consciousness, you have to act upon it. You have to actively not take the action. It's about what you do and do not do, because not doing something is also an action. If you are not participating in the low-level pleasures like sex, casual sex, masturbation, going out and getting blind drunk. These are low-level pleasures. It's going to keep you on a low-level frequency and a low-level consciousness. That is also an action, not doing that. It's about what you not do as well, which is very important. You have to act upon it to reach this degree. You will not reach this degree if you have not taken a lot of action towards reaching higher consciousness, reaching self-mastery over the mind, controlling the mind. This is what, again, it's about taking action on actually controlling the mind, controlling the self, gaining your power. Okay? Okay. This is another fascinating part about the eagle head and wings. It also represents the past, present, and future. The crown is, again, symbolic of the crown chakra. This is all to do with knowledge. So we're looking at knowledge of the past, the eagle on the left looking behind, and the eagle on the right looking forward. So we're looking at the crown, knowledge of the past and the future. Looking at your past is very powerful. What has led you to this very point in your life? What actions have taken you to this point? And not only you, remember, there is a collective. Remember, you always have to keep that in mind. Every action you take, you have to always align it with the collective consciousness. It's not just you in the world. We have a collective. So how did you and how did the collective get to this point in life, in this present? How did we get here? How did we get into this mess? Humanity is in a mess. A straight up chaotic mess. And if you think everything is perfect and everything's divine and everything's just, there's some people out there in the spiritual community saying, everything's divine, everything's meant for this purpose. No, there are people actively manipulating and using mind control methods to control this reality. How have we got into this mess? So we have to look into the past to analyze patterns so we can take action now in the present to change the future of the collective and your personal life. That's what we're looking at here. So the eagle looking left is looking in the past, representing analyzing the past, analyzing the actions in my life and the collective life. The actions that led to this mess now, to this state now. And what can I do now with my knowledge to change the future to a better future, aligned with, again, natural law, aligned with goodness, aligned with God, aligned with care and love for one another and the self. So it's all about knowledge of the past and knowledge of the future. And what I can do now to take action, the triangle pointing at the middle, which is the present, what can I do now to change the future? To create a better future, to transform the world. 33, transformation. To transform the future. Okay, this is what we're looking at here with the two double-headed eagles as well. Again, this is more art. This is a lot more complex symbolism here. But again, we have the Earth hemisphere here. And what? The eagle above. It is raised above the earth, above material pleasures, above the material thinking self, above the ego. Not to say get rid of the ego. We need the ego, but balancing, control, power over the ego, power over the two hemispheres of the brain, power over my past and my future, power over time. What am I using my time towards? Time is your spiritual currency. Okay? It's elevated. It sees things from a higher perspective. It is higher consciousness. We're also looking at the astral body. Birds on a deeper level represent the astral body. So symbols have layers of meaning. The deeper you get into the occult. So when you join the first degree, you get, a good interpretation, and the higher degree you go, the more deeper the symbol reveals, as the more deeper you know yourself. So we're looking also at the astral body, the light. What is the light? Light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. It's knowledge, gnosis. When you're very intelligent, you call someone, they're a bright child. They have enlightenment, light in the mind. Looking at light, a lot of knowledge, a lot of self-knowledge of the self, of the psyche, how I function, what I am, knowledge of the astral body, rising above the earth, astral projection, exploring your true nature, exploring consciousness. This is what we're looking at here. And in order to explore your astral body and explore the astral realm, you have to control the sword, the mind. And you can then explore. You are free like a bird to fly. This is all symbolic of rising consciousness. All symbolic. So I hope this video has gained a bit more clarity on this symbol and given you some insights. And I will see you in the next one. Thank you for tuning in today.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video, and this video is about Freemasonry and their connection to the Illuminati. Please, as always, to make sure to hit that like and the subscribe button, and turn on the notifications to never miss a video. On May the 1st, 1776, the founder of the Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, founded this secret organization, and this date can be found in Roman numerals underneath the all-seeing eye pyramid on the $1 bill. This $1 bill also says Anut Coptus Novus Ordo Secularum. This is Latin for announcing the birth of the New World Order. This New World Order will be headed by Lucifer, the all-seeing eye, and followed by the 13 layers of bricks for the 13 elite bloodlines. So your Orsini's, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, Soroses, and the other 9 elite families. So when Adam Weishaupt created the Illuminati, he made it consisting of high-level degree Masons, French and Latin philosophers, and many more powerful people to all become one society. So this is why you see Masons using this same symbol of the all-seeing eye inside the pyramid. But not all Freemasons are part of this Illuminati secret society. As the 33rd degree Freemason Manly P. Hall said in his book The Secret Teachings of All Ages, Freemasonry is a fraternity within a fraternity, an outer organization concealing an inner brotherhood of the elect. So what he's saying here is that Freemasons have to go up the degrees of Freemasonry, and once they hit the top, they either get elected or not into these secret societies like the Illuminati, Skull and Bones, and Knights Templar. So when you see celebrities doing this one-eye symbolism, either covering one eye, doing the triangle, or doing 666 over one eye, this is showing and reflecting the symbolism of Freemasonry. They have taken the oath to never speak on anything they learn about Freemasonry. Duncan's Ritual of Freemasonry book states the oath they have to take. Quote, I ... of my own free will and accord, that I will hail, ever conceal, and never reveal any of the secrets, arts, points of Master Mason's degree to any person whomsoever. All this most solemnly, sincerely promise and swear. Now, this is what happens when they break the oath, stated in this book, quote, myself severed in two, my bowels taken from thence, and burnt to ashes. So this states that Freemasonry comes first, before any law of the land. It has the right to kill you if you break your oath. This is the hand gesture they have to do every time they enter the ritual room inside the Masonic lodge. This is the cutthroat symbol, showing you and reminding you of the oath and what will happen if you break it. Now in this book, Richardson's Monitor of Freemasonry, it states, if you break your oath, binding myself under no less penalty than to have my throat cut across, my tongue torn out by the roots, and my body buried in the rough sands of the sea. If they do not decide to kill you, this book states this by pointing him out to the world as an unworthy vagabond, by opposing his interest, by dearranging his business. In other words, they have the power to frame you and destroy your reputation to the world, and destroy your business if you break this oath. So yes, they do kill to keep this truth hidden, because this truth of this reality is what keeps them in power. They have the ability to manipulate people, because people do not know what manipulates them. This is why they call themselves the government. They govern the ment, which is the mentality, because the mind is the root cause of reality. They control what you perceive to control what you manifest. By knowing the truth, you are set free, and you no longer need no controller above you. So this is why they are willing to kill and do whatever it takes to keep the truth concealed within these high-level degrees of masonry and these secret societies. However, going back to Manly P. Hall's book, it states, part of the symbols are displayed here to the initiate, but he is intentionally misled by false interpretations. So this is saying even Freemasons are intentionally misled and told lies to conceal the truth, to make sure the truth is hidden in the high degrees of masonry. So that's it for this video, guys. Thank you all for tapping in. Please leave a like and a subscribe. God bless.
Welcome back, people, to another occult lecture by Revival of Wisdom. Today we're going to be talking about magic and how it's being used on us for the New World Order. Magic has the word mag within it, which is magnetism. Magnetism is the force. Magic is influencing forces, natural or supernatural forces, and using it for a certain agenda to gain something out of it. Now, magic is not what everyone's being thought. It's not some sort of fantasy thing. It's actually very common, and we all do it, whether you believe it or not. Magic is all to do with the mind. As I said, always say in my lectures, your mind is what creates matter. Your mind is what creates your external world. So it's all about manipulating and planting seeds within the mind, because your mind is a garden, and thoughts and words are seeds which are being planted in that garden. Your life, your physical life, the people you have in your life, your friends, your car you own, the job you have, is all a reflection of the thoughts that you've been thinking in the past. You are where you are in life because of the thoughts that you've been thinking. Therefore, your life is a direct reflection and manifestation of your mind, the Garden of Eden. Okay? The mind is what they are targeting. What you see, say, and hear has a direct effect on your mind. Me talking to you is influencing you. The words I'm saying is planting seeds within your mind. Now it's up to you to consciously act on these thoughts or these words, or to maintain these words. As above, so below. As within, so without. What's inside of me is outside of me. What comes into the storehouse comes out of the storehouse. You have the left, you have the right, you have the up, and you have the down. As above, so below. Whatever is in your mind will be expressed in some sort of way, consciously or subconsciously, spiritually or physically. The mind is what manifests everything. And this is what we need to understand. We need to understand is that the mind is not physical. All things spiritual manifest physical. All things seen come from the unseen. The words you're thinking, that everything you have is coming from the unseen. The actions that you do come from the unseen mind. Another expression for as above, so below is you are the universe itself. You are a universe, a mini universe. But just because you are many does not mean you are the whole thing. If I take a little piece of infinite, let's say there's an infinite light source. Let's say I take a little chunk of that infinite light source. That little chunk I took is still infinite because it's been taken from infinite. You are the universe. Your awareness, your mind is the universe. It's information. You are the universe experiencing itself. This is why we say we are all God. As above, so below. What is in me is outside of me. The sun, the physical manifestation of the sun is your soul. The 12 constellations are manifested in the physical body. The 5 elements are manifested in the physical body. They're manifested in the 5 fingers you have. As above, so below. This is manifested, well, this is a symbolized in Freemasonry and secret societies as the 2 pillars. The mirroring reflection, the reflection of reality, the mirror, as above, so below. What happens in the mind, what happens in the astral, happens in the physical. This is Aleister Crowley. This is all symbolism. This is the 2 pillars with the all-seeing eye and the triangle at the top. Aleister Crowley was a master magician, very powerful dark magician, black magician. There's 2 types of magic. You have white and black, just like the checkered board, the Masonic checkered board. You have white and black, you have good and evil. White magic is influencing natural forces to gain something that will help the collective consciousness, help the collective, help the earth, help other people. Black magic is something you manipulate something so you can get something personal out of it. Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's still considered as black magic because you're being selfish. Everything you do should be contributing towards the collective consciousness and helping others. And this is why the ancients lived in a system where everything was in unity. We understood that I am you and you are me. What I do to you happens to me because I am you and you are me. We are the same mind substance on the inside. We're all the same mind substance being expressed in different bodies. So what I do to your mind will have a ripple effect on my mind because all of our minds are connected within the mental plane. So this is why they know all this knowledge. They know all this knowledge. So yeah, this is the mirroring effect of reality, the 2 pillars, or symbolizes the number 11. The number 11. We'll go deeper into that. The technology we're using is magic. It's a form of magic. Television is tell a vision. They're telling a vision into your subconscious mind, into your memory. And when you turn on the television, you get a program because they're telling a vision to create a program within your subconscious mind. You see, the conscious mind is only 10% of your mind, which is to do with your, what you're aware of, your 5 senses. What are you consciously aware of? Well, I'm aware I'm here, I'm talking. I'm aware of what I'm wearing, the 5 senses, what I can hear, taste, smell, hear. What I'm wearing, I'm aware of what I think of. But the subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. It's the hidden part of the mind, which is telling your heart to beat, telling your body to breathe. It's storing all of your emotions. It's storing everything you see, storing all the belief systems that you have. It has everything. It stores all of the habits you have, the values. It stores everyone's name that you know. All the words that I'm speaking right now is all coming out of the subconscious. Everything is subconscious. And it literally manipulates 90% of your daily basis behavior. Most people don't know this. What you did yesterday is what you will do today because of these beliefs and mental programs within the subconscious, stored within the subconscious. So the subconscious is what they're aiming at. They're trying to create programs within the subconscious, because the subconscious manifests 90% of your thought patterns, 90% of your actions and words. They know all this stuff. So the subconscious mind is the most powerful part of the mind. Another way the subconscious manifests and influences your life is, let's say you were in a car crash years and years ago, 10 years ago. Let's say you're in this car crash, right? And you really hurt yourself. The emotion you felt in that time when you were injured in that car crash had a great impression on your subconscious mind. You see, the stronger you feel something emotionally, the stronger impact it has on the subconscious. You can remember and recall that moment, and very vividly, because of the impact it had on the subconscious. Another, for example, you become that terrified of cars that it manifests into your life today, that you are wary to go in certain cars. You don't want to go in cars at all, maybe, because of that moment that stood within the subconscious. And it will manifest into anxiety. It will manifest into not going into cars. It will manifest into depression, maybe. These things, these emotional, very emotional, traumatic events have a great impression on our subconscious, and they control your life. This is why you need to meditate and let go go deep within yourself and let go of these internal, deep emotions that you may have repressed and keep pressing down and ignoring. But you need to address it and let go of these subconscious impressions you have, which are controlling your life, like anxiety, depression. All of these things are stemming from things that are stored within your subconscious years and years ago, more than likely. Broadcasting. They're casting spells to a broad audience, to news, north, east, west, and south. They're casting spells. No, if you watch the news, everything's red. Breaking news in red writing or the red background, everything's red. Why? Because red's the root chakra, which is all to do with survival. They want to stimulate this root chakra because they want you down there in survival mode. They want you in survival mode because you're easier to control. They control out of fear. And not only they're casting these spells as if, because most of the things they cast in the news hasn't already happened. They're constantly bombarding you with, there might be a war breaking out, war this, war that, kill here, kill there, murders. It's impressing, it's casting spells on your subconscious mind. So when the event does turn up in real reality, in physical reality, you're less emotional, you're less surprised. You're not as surprised because you've already heard it before. Your subconscious has already heard it all before. If you never heard of a war and then a war broke out, you'd be going crazy. So they subtly program your subconscious mind through the words, because the words they say is impressing your mind. It has an effect on your mind, which will have an effect on your behavior, your words, your conversations you have with people. They're casting spells to north, east, west, and south on the tell a vision. They're telling a vision by broadcasting, by saying spells. This is why we call it spelling. Even the word, listen, the words we say cast spells. Bless. Oh, bless you. That's be less. The subconscious mind only picks up literal things. You see, when I say bless you, your conscious mind picks that up as, oh, thank you, you're blessing me. But your subconscious picks up as be less. You see? Because the subconscious it has no filter. It's just, it is what it is. Everything is factual in the subconscious. Therefore, if I call you an idiot, your subconscious, my subconscious will think I'm talking to myself and calling myself an idiot, and it will take that as true. That is truth. Everything is truth within the subconscious. And the subconscious manifests your behavior. The devices this is the biggest one. Black scrying mirrors, device, the devil's vice, the device. Okay? Black scrying mirrors, black screen is scrying. Black scrying mirrors were used to communicate with spirits within the astral plane in the medieval times. They're still being used now by black obsidian mirrors. And look at your phone, it's a black mirror. And there's some sort of, I'm not saying this is facts, but personally, I believe these are portals for spirits and ethereal entities to come into your life, to come into your surroundings. So this is the next big thing: the TVs, your iPhone, your iPod, all black mirrors, and mirrors are very, very powerful. Even just a normal mirror. Mirrors have an effect. Whatever you say into a mirror, what you say is energy. And when you say something into a mirror, you're saying it into yourself. It's an infinite cycle of words of energy because it's being reflected infinite times. When you say something into a mirror, it has a massive effect. You're saying it directly into your eyes, into your mind. So what you say in a mirror should be said with precaution. Never say anything negative into a mirror, because mirrors are very, very powerful ways for you to reprogram your subconscious mind for the good. You can say very positive things into mirrors and it will reprogram your subconscious mind. Okay? Manifesting is all magic. It's all magic. Everything is magic. But consciously doing it is what they're doing. They hid this knowledge. Your phone is magic. It manipulates your mind. The iPhone, okay. See, magic isn't all of this with wands. See, Harry Potter, okay, that was created to give you this perception of a mystical and amazing form of magic with magic wands and all sorts of stuff like that. Yes, that stuff was true when the collective conscious minds were on a higher level and our belief systems believed in these things, because the universal mind, all of our minds contribute to reality. If the masses don't believe in magic, if the masses don't believe in a certain thing, it's going to have an effect on physical reality. So when the collective minds are higher and have more open minds, things like Harry Potter can come true. See, it's all in the mind. The iPhone, the eye is the symbol for the mind, the invisible intelligence. The triangle is the ethereal plane. Okay. So the eye in the triangle is the eye that sees into the beyond the ethereal planes. The square is the physical plane. So the iPhone, your phone, is a black box, just like the Saturn black cube. It's a black mirror. It's taking photos of you every 2 seconds. And it's your mind. Your mind is in that phone. Everything you like, everything you text, everything you type in Google, everything you say to someone, every conversation is all recorded on the phone. Therefore, it is a direct reflection of your mind. Your mind is imprinted into your phone because your mind, everything you think in your mind, you're manifesting into typing, saying, taking pictures into the phone, and it's collecting it and storing it. And what they're doing, and this is for all forms of magic, it's manipulating the mind. It's all manipulating the mind. Reels, Instagram, TikTok, this is all dopamine. It's all controlling the mind. Every like you get, every follow you get, every share that you get is dopamine within your brain. They're literally targeting your brain and mind. It's all manipulating because what they're pushing through the phones, through the media, through the news, through the televisions is visions and programs. You are the one manifesting the New World Order. They're not manifesting the New World Order. They're giving you the information so you can manifest the New World Order. Everything they say is contributing to your mind. For example, digital money and all the information they put out for you to see is contributing to your enslavement. Your mind is manifesting the New World Order. They know this. They don't manifest it. There's billions of us. We could easily run over them physically. But on a mental level, these people have the knowledge and they hide it from us and they let us manifest reality because we are the collective. They give us the information which manifests their agenda. It's all magic through the phones, the media, the television. So your phone is a manifestation of your mind. It's a record of your mind. Hollywood, holly tree, holy tree. They used to make wands out of holy trees, because it was the most holiest wood, the best for casting and transmitting energy. So they used holly trees to cast spells. That's what Hollywood is. And in Hollywood, they have the red tear, the blood drop next to the Hollywood sign, because it's all satanic. They're all black magicians. They use Hollywood to cast the spells through the music, through the films. You see, music is a form of magic. All of this is magic. Everything they do is a form of magic because they want an agenda behind it. But it's not black magic. They're letting us create our prison. This is what you have to see. Yes, they're evil, but they're not doing anything evil, or else they would face the karma. They let us manifest this agenda through giving in the information, by telling you what's going to happen in the movies. Everything that happens in a movie, it's all there on purpose to program your subconscious, to plant a seed within your garden, your subconscious, your mind. Because when the mind has already seen something, when it comes up and turns up in physical reality, you will be less shocked and you won't rebel. So they lure you slowly. They make you aware of these things over time. They make you gradually think it's okay. Like the technology, we never used to use these phones. How did we become so addicted and reliant on them? Well, because first they gave you a little flick phone. Well, no, sorry, they gave you a phone in your house, and then once you got used to that, they say, "Oh, here's the newest version of a little flick phone." You started texting your friends. Everyone was loving it in high school. They could now meet up without saying, "Let's meet on the weekend at this point at this time," like your parents probably did, or maybe some of you watching this, you probably had to tell your friend to meet on the weekend at a certain time because you had no way of communicating. So everyone got these phones and got addicted to them. Then they slowly got addicted to the new iPod with the touch screen. Now they invented touchscreen. Then everyone got addicted to touch screens. Then because all of this is producing dopamine in the brain, which creates you to become mentally addicted to things and physically addicted, chemically addicted. Because dopamine's a chemical. Your subconscious becomes a program within your subconscious, and your body becomes chemically addicted to these phones. And these phones are the enslavement of humanity, technology. Without this, we wouldn't be in this mess without technology. Because they're creating a hive mind. We're creating a hive mind. So back on track anyways, they program you. Look at the films, 9/11, 9/11, all produced by Hollywood. Here's the 11, like I said at the beginning, the two pillars which reflect reality. What happens in the mind happens in the physical. What happens in the astral happens in the physical. Okay, what happens in the physical happens in the mind. It's the two pillars, the mirrors. 9/11. 9 plus 1 plus 1 is 11. Flight 11 was hijacked. New York is the 11th state. New York adds up to 111. This is not a coincidence. It's all a form of magic. It's a ritual, energy harvesting ritual, because your mind produces energy. Your mental attention produces energy. And they're feeding off this energy in the astral plane, these demons. Music is the most powerful. Personally, I think the music is one of the most powerful forms of magic they're using. Okay? Music is hypnosis. It puts your brain in a hypnotic state. It influences your electromagnetic field through vibrational energy. It reprograms your subconscious mind. Why do you think you remember the lyrics? You see, your subconscious stores all of the memories. Remember, the subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. So therefore, the music you're listening to is manifesting your behavior. You wondered why some people wonder why they have drug addictions and they can't get out of violence and they can't get out of all this negative mind space. It's because the music they're listening to is creating a negative mind space. The words you listen to have plant seeds within your mind. So the reason you remember the lyrics is because that song created a program within your subconscious. Yes, that is what happens. You can use magic to reprogram your mind, but you can use music to reprogram your mind because it's all forms of magic. It's using natural mental energy forces to manipulate the physical reality. You manipulate your mind, you manipulate reality, physical reality. Okay. So the music, another very, very big one. When you turn on the radio, it's just all talks about alcohol, drugs, and sex because they want you down in the lower three chakras. They want your mind attached to matter when it's mind over matter. Your mind's not physical. You see, the word spirituality is the new trend. It's not about your spirit. It's not about your spirit. It's about your mind. It's not about, you know, uh, spirituality and looking after your spirit. And they've got you focused on your spirit. Why? Because they hide your mind from you. You see, a lot of people think their mind is their brain, but the mind is everything. There is no physical reality without mind. You can have a brain. Imagine if you had no mind but a brain. It wouldn't work. The mind is everything. The mind controls your avatar. It begins in the mind before it happens in the brain. Then the brain manifests through the body. The brain's just an electrical computer. So that they've got people scared. Or do I have a soul or not? And all this stuff. Listen, if you have a mind, you have a soul, because you are not the mind. This is why everything is sort of an illusion, because beyond the mind is your soul. But what is the soul without a mind? You can't have a soul without the mind. But if the mind didn't exist, the soul doesn't exist. You are the person listening to your mind. I shouldn't say person because you're not the body. You're the entity behind the mind. But if you didn't have that mind, you couldn't understand what you even were. You would just be an observer who couldn't think. So yes, we all have a soul. If you have a mind, you have a soul. Everything is mind. Everything has mind. Mind creates everything. God is mind. And then manipulating your mind through TV, your phone, every little thing. The school, it's all about the mind, people. Control your mind, you control your reality. Just the last thing, here you go. Aleister Crowley, the dark magician, Kanye West doing the exact same thing because they're implementing magic in the music. Here's the Beatles with Aleister Crowley in the background. Bet you never noticed that. Aleister Crowley was influencing music and placing magic within the music to influence the subconscious. This is what Baal worship was. This is why they kill children. They sacrifice these children. Why? Well, because in order to ascend, in order to raise your consciousness internally, godly, by being good, God, or being in order to be good and raise your consciousness and to get something in the physical world, you have to sacrifice yourself. And what do I mean by that? In order to raise your consciousness and ascend, you have to sacrifice the lower nature of yourself. You know, you got to abstain from having sex to retain your sexual energy, to transmute it, or staying away from negative, some poisonous foods like meat. So, staying away from blood. We shouldn't be consuming other animals' blood. We should be keeping our blood pure. We are humans. We shouldn't consume chicken blood, chicken germs. We are the most divine creatures on this creation. We are the most intellectual creatures in this creation. Therefore, we should keep our temples pure. We are not animals. If you want to associate yourself with an animal and go out in the wild, go and find a wild boar and go and try rip its guts out with your bare teeth, because you can't do it. You're not a cat. You're not a carnivore. Okay? So in order to ascend, you have to kill and sacrifice your lower part of yourself to ascend up to your spirit self, your mind self, the highest version. And the elites don't want to do this. So they sacrifice other things like babies to kill them, to exchange their life over to the astral plane, so these demigods in the astral plane can give them something in return in physical. They don't want to sacrifice their lower self, so they sacrifice other things for exchange, for physical pleasure. But the godly person sacrifices their lower self for their higher self to do good and ascend. So this is what all the Baal worship is, people, and this is why they're doing it. Hope you all had an amazing lecture. If you haven't already, go and get the Book of Wisdom for more information. You know, I don't go into dark stuff in this book because all I do is enlighten people in this book. You can get it in Spanish, English, German, Italian, and French. Worldwide shipping, you can get the PDF or paperback. Or there is also a new one called the Human Health Guide 2.0. It gives you a list of all the foods, grains, oils, and nuts, you know, everything that's alkaline and positive for the body and not man-made and hybrid. It tells you all the products to stay away from, how to fast, how to improve vision, how to improve everything, literally. So the Human Health Guide has been released. If you want that, I'll pull all the links in the bottom of the description. Hope you all enjoyed the lecture, people. God bless you all. What if dreams aren't random at all, but messages from a deeper part of yourself, trying to show you things? In this video, you're going to learn exactly what dreams are from an esoteric view, how to control dreams, and how to dream more frequently. Dreams are not nonsense. They are expressions of the subconscious mind. In the daytime, we're using our conscious mind, what we are aware of. This represents the daytime, the sun, the external world. We're operating in the external, outside the body in the day. But when we go to sleep, we return inward. Everything does this breath. We breathe in through the nose and out through the nose. Everything does this in and out process in the universe. We live, we die every single day. We wake up, we express things in the external. Then at nighttime, we return back to darkness, back to the internal. This is the breath of the universe. We have summer, we have winter. This is the breath of the sun and the seasons with the earth. You have an internal world and an external world. External is physical, the internal is spiritual. Like I said, when we go to sleep, we are returning back to the internal world of your own consciousness and subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind holds everything about you, your memories, your traumas, everything you've ever learnt, your language, your name, your job, everything you identify with is stored within this vast network of the subconscious mind. It is your own personal consciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we return back to the subconscious mind, and we are in fact thinking, but in a subconscious way. The subconscious does not speak the same language as the conscious mind. The conscious mind uses language, thoughts, and all things that are very logical and very easy to understand. The subconscious is the complete opposite. It is very indirect, metaphorical, and symbolic. The subconscious communicates and works in symbols. Ultimately, symbolism is the language of consciousness. This is why in occultism and esotericism, it is filled with occult symbols, because symbols are used to communicate directly with the consciousness within the subconscious mind, and the subconscious mind is ultimately connected to the collective consciousness. We are all connected and tapping into the mental plane, where we receive thoughts, ideas, depending on what we attune our mind to. That's why we call it a mindset. But getting back on topic, the subconscious mind is your own personal network. It is like a net, an interconnected web of your thoughts, memories, traumas, emotional blockages, and all the things you identify with and have experienced in your life is stored within this network. It can be seen as a web. One example of the subconscious mind using symbolism is this next story I can tell you. Let's say I was in a very traumatic car crash as a young child. I experienced a lot of emotional trauma in that car, and that deeply impressed my subconscious mind with that trauma of emotion that I felt. Therefore, every time I see a car in my external world, that car is now a symbol that represents the state of consciousness I was feeling in that particular time of the traumatic car crash. The car is a symbol for a state of consciousness within my subconscious mind. Just like when you see a word, that word triggers what you believe that word to be in your subconscious mind. Symbols are the language of the subconsciousness. Therefore, when we dream, we are basically seeing symbols of our own personal subconscious mind. Our higher mind, which is basically our subconscious, the higher version of you that exists beyond your human thinking mind, communicates using symbolism. The higher mind does not speak human thoughts, human language. It speaks the language of symbolism. Therefore, when we dream, every event, every person, everything that happens, and everything you see is your own personal subconscious mind materializing within the plane of the astral plane. This is a dimension that sits just above the physical world that everything is pulled out of. For example, look around you. Everything you see around you was thought, then imagined. Imagination is the astral plane, and this astral plane sits above the physical world. As above, so below. These objects were thought, imagined within someone's mind, and then pulled into a physical reality. Therefore, the imagination is what you're experiencing within a dream. It is your subconscious mind thinking and materializing within the imaginative plane.
For example, let's say you are a Christian, you believe in Jesus your whole life, you have lots of emotion towards Jesus. This deeply impresses your subconscious mind. You believe in him so much, you go to sleep, you have a dream that you meet Jesus. You did not meet directly with Jesus. You met with your own belief. It was your own belief materializing within the imaginative plane and revealing itself to you. Dreams are materializations of your memories, your subconscious beliefs, traumas, and anything that could be inside the subconscious mind. It is your subconsciousness revealing itself to you in a material form. Let's say you have a nightmare. There is a big dark figure chasing you and you are running away in fear, away from this dark figure chasing you. That dark figure is not an external entity. It is not a spirit or a jinn or a demon. It is in fact an aspect of your own mind. It is a symbol that represents maybe a fear, a trauma, or something you are running away from internally, inside your subconscious mind. Something that you are not addressing, but something that is fearful, something that can be controlling you on a subconscious level. Let's say you have a fear to address something in your personal life. You want to address someone who is getting on your nerves at work. You continuously put this off and you fear doing that situation. Over a long period of time, this can slowly control you subconsciously. You start to avoid the person, avoid any contact. It is subconsciously controlling you. This is not the best example, but you can see what I mean. Hidden fears and traumas in the subconscious mind can subconsciously control your actions and ultimately lead you to low states of consciousness, keep you from reaching your higher potential, and ultimately create blockages within your own consciousness. That figure in the dream is a materialization of something that you are fearing and running away from and not addressing. This is why people always have dreams of traumas that they have experienced as a child or when they were younger, or maybe from a year ago or two. It's because that emotion is deeply impressed in the subconscious, and the subconscious is always trying to reveal things to you, communicate to you that you need to change, purify, and maybe heal within your own consciousness. This is how the higher self communicates to you, through the language of symbolism. Once you understand this, dreams can become a very powerful tool, not just entertainment at nighttime. Your consciousness never rests. Your consciousness is eternal. It is the very spark of the divine. Your body needs rest. Your consciousness is not physical. It does not need rest. So this is a way you can identify what your dreams are trying to show you, is by writing them down. A dream journal. Every single dream that you have a book placed near your bed. Every time you wake up, first thing you should do is pick up the book and write every single detail that you can remember about the dream. The people that you met are all symbols or aspects of yourself. Maybe it is a friend you saw in your dream. That friend represents a state of consciousness that is within you and is trying to reveal something to you. It's about making the subconscious into the conscious, to become conscious of the unknown. Write down every detail, everything you saw, every event that played out, even the details of the clothes that they were wearing. Everything is symbolic within dreams. Write everything down and then analyze the dream. Don't analyze it from a logical mind. Analyze it with the right hemisphere of the brain, which allows you to see metaphors, read between the lines. Try and gain the message that it's trying to show you. What does this overall mean to you? And what could this reveal about aspects of yourself that you need to heal or maybe take action in your life and world? Because your higher self is always guiding you towards awakening and fulfilling your mission in the manifested physical world. Dreams speak in symbols, not logic. Ask about your dreams. What is this trying to tell me? Don't take things literally. Look for an emotional tone and symbolic resonance. With practice, you'll begin to understand the personal language of your subconscious mind. Now that you understand that, again, please leave a like or a comment on this video. This is now a technique for lucid dreaming and dreaming more often. This is not going to happen overnight. This is not an easy method. It simply takes practice and dedication. Every morning, choose 3 time slots. For me, I choose 4:30, 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. 3 alarms that are going to go off at these 3 times, half an hour apart from each other. Each time you wake up, stay awake for 5 to 10 minutes. Turn off the alarm. Try and keep your conscious mind awake, but drift back into sleep. There's no other better way for me to explain that. It's very difficult, but try and keep the mind awake, but the body falling back asleep. More than likely, you will drift off back to sleep. Then, the next alarm will go off half an hour after. This will wake you up again, guaranteed. You will probably drift back to sleep by repeating this process. After the 3 alarms go off, each one of them times, you're either going to have a dream or a lucid dream, but definitely you will have a dream. And if it doesn't work one time, keep trying it. I've been using this method for a very long time, and I can tell you 70-80% of the time it triggers a dream, and a very vivid dream. And it's ideal for lucid dreaming, because keeping the conscious mind awake while letting the body fall asleep, you can become conscious within these subconscious realms of your mind. But when you are conscious inside the dream world, you can do what you want, but you also want to let the dream naturally unfold. If you try and take too much control, then you will wake back up. If you feel any fear in your dream, you will wake back up into the material world. Another tip to dream more often is to meditate before bed. Simply close your eyes and think about nothing for 5 to 30 minutes. Detach from everything outside you, your name, your job, work, thoughts. Mentally detach from the world and the physical pleasures and become pure awareness before you try and go to sleep. This will help you become conscious while being within the self. If you wish to learn more about consciousness yourself, the Book of Wisdom Volume 2 can definitely help you. I'll leave a link in the description. Thank you for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. We're back with another video. Today we're going to be talking about the importance of Saturn and the occult. Let's jump straight into this. So Saturn is the god of the earth, right? It's the time of God, change, destruction, physical matter. He creates and destroys, because the energy of Saturn is the key to crystallization. It wraps things in physical matter, right? He creates everything, all life forms, and he takes things back, because the day that you're born, that's the day that your expiry date is coming. The time is ticking until Saturn takes your life. This is why he's known as the Reaper. Okay? As he's personified as eating his child here in this ancient Roman painting. As you can see, he's eating the child. We are all children of Saturn, right? He creates physical matter, our physical bodies, right? He's the god of time because he's the slowest moving celestial body. He's the Lord of the Rings, as you can see here. He's the last one on the ring. He's the slowest one moving, okay? So he is the Lord of time, destruction and creation, okay? This is why his name is Saturn, Satan. He's the devil, okay? But I'm not saying Saturn's evil, guys. It's a part of life. Everything lives and dies, right? He's the key to crystallization. Now, as we have the clock here, our god Saturn, or Chronos in Greek, just means time. He's also the god of time, as I've already said. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day. Add 2 plus 4 equals 6. 60 seconds, 60 minutes, 2 plus 4 equals 6. That's 666, okay? And as you see on the clock, 6 take away 12 equals 6. 7 take away 1 equals 6. 9 take away 3 equals 6. 6 is the number of Saturn. It's associated with Saturn, right? He's the god of time, of justice. Everything goes back to the Reaper in the end. Everything lives and dies. Now, the artwork of him, he's always got the Reaper staff. You see, it's personifying death. Now, when you see this, the Romans were not saying Saturn was a real person, a real god in human form. No, this is personification. This is what the ancients always did. They personified, just like the Bible. It's all personification. So the personifying Saturn eating its children because it eats It's the Reaper. No one can escape the Reaper. No one can escape death. Now, Saturn is 666, which is in the Bible, the number of the beast, right? The number of the beast, Satan, 666, right? So on the North Pole of Saturn, you have a hexagon, which makes a cube, right? Now, this hexagon, when you join up all the corners, creates the six-pointed star known as the Star of David, right? In the Jewish religion. Now, as you can see, the six-pointed star has 6 points, 6 mini triangles, and a six-sided hexagon. That makes 666. And also, your Saturday is named after Saturn, the 6th planet, the 6th day of the week, and has a six-sided polygon on its north pole. That's also 666. Now, this Star of David, this symbol goes back thousands of years, and it originates from Saturn. It's not the Star of David, right? It originates from Saturn. It symbolizes the physical and spiritual aspect combined into one, which makes us humans, right? Also symbolizes the male and female combined into one. These two sacred energies create the human. We consist of both male and female energy, also known as the Seal of Solomon. And we all know if Solomon was a real person, he talks about communicating with 72 demons. He could apparently, in the text, he could communicate with 72 demons, and this is sorcery. This is black magic. Now, this symbol is associated with hexing people. When you place a hex on someone, that is a form of witchcraft, which a hex is just a curse. When you're cursing someone, this is black magic. Now, the black magician would stand in the middle of the symbol and cast his spells onto other people. Now, this symbol is obviously on the $1 bill, twice on the $1 bill. And it's very, very ancient symbol. And it originates from Saturn. And let's keep going. So the cube. So I've just said how you see the cube on the North Pole of Saturn, right? The cube is limited. It's a 3D shape. It symbolizes limitations to the physical 3D dimension, the third dimension, the physical realm which we are in. Now, as you can see, the color associated with Saturn is black, right? Black is infinite potential. Black is the creation of all things before there was light. Light is born out of blackness, darkness, okay? Now, black is physical matter. And as you can see, the black cube, black symbolizing physical matter, the cube being limited, as the physical realm that we are in is limited. It's not like the fourth dimension where everything can exist in a thought. The third dimension is limited, right? And this is what Saturn is. It limits you to the 3D 666. Your body limits you to your physical body. Now, these black cubes are placed everywhere. As you can see, Australia, Denmark, Manhattan. There's one in New York. As you can see, the Apple have a cube. The Nintendo GameCube. Trump Tower is a black cube. This is worshipping the energy of Saturn, the god Saturn. Okay, it's not a god, it's a celestial energy. However, it rules over Earth because it pretty much created the physical realm. Now, as you see, when you go to a funeral, you wear black, a black suit symbolizing Saturn, which is the color associated, black. And as you see in Mecca, they walk around the black cube in rings. As you can see here, they're stood around in rings, like the Saturn, the rings of Saturn. The Mercedes symbol. You probably wouldn't notice that, but yes, it's Saturn. And when you graduate from university, you wear a black cube on your head. This is all symbolizing Saturn. Okay? Now, as you can see, the Jews here have a black cube on their third eye whilst they pray. Notice how he's shutting his eyes into blackness, darkness, and he's wrapped around a black strap around his arm. This is symbolizing the wrapping of physical matter, of how physical matter wraps things into existence. And as we all know, the Star of David is a Jewish symbol. So he has the black cube and the Star of David, right? So all of these religions are secretly worshipping Saturn. Okay, this is all Saturn worship, Kronos, the god of time and destruction, the physical reality. Now, as you can see, it's symbolized everywhere in all major corporations. Pepsi, internet, that's obvious. NASA, of course, NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew. Universal, Walkers, that one's so obvious. Nike, Toyota. So many different ways they symbolize it. You either see the rings of Saturn or the black cube, as I just showed you here, the Nintendo and the Mercedes, right? It's absolutely everywhere. Now, they also use 666 to symbolize it, as I've just broken it down to you. 666, the World Economic Forum. We all know how they're trying to enslave us into this new world agenda. Google Chrome, CERN, Disney, Coca-Cola, Cadbury's, all of these have 666. Now, every UPS barcode has 666. And even www. Is Hebrew for 666, as you can see here. Monster. It's the same Hebrew letter that means 666. Drake, 6 God. That's his God, Saturn. Why? Because they love physical realm. They love the physical dimension, the third dimension. Because they can rule here through riches. They can build an empire here. It's not like the fourth dimension. They don't want to ascend. They want to stay down here in the physical realm. Okay? Now, this is why they're cloning. They can move their consciousness into other clones to live forever. This technology exists. This is why they love the third dimension. As you can see, all of these sellouts here, Drake, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, all of these people doing 666 because this is their God. This is their God. They love the physical realm. They sold their souls for wealth and fame in this physical realm. So why would they leave? You see? Now, this isn't all just evil, okay? So you have 7 chakras, right? You have 7 days of the week, 7 solfeggio scale notes. These are frequencies, the solfeggio scale. Now, it's called the Saturn moon matrix because the moon symbolizes your mind, because you're created out of the Holy Trinity, which is body, mind, and spirit, right? That's the triangle, the equal triangle, body, mind, and spirit. Now, the 3 main celestial bodies are Earth, Moon, and Sun. The Earth being your physical body, the Moon being your mind, and the Sun is your soul, hence why it's called solar. It's a solar soul. Now, these symbols are alchemical symbols. So when you're doing alchemy, you use these symbols to obviously symbolize what we're talking about. Now, as you can see, these are all the symbols of the planets. Of Saturn is created out of the moon on top, the moon on the bottom and the earth on top, as you can see here. You see? And this creates the number 5. Now, with the moon being your mind and the earth being your physical body, this is mind over matter, because the earth is your body's matter. This is matter over mind. You don't want to be matter over mind. This is low states of consciousness. You won't be mind over matter. You see, to manipulate matter, to create your own reality. Now, obviously, we all know Saturn is associated with the lowest chakra, which is the root chakra. This is to deal with your animal instincts. When you're down here, you identify as the physical body. You don't know anything spiritual. You're pure a physical, you have a pure physical mind. You don't believe in anything spiritual. This is survival mode, consumption. They want you trapped down here, which is matter over mind. They don't want you to create your own reality, which is mind over matter. You see? Now, that's what Jupiter is. Saturn is the moon on the bottom and the earth on top. But Jupiter is the moon on top with the earth on the bottom. That's mind over matter, you see? So, these chakras are an ascension process from spiritual, from matter, physical matter to spiritual. This is the ascension. This is the stairway to heaven. This is Jacob's ladder. You see? Now, the number 5, which is obviously associated with Saturn as well, which create the symbol for Saturn, created the number 5. You have 5 senses, 5 elements, 5 physical elements. As we all know, Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter out of the 4 elements. 5 fingers and toes, 5 points of man. Okay, the number 5 is the number of justice. Saturn holds things back. He restrains things from you, makes you learn the lesson. Now, 666 is not all evil. 666 is the atomic structure of the carbon atom. 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, right? We are carbon-based life forms. All life forms are based on the bonding properties of the element carbon. Because Saturn crystallizes everything into physical matter. Now, the Masons symbolize this with the checkered boards. They have the black square, which is obviously matter. As I just said, the black cube. And spirit is the white square. Because white is eternal light. White and light. You see? Black is physical matter. Now, this is what we are. The point of our soul is to transmute from matter to spirit. But these are interchangeable. This is the constant cycle between spirit and matter, spirit and matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Low vibrational spirit turns into physical matter. You see? Now, we are carbon-based life forms. This is what 666 is, the number of the beast. When I say we, the physical body is the beast. It's the animal. It's the carbon suit to operate in this physical dimension, in this physical realm. See? It's the vehicle used to operate in this physical realm. But your mind isn't from this physical realm, you see? The brain is the physical manifestation of the soul. Okay? So, as you can see here, the spine is an extension of the brain. Everything goes back to the brain. This is literally what your physical body is. You see, this is the nervous system, and everything reports back to the brain, and everything's controlled from this control center. And this spinal column, at the top of the spinal column is your third eye. which is known as the pineal gland. And this is the seat of consciousness. It's the center of consciousness. That is your true self, pure consciousness. This body is just a physical body. This body is mortal. This body runs out, but your consciousness lives forever. They don't want you knowing this. This is why they keep you down here in your lower chakra. They want you to believe everything is just physical. They don't want you to believe in the spiritual side of reality. Because this way they can manipulate you, right? They want you matter over mind because they know your mind creates reality. They know your mind is the root cause of reality. You manifest your own reality from the inside out. So this is why they control your perception of reality. They control your information in order to manifest their new world order. You, who are ignorant to knowledge and wisdom, you who are ignorant are manifesting their agenda because you accept their information and their perception of this reality. Now, this is why they tell you the globe model, the heliocentric model, to trap you into physical matter. Now, if you understood about this true form of this realm, you'd understand that there's a spiritual side behind everything. The spiritual side, something has to exist. The root cause of reality is higher planes of existence. It happens in the mind before it happens on the physical plane. You see? They don't want you knowing this. They want you matter over mind, which is the symbol for Saturn. Moon over Earth. The Holy Trinity. Now, as you can see, the cube also makes IXXI. This is Roman numerals. This is Roman numerals, and when it's translated from 9/11. Yes, 9/11. This is the secret code of the One World Order. The two twin towers, when the two become one. Okay, when the two become one, this is how you reach the higher states of consciousness, the physical and spiritual. Now, as you can see, the 9/11 memorial are two black cubes. It's two black cubes. This is all Saturn worship. Now, I'm not saying that Saturn is an evil celestial body, right? No, everything has a good side and a bad side, right? It's duality. The spirits of Saturn on the dark side are the most evil demonic spirits. Now, these are the spirits that these are invoking through these rituals, right? Yes, 9/11 was a massive ritual. It's a satanic ritual, okay? Now, we all know Elon Musk. Elon Musk is coming with the mark of the beast. And English gematria, this equals 666, right? 666, as I said, is the number of the beast. You are the beast, your physical body. You see how the Bible twisted things up to make things more confusing, right? But it's there. You just have to have the knowledge to be able to read the Bible properly. As we all know, we had this virus. I'm not going to say the name because I'll get flagged. This virus adds up to 666 because this is all part of the New World Order. It's all part of keeping you in this physical dimension. Okay? Now, as you can see here, Novus Ordo Seclorum on the back of his shirt, on Elon Musk's shirt, this is also on the $1 bill, Novus Ordo Seclorum. This means New World Order. Yes, New World Order. This is on the back of Elon Musk's shirt. And as you can see here, he owns Neuralink, which is the brain chip, which they're going to be putting into implanting this onto your brain. This is the New World Order to connect you and merge your consciousness with AI. Neuralink and Meta, he owns Meta as well, which is the metaverse. These are going to be linked in, hence why they have the same symbol, but just in a different format. It's the infinity symbol. And the infinity symbol comes from the Taurus field, as you can see here, your electromagnetic field from around your body. Now, the end goal is for this New World Order is to trap your consciousness inside of an alternative reality being projected from the metaverse. Because the metaverse will be the reality, Neuralink will be the brain chip inside of your brain, projecting your consciousness into an alternative reality while they harness your energy of your physical 666 body. Now, this stuff gets real deep, people. Now, this is the end goal of the New World Order, is to connect you with AI. This is why they're trapping you and keeping you in these lower states of consciousness in the Saturn-associated root chakra, so you don't find out about the spiritual side of reality. Because if you knew the truth of this reality, you wouldn't connect to AI. You see, you have the power within you to travel to other worlds, the astral plane, for example. You travel to different worlds when you are sleeping. Okay? They want you to know it's just a dream. However, their end goal is to trap your consciousness and feed off your energy, spiritually and physically. Okay? I don't know why these people are just pure evil. As I said, evil love bondage. They love the physical dimension. They don't want to ascend to other realms. These evil love the third dimension. This is why evil spirits will inhabit bodies, exorcisms, because they miss being in the physical realm. They miss it. Evil love bondage. So this is why they're cloning and putting their consciousness in clones to stay in this third dimension, to stay as further away from the source as possible. Okay? This is why they're doing it. And this is how it's all linked in. So I hope you all enjoyed this video. Hope you gained some wisdom. Please feel free to join the Telegram. And please leave a like and a subscribe. Thank you all, people. God bless.
This isn't just spiritual fluff. Your words are vibrational commands that teach your subconscious what to believe and what to create in your reality. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how words are these vibrational things that create reality. In fact, they are. However, the power of words does not hold in the vibration of the word. Yes, it has a little effect on plants. Yes, every word is a vibration that speaks to every cell in your body. However, this is not the main power of words. The main power of words is restructuring your consciousness and invoking energy inside of your own consciousness. I'm going to go over these two in detail for you. Your life is an externalization of your consciousness. Your belief system, your internal world, are building blocks to create your external world. What you believe in is how you see reality. It is the filter that you see to see reality. If you want to change reality, you have to change your consciousness first. There's no point trying to create a change, a manipulation in the external world, because it won't last very long. You have to restructure your inner temple, your inside world of thought and emotion. For example, your external reality is an externalization of every thought you thought in the past. Your life circumstances are just a result of every thought you thought in the past. You become what you think about. So if we can control what we think about, we will control who we become. Words are a powerful way to restructure your subconscious mind, which will then restructure what you think about. For example, if I said the word chicken all day long, I'm going to be thinking about chicken all day long. The words we repeat enter our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind molds our conscious mind of what we are consciously giving attention to and thinking about. And that becomes our emotion. Our emotion becomes the energy, the charge behind our action. And all this creates who you are and your reality. If you want to create a change in your external world, you need to repeat the end result as in an affirmation. I am abundant. I am disciplined. For example, if you're trying to stop a certain addiction, don't say, I am going to stop smoking. Say, I am disciplined. By saying discipline, the subconscious mind accepts the word discipline and not the word smoking. If you repeat smoking, I am not smoking, your subconscious mind will just pick up smoking and then do more smoking. So if you are trying to create discipline in your life and trying to stop something, say, I am disciplined. The reason for this is powerful because you're conditioning your consciousness. You're conditioning your subconscious mind and filling it with the word discipline. And I'm not going to say do this a certain amount of times a day or do this in the mornings. I want you to do this as much as possible. I did this as much as possible. Whenever I had free time, whenever I had a free minute, I would say these words either physically or mentally, just to condition your consciousness. Words are the most powerful way to restructure your belief system and restructure your inner world, which will then mirror in your outer world. Words are also a powerful way to invoke energy. This is why when you see these magic occult rituals, you see people chanting and doing these things. It's because if you slowly chant a word, you can actually invoke the emotion. There are three aspects of creation: thought, emotion, action. Emotion is energy in motion. By repeating a word over and over again, you can actually begin to invoke that energy, that emotion inside your heart. And you can start to feel the reality as if you are already living it. And this is just another powerful way to condition your consciousness to become a certain thing before you have it. This is what magic is. Magic is all to do with reprogramming the subconscious mind, aligning the subconscious with a certain belief or reality, which will then produce an effect in our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions, which will then create that reality. So if you want to create something in your life, literally just repeat, I am something. I am is referring to your consciousness. I am is the highest aspect of you. It is the true self. Whatever you condition your consciousness will be mirrored in your external reality. I am abundant will condition your consciousness to feel and believe you are abundant, which will then seep into your thinking. And then you will start to act more on this because you are thinking about it, which will then change your external reality. Words are vibration, and vibration is powerful. However, if you truly want to change your reality, you have to change your inner world of consciousness. And words are the best way to invoke feelings to become the reality you want. And words are the best way to condition your consciousness to a certain belief or a thought. And by doing this, you're actually creating a root cause. The cause is your consciousness, your mind, and you have to restructure the mind to create that reality. Words are a great way to restructure your consciousness and create reality. If you are struggling with the internal chaos, if you are struggling with emotional chaos, if you are struggling mastering your mind, or if you are isolated from your high intelligence, because intelligent people are not welcomed in our population today. I have created an amazing space, Ethereal University. Check it out. I'll leave all the links below. And I'll see you inside, where you can learn everything you could possibly imagine about occultism, esotericism. I'll see you inside.
Hello and welcome to another video, people. Before we start, please like, comment, and subscribe if you wish to see more content. Today we're going to be talking about the mental universe and how everything is mental. This is the number one law on the Kabbalion. If you've never read that book, it's called The Kabbalion. A very good book. It's the first law because this is the most important thing you need to understand, is how everything exists within the mind. Behind every single one of these eyes is the same consciousness expressed in different bodies. The mind is what gives perception to what you're experiencing. Behind every single one of these eyes is the exact same consciousness, but the brain that they inhabit is giving them a different perception, a different being, a different body. Now, this is the difference between humans and animals. Humans possess a advanced consciousness, an advanced mind that gives us the ability to be aware of ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. We can reflect on ourselves. When a dog looks in the mirror or an animal looks in the mirror, it doesn't know what it's looking at. It doesn't realize it has a consciousness. It can't reflect on itself. It can't say, I want to improve in this area. It doesn't have that consciousness. We have a divine consciousness. Take away the N for divine, and you get with a D, put it with a D, you get divide, because we have a divided two-way consciousness. An animal only has one. However, it's still the same mind. We're all mind. We're all mental. We all exist within the mental plane. Look at this person walking. The body, the brain is sending electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves, which the 12 disciples that spread the gospel of Jesus, right? You have 12 cranial nerves in your brain. There are 12 disciples which spread the gospel of Jesus. Jesus represents the mind, the intelligence, the invisible intelligence that we all are, the same intelligence, the same exact consciousness, which then sends a command into the brain. Then the brain sends these 12 electrical signals through the 12 cranial nerves to control the rest of the body through the nervous system. This person walking is not, the body is not walking. The mind is telling it to walk. And the brain is it's a supercomputer which is decoding these demands given to it by the mind. Because the pineal gland will have something to do with the ether, because the ether is physical and non-physical. The mind is sending the commands through the ether to the pineal gland, which is then getting broken down into electrical codes within the brain and sent throughout the nervous system to control the body. And this is why in the Sims simulation, because the body's the simulation, it's a false reality. It's the fake reality. It's not the real you. You are formless. There is no form, but the third dimension is a dimension within your mind. Matter, mind, light is all a product of your mind. It's all in the mind. Now, this is why The Sims has this green little diamond on top of the head. Because this is you. This is your invisible intelligence controlling the character. Okay? It's controlling the character. And this character is in the world. Your consciousness isn't in the world. The world exists within you, but the body is a vehicle for that realm that you land in. When you have a dream, your mind transcends this body into another body, duplicates your body into another unite, you. unite is one. We're all one. It's all one universe, expressed in many different ways, infinitely. And the vehicle that you land in is the body to operate in that realm. This is the all-seeing eye, as you see here. The eye, this is all the intelligence. This is the ball of consciousness, God, expressed in different bodies. We're all this same one in different bodies, as you can see here. And this intelligence is expressing infinitely throughout the universe. An infinite universe. There's no beginning, no end. There was no beginning of the universe. There is no end. It's infinite. Always has and always will. But the mind is what gives you the ability to explore the universe, to make perception of it. We are God in disguise. We are God in disguise. We are God in flesh. But the body can become attached to the mind, can become attached to the body if the mind is not aware of itself. When the mind is that blinded by matter, and we lack knowledge and understanding of what we truly are, a formless, infinite being, a traveler. This is why Freemasons are called Freemasons. Mason means traveler. Free. You're a free traveler because your consciousness is a traveler of the universe. When we lack understanding, our mind bounds to the body because we don't separate the body with our different layers of consciousness. When we separate them and identify that we are mind, body, emotion, you then can apply this knowledge to when you want to astral travel and explore the different realms of your mind, because the mind is the universe. People, this is what we need to understand. The mind is the universe. I am you and you are me. This is the Egyptians showing you this. The Ankh is the symbol of life. This is the one ball of consciousness, mind, giving it the Ankh life to all the different life forms. The cows, the birds, the snakes, and the big Ankh given to the humans, because the humans are the most intelligent. We have the most advanced consciousness. We have the most advanced consciousness. This is why the one is giving a big Ankh to the humans here. Here you see again, this is not the sun. This is also showing Ankh giving out its life to all things infinitely. And this is the Most High. We are the Most High in disguise. When we strip off the body, we strip off the desires for the physical world, we strip off all of these fake identities that the mind gets attached to. That is God. The universe. You are the universe experiencing itself. I and I. The letter I and the number 1 is just one line. The letter I is the number 1. Because your I am, when you refer to yourself as I, every single one of you who's watching this video refers to yourself as I, which is the one. We are all the one. We are all intelligence. We are all invisible. We are all the one. 1 is the only number. 1, 2, 3. Everything goes up in ones because there is only one. Doesn't matter how far you go down the line with numbers. All of their numbers are created by 1.
because there is only one. To me and you are the exact same consciousness expressed in different bodies. Mind, cause. There is only one cause. There is only one mind. There is only one being. But because we lack understanding of this, we think we are the bodies. And this causes division, because the physical world is the most illusionary world. It's an illusion. It's all an illusion. Now you see with the two, you look with the two eyes, but you see with the inner eye, the mind. Okay, the mind is the mental plane is a shared plane, and it gives perception to what you're looking at. The mind. I'm affecting you when I speak, because the mental plane is shared. We all share mind. We all express mind. When I'm speaking to you, I'm affecting you because we are mind. So the words that I'm saying, which are being manifested from my mind, are being manifested through my body into vibration, is affecting you. I'm affecting you with what I'm saying. And these words are having an effect on your mind, because we're all mind. This is why you need to be careful what you're listening to, music and all sorts. Because music can also create thought loops within your mind. Because the chorus, we shouldn't be listening to choruses. Choruses are loops. And what they're saying in the chorus is being looped. And this can create thought loops within your mind. Go and listen to an old song that you used to listen to about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Go and listen to an old song, and you guess what? You will get nostalgia. Why will you get nostalgia? Because that song will trigger the thoughts that you were thinking in that time of listening to that song. So songs with choruses create thought loops, and they reprogram your subconscious mind. It's important why music is very powerful. Mind and mind, same word. See, language is the truth, people. This is why I use language in all of my presentations, especially the English language. It's riddled with occult truth. I is my me. I, you, and me are I, one. We are not the name. We are I. Every single one of you is I, because we are all the one, all mind. Now, the only thing that is truly mine is my mind. When you say something is mine, it's an illusion. It's not yours. The only thing that is mine is mind, my mind. Okay? It's my mind. It's the only thing. It's the same word, mind and mind. Like I said before, everything's one. Hot and cold is different degrees of the same thing, of the one substance, of degrees. The 7 colors are different frequencies of the one white light. Everything is one. There is only one. We are all one. Everything is one. Hot, cold, day, night. It's the same degree of one, which is mind. The mind's perception is what's giving it, labeling it hot or cold. The mind's perception of colors is what is giving it red or purple, hot or cold. There is only mind. The mind gives things perception. There is only one, that is mind. The conscious and the subconscious mind. The male and the female, these are married. The subconscious mind is your hidden part of the mind. Okay, it's hidden. You can't really.
You can access it through different meditations and Reiki teachings, and dreams are manifestations of your subconscious. This is how you know mind and matter are one, because your mind creates matter in dreams. Your subconscious manifests everything in a dream, in the astral realms. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're consciously thinking of. So me, I am conscious that I am speaking into this mic and creating this video. My subconscious mind is the hidden part of the mind, which is speaking to my heart, telling it to beat. It's telling my food to digest. It's regulating all my blood. It's doing everything in my body without me being conscious of it. Without me being conscious. The subconscious is the feminine. The conscious is the male. The Bible, of course. Proverbs 12:4. Helpful, not helpful, an excellent wife is the crown of her husband, but she who brings shame is like rottenness in his bones. In the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. You can take that physically, you can take that literally, or you can take it metaphysically. See, the Bible's written in such a way where you can take it as your level of realization. He who loves his wife loves himself. If you love your subconscious, if you love yourself, you speak good about yourself, because your subconscious takes everything literally. If you say, I hate you to someone, your subconscious does not know the difference between me and someone else. It only thinks me, me, me. Why? Because mind is the only thing that exists. You are mind, I am mind. If I say, I hate you, you're saying that to yourself. Your subconscious picks that up and says, I hate myself. And that's telling your subconscious that's what you want. Because your subconscious manifests 90% of your behavior. The programs within your subconscious. Tying your shoelace is a program. You don't need to be conscious of it. You can just do it because it's a program. It's deeply interwoven in the subconscious. Driving your car, texting on your phone. You don't have to think about what letter. You just do it because you know where the letters are. It's a program. Therefore, if you look after your subconscious, they are a married couple. It's your wife. Your subconscious is your wife. And it manifests 90% of your daily basis thought patterns, actions, behaviors, emotions, all the things that you all the trauma that you've experienced is stored within your subconscious, which is affecting you. So let's say you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a really traumatic event, you really hurt yourself, and you had a very, very, very strong emotion that you felt of pain. That will still affect you today. And why? Because it will manifest into your behavior. How? Well, you'll be cautious of what cars to go in and who. You'll be cautious because of that event that stored within your subconscious, because of that feeling you felt was so painful and so strong. It's still manifesting into your behavior today. For example, you won't go in certain cars, you won't go with certain drivers. The subconscious stores everything, all your memories, the programs, and everything. So if you trick your subconscious, that's how you manifest your life. If you trick the subconscious, you already have something. And therefore it will manifest into your life, into your behavior, thoughts, and actions. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you want to be treated. Because I am you and you are me. We are all subconscious. We all have subconscious. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Because my subconscious picks that up and thinks I'm speaking to me. Mind is very powerful. Whatever I do to you, I do to me. Treat others like you want to be treated. The golden rule. That is the only rule we need in this realm, in the universe. If everyone understood this rule and how the subconscious works and how karma works, we'd live in heaven on earth, the Garden of Eden, the golden age. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Proverbs 23:7. Where your heart is, there will be your treasure. Your heart's the emotions. This is the storehouse of emotions. It is where you feel emotions. You have to let your emotions move through you, not become you. You can't let your emotions become you. Or except be like the sky and let them pass through you. Be like the clouds and the stars passing over. Let them pass through you. Do not let them become you. And this is how emotions can take over your mind. We are driven by, when a man is driven by emotions, he has no self to control. You must control the mind, because the mind can be corrupted. Because your thoughts are electrical in the brain. Your thoughts come from the mental plane. So how the mind works is that you place your attentions on something in the mind, and infinite information just flows in. Think about it. When you think of a certain topic, as soon as you think of that topic, information comes flying into your mind. Different ideas, ping, ping, ping. It's all connected. It's why we call it a mindset, because your mind sets itself to frequencies. And when we think of something, we tap into that frequency, and just the universe, the mind, the mental plane just flows in information based on that frequency and that thought. The universe is just information. All of the information out there, nothing is new. It's all there. You just have to tap into it. You can tap into these different thoughts, and it's all there. Everything already exists within the mental plane. You don't think anything. You receive thoughts. We all share the mental plane. We affect each other. I'm affecting you. Listening to me is affecting your mental plane, your mind. The physical plane is the lowest plane. It's the world of effect. Everything you see in the physical plane is the effect of mind. Like I said, the person walking is the effect of their mind telling the body to walk. The physical plane is the lowest dimension of your mind. Mother Earth, we are in a mother. We're in the womb still. The Earth is feminine. It looks after you. It provides you with food for free. It grows on trees with water. It's Mother Earth. It's the womb. The dome above your head is your mother's belly. Okay? Is your mother's belly. You're in the womb still. You're forever in the womb because your mind's constantly expanding. Because when the baby's mind figures out that there is a reality outside of its mother, it starts to hear the people outside of its mother, what does it do? It figures a way out of the mother, and it becomes born again in the water, in a hospital, into the other world. It's the same with our minds. When our minds figure out there is other worlds beyond this physical, we explore them. The astral plane, for example. You figure a way out of the body. Because when you're the firmament, look at the word firmament, meant at the end. Firm is firm, something strong, something like a rock is firm. If your mind is firm like a rock, you will be stuck under the firmament. So, for example, people who are very programmed and can't think outside the box, They have a firm mind and they'll be stuck under the firmament because your mind is the only thing that's keeping you under the firmament. It's the only thing. When you're doomed, doom is dome. This is the dome, which is your head. Your head is the dome. Above your head, above the earth is the dome, the ethereal barrier. But that's just an external manifestation of your head. You don't leave the earth, you leave your body to leave the earth. Because your body is the earth. It's a dimension within your mind. So when you're doomed, you're domed. Your reality is your level of realization. You realize something, or when you have an idea, the mind, and the EYE or I, same thing, mind, it's all mind. Reality is your level of realization. You realize there's other worlds. That's your reality. Your perception's your reality. Mind in Latin is mens. Jesus was known as the fisher of men, which is the fisher of minds. He was fishing minds worthy of knowing the higher truth, the deeper occult knowledge. Jesus figured out that we are all God. And he got killed for it because in that age they were trying to suppress this information. Jesus figured out he was God because we are all God, every single one of you, and they killed him because we're all mind. We are not the body. We're the invisible intelligence, which is God. But you are not God if your mind is attached to this physical world, to the worldly pleasures. If you master your mind and travel the depths of your mind, that is God. Mental and men. Look at the word mental. It has men in it. Men in the Bible means mind. Here you see Masonic. The Masonic symbol with the eye, the mind. Looking over, everything is the one. Everything comes from the one. All the lines coming off it. Giving its life to all of the life forms. Down here, on the bottom, you have duality, black and white. Up here, you have singularity. One and the two. Unification and division. The lower self is divided into the left and the right. So the Bible even says, I forgot what verse it is, but it says, it's better to go through life with one eye than to have two and be cast into the fiery abyss of hell. I'm not sure what verse it is, but you can research it yourself. It's better to go through life with one eye, to be unified. Unified consciousness. Dimension. No brainer. No brainer. The language tells you the truth, people. Dimension. The dimensions are in your mind. Entertainment. Entertain the mind. Disappointment. It's all in the mind. Environment. The environment that you are in is a product of your mind. Within, rearranged spells high twin. Within is your mind, and your external world is mirrored from the decisions you make in your mind. Advertisement, commitment, it's all meant, it's all mind, everything is mind. Everything. So, this is important. The collective thoughts and collective beliefs. The collective, because we all share the mental plane. And because of this is why we are in a weakened state of consciousness at the moment. because the collective thoughts and the collective minds overall are asleep, and they don't believe in anything. You see, everything is true within the mind. You think of something, it is there instantly. You think of a chair, it's there in your mind. You think of anything, it's there instantly. So everything's true within the mind. Anything can happen in the mind. Anything can happen on the physical plane if the collective consciousness, the collective minds, believe it to be true. This is why back in the days, in the ancient days, you look at all the old world stuff, you see all this crazy technology, and it's because as a collective, as humanity back then, they believed that they had much more open minds. Therefore, the things manifested in the physical world were a lot more out of the box, so to say, compared to today. For example, magic is not as powerful today because the masses don't believe in it. It's still powerful, don't get me wrong. But if the masses believed, or if everyone knew magic could be real, because it is, anything's real in the mind, it would be a lot more powerful. You see? So and what they're trying to do is create a hive mind worldwide. They're trying to make one religion, an external God. What happens when you worship something external? You give energy to it, because where attention goes, energy flows. Where your mind gives attention to, energy goes there. And when we all believe in external gods and give our worship and our power to these external things, we all give energy to it, which will manifest as a demon in the astral planes. It's a hive mind. They're trying to make a hive mind to summon our energy. Trying to summon our energy. And it through mind, through collective thoughts. The hive mind. They want one religion, one government, one currency, one belief system. And that will create a hive mind, which will limit our consciousness, which will limit what we can do in the physical world. Because if everyone doesn't believe in certain things, it cannot happen, because it's all in mind. Mind is so powerful. I am you and you are me. I hope you all enjoyed this video, people. If you haven't already, join the Wisdom Academy. The Wisdom Academy, we have many occult lectures just like this one. Also, we have just launched Mindwave Hub. If you want genuine frequencies, genuine binaural beats, because the ones on YouTube, the ones on Spotify, Apple Music, they're all tuned to A440 hertz, which shuts down the right hemisphere of the brain. If you want to gain access to your true consciousness, your mind, you need to balance the two hemispheres and balance the chakras. You can do that externally by listening to binaural beats. If you want true frequencies, true binaural beats to hemisync the chakras, hemisync the brain, to gain access to the different dimensions of your mind, well, you can gain access anyway, but it's going to help you if you're trying to learn this. Join Mindwave Hub. The link will be in the description. Listen to the binaural beats, meditate to them, listen to when you go to sleep. They'll massively benefit you. Thank you all, people. Hope you had an amazing, lesson. Hope you learned a lot. And please subscribe. God bless you all.
Welcome back, people. We're back with another video. Let's jump straight into this. Make sure to tune in till the end, because this It's got so much information in this video. So sit back and enjoy. So everything's Taurus fields. The Earth's a Taurus field. Everything's Taurus, which is electromagnetic field, electric and magnetic. The center of the Taurus field is where the two opposing forces meet in the center. And this is what creates the plane of inertia, the dielectric plane of inertia. Okay? You got red shift, blue shift, positive, negative, south and north pole, right? This is what the ancients were showing with the tree of life. As you can see here, this is the plane of inertia and this is the Taurus field. Everything consists of this. Everything is a Taurus field. A atom is a Taurus field. Okay. Now, the inertia is the 0 point. So this plane is a 0 point. It's the balance between two poles. Okay. Now, this creates matter because matter is two opposing forces in motion equalize. So these two forces coming together is what creates matter on this physical plane. And this is why we can't see the electromagnetic field, because it consists of one of the elements, which is either electric or magnetic. But when they combine together, it's what creates this physical plane, which is physical matter, which is light in motion. Now, everything is one. Don't get confused by duality. Duality is two opposing forces, but them two opposing forces are created by the same substance. It's two aspects of the same substance. So, for example, water and ice are the same thing. You know what I'm trying to say? But it's two aspects of the same substance, because all is one. The whole universe is one. All goes back to the one, which is God, the creator, or magnetism, whatever you want to call it, because magnetism pulsates. Electricity has two poles, red shift, blue shift. Okay. So red shift, blue shift is electricity, and electricity vibrates, and all vibration always comes back to a standstill point. But magnetism is what pulsates. This is why your heart pulses. You breathe, which is a pulse. This is the breath of the universe, magnetism. Now, this is why the earth is green, okay? Earth can be spelt heart. If you just move the H to the beginning, it spells heart, okay? Because the heart is the center of the Taurus field, which is the heart chakra for us humans, okay? We consist of the same field, as you already know. Heart being the center, which is green, which is the center of the seven colors. The center of the seven colors. This is the most powerful chakra in your body. People think it's the crown chakra, but it's the heart chakra because it's the center of the Taurus field. You must align them all and combine them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, Earth is green. Nature's green. Okay, this is because we live on heart chakra, the plane of inertia. It's the center of the Taurus field. Okay, and this is what the Egyptians called Isis, which is nature. Nature is balanced, and nature is female, Mother Nature, because it looks after us with the fruit it grows with abundance, and the water. It's a female energy, Mother Nature, and this is the symbolism of an equal, balanced arms. This is the scales, it's balanced. Mother Nature is balanced. This is why the sky is blue, because what comes after the heart chakra? Blue. Sky is blue. We live in Midgard. This is what the ancients called Midgard. You don't have to take this tree literally. It's a metaphor. We live in Midgard, where both positive and negative duality here. Now, Mount Meru. Mount Meru was known as the center of the earth, okay, or known as Hyperborea. And this is the North Pole, the electromagnetic North Pole. But when I say Mount Meru, it's not an actual mountain. They weren't saying there was a real mountain in the center of the earth. a magnetic rock. No. The plane of inertia, okay, there's something called a hyperboloid. That's what it's called, a hyperboloid. And this is the center of the torus field. And this hyperboloid is what is in the shape of a mountain, you see? So if I go to this next one, they say Hyperborea on this map. Why do they call it Hyperborea? Because this is the hyperboloid in the center of the torus field. And this is the electromagnetic mountain, a metaphor. Mountain, what they're metaphorically saying, this is the electromagnetic mountain at the center, the double vortex, the center of the torus field, which is the North Pole. Pole of electromagnetic energy. So this is why they call it Hyperborea. It comes from the word hyperboloid. And the center of the earth is so sacred. And they symbolize this with, obviously, the North Star, which is Polaris. And this is where the swastika comes from, because it's the 4 seasons moving around the North Star. This is the Big Dipper constellation moving around the North Star, which is Polaris. There's that pole again. Pole. Magnetic pole of the torus field. And this is where the green, emerald green, aurora borealis comes from. It comes from this center hyperboloid at the center of the earth, where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. The center of the plane of inertia, the center of the plane of inertia. This is the all-seeing eye as well. As you can see, they got the sun, the moon. This is the Masonic cosmos, the sun, the moon, and the all-seeing eye, because the eye is Polaris, the eye of the stars. It's all a big eye. Now, the eye means a lot more as well. It's not just that. There's different ways you can interpret symbols. Now, this is the emerald tablets. Deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit that binds all in its form. Okay? The flower of life is thine own place of thine spirit, and stream through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children, renewing the spirit from form unto form. This is the North Pole. This is what he's talking about. He's talking about the aurora borealis. Aurora borealis. It's the earth's aura. Emerald green. Heart chakra. Plane of inertia. Green. Earth. Heart. You see? All related. Now, there's many symbolism of this. So much symbolism of the ancients. The 7 layers of heaven. 7 layers of heaven, which are the 7 planets. Okay? These planets are the solar system. It's the solar system because we are the soul. We are the sun, the soul. And we're inside of a solar system, which is the 7 planets. That's why there's 7 layers of heaven. Okay? The rings of Saturn, the rings of the planets are moving around us. Okay? So this is what the ancients were depicting in their cosmology. Now this is the Hebrew cosmology of the earth. This is the Mayan cosmology of the earth. You see, it's all an enclosed system. We live inside of a giant torus field. All is atum. It's what the ancients said, the ancient Egyptians said. All is atum. Atoms are torus fields. Don't be tricked by the modern science today with the current model of an atom. It's completely wrong. They're hiding the torus field. They're hiding the electromagnetic field, which is in everything. Absolutely everything is in motion, and motion comes from this field. And you see, this is upside down, but this is the I think it's pretty sure it's candles, but the 7 candles, the 7 planets, the 7 Elohim. You see, it all goes back to the stars and the heavens. Now, this is how the earth really works, with the stars on the outside of the cosmic egg, and then the torus field spinning around the sun and the moon, the positive and the negative charge. The sun gives you energy, the moon takes your energy. The moon controls monthly cycles. Moon is mon. This is etymology. Mon, month, money, demon, monster. Stir is star, moon star. We are all stars. Youngster, minister, superstar, Hollywood star. We're all stars. We come from the stars, which is heaven. Our soul comes from the stars. You see, we are the universe. The image of man is made in the universe. We are a microcosm of the universe. The universe is a macro. We are micro. We consist of everything: the body, mind, and spirit. The sun, the soul. Moon, the mind. Earth, the body. Body, mind, and spirit. We have 12 systems in the body, which are governed by the 12 zodiac signs. Starting at the Aries, which is the ram of God, all the way down to Pisces and Capricorn, kneecap. It all goes back to the stars. We are the stars. We are the universe. Everything is inside of us. Everything. Like they say, the temple of Solomon, the temple of the soul and man. The soul, the temple is the body. The soul is the soul, and the man is the mind. The temple of the soul and the mind. Body, mind, and spirit. We consist of the 5 elements: air, spirit, water, earth, and fire. We consist of everything. We are the universe. We're made in God's image, which is the universe. You see? Now, everything goes back to the stars. The ancients worship the stars because the stars govern everything. They govern the systems in the body. They govern your life. This is why your zodiac is so important, your sign. Each zodiac has a specific element associated with it as well. Aries, which is the first sign, the Ram of God, the Lamb of God, which is a fire sign. Fire, first. Fire, first. F-I-R, this is etymology. The cerebrum, ram, which is in the brain. Aries, the ram, controls the head, the face, and the nose upwards. So it controls the cerebrum. The Torah, which is, I'm pretty sure it's a Hebrew Bible, which is the Taurus. Tornado comes from the Taurus field. You see? Everything's inside of you. It all goes back to the Taurus field, and the Taurus field is everything. Now, like I said, 12 zodiac signs, 12 systems, 12 cranial nerves in the brain, the 12 disciples of the Bible. All symbolic. Have to read the Bible properly. Now, this center, at the center of the earth, right? This is what's stirring the ether. And the ether consists of the 4 elements. Because there's 5 elements. Spirit can be called ether. People call it spirit or ether. Ether is pure potential, pure energy. It's what connects the astral to the physical. It's the dimension between the physical realm, which we're on, and the astral. So it has pure potential. It's pure energy. This is why we say either. I either want to go there or there. It's connecting 2 scenarios. That's what the ether is. It's connecting the 2 worlds, the astral and the physical. The center is like the cosmic womb. There's a black hole in the center. This is the center of the Taurus field. This is the womb of creation. This is the womb of creation. And inside of this black womb are the 5 elements, and everything's being stirred around. Everything's in motion. Light is motion. Everything's motion. Now, like I said earlier, light crystallizes into physical matter. They are the same substance. Spirit and matter are the same substance, but different variations, different aspects of the same substance. Low vibrational spirit turns into matter. High vibrational matter turns into spirit. Or light, whatever you want to call it. Matter is light crystallized. This is where we get the 7 metals from. The planets. The planets are light. Specific frequencies and vibration of light. When these lights, or the planets, materialize, material metals, materialize, they turn into the 7 metals. Saturn turns into lead. That's why lead is red. Saturn is red. The sun turns into gold. That's why the gold is yellow and the sun is yellow. You see, Saturn is the time god. What happens in autumn? The leaves turn red and they die. This is why Saturn, Satan, time god, the reaper, everything is crystallized till it's death. and then reborn again. You see? Rust. When things rust, it turns to red. Because it's Saturn. Saturn crystallizes everything. He's the Reaper who comes around in winter. You see? He's Satan. Jesus and Satan, the Sun and Saturn. They say we live in a solar system. The solar system. I think I've already just broke this down. The 7 planets are the 7 chakras. Everyone already knows this. But I'm going through it anyway. But this is where we get the 7 planets from. And the 7 metals. You see, all the ancients knew it was an enclosed electromagnetic system. It's not a spinning ball in the middle of space, people. They want you to believe this so you get stuck in this material world. Because if you believe everything's material, you can never affect this plane effectively. You can never create your life effectively if you don't understand the planes of existence. Because the mental plane is a higher plane. And it breaks down and it controls the planes below it. The mental plane, hold on, I've got it here for you. The mental, the astral, etheric, and physical. Etheric connects the physical to the astral, but the mental is what's above them all. You see? Now, it's important to understand this. It's important. However, the ancients always talked about the enclosed system. Only NASA, which is introduced around the Roman times, not NASA, but the globe Earth was introduced around the Roman times. Okay? By these Masons. These Masons introduced this because they wanted to take over the minds of the masses and control them. These people worship the physical realm. They know how it works. They know the ins and outs of it. They know how to do the magic. They know how to do it all. They understand it all. That's why Masonry have to take the oath. The oath of not speaking. You're not allowed to speak about anything you learn about in Masonry. Because they're discovering the truth about your mind and how it creates reality and stuff like that. So, this is the Masonic cosmology. The 5-pointed star, the 5 elements. The checkerboard for duality, positive and negative. The 2 aspects of every substance. This is another ancient painting depicting the firmament. The stars inside the firmament. The sun. You see, the ancients worshipped the sun because it's so important for sustaining our life. It's the only reason we're alive is because of the sun. But then people think it gives you cancer today. They brainwash you to think the sun gives you cancer when it's the #1 source of all life. They want you to believe it's a big, spinning, dangerous ball and says, it's not. It's here to give us life. It's God's Son. That's why Jesus is known as God's Son. It is the Son of God. God created that to sustain us. You see? So it's important you understand the true cosmology of where you are. Because if you don't know where you are depleted of all of your morals. You're depleted. You're demoralized. You're lost. You don't know where you are. You don't know where you exist. Okay? Once you accept the globe model, the heliocentric model, you will subconsciously think that you come from nothing. This is why they implemented the evolution theory just after the globe model was introduced by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin came in after the globe model. He's a Mason. He was another Freemason. And implemented evolution where we came from monkeys because they want you thinking less of yourself so they can manipulate your mind. You see? They want to manipulate your mind, and they have done since you got here. Since you came through that portal, you were manipulated from that day to believe this, believe that. The true cosmology, the truth will set you free. You'll understand things better. You will feel better in yourself when you know the sun is here for you. You'll feel better in yourself that you know that you didn't come from a monkey. You were created as a human, a manifester, a creator. You're so intelligent. Your mind is amazing. You can manipulate matter, mind over matter. See? Thank you all people for tuning in. Tap in with yourself. Love yourself. Find the truth. Spread the truth. Nothing dies. Nothing in this creation dies. Everything's energy. Everything's light. Light can never die. You're a light being. That's why it says Q. Q man. Q is light in Hebrew or Latin. Either one of the two. You are light. You're a light being. You never die. Ever, ever, ever die. Ever. Stop thinking you're going to die. This body will die because it contains electricity. And electricity always goes back to a standstill point because of vibration. Electricity vibrates. You are pure light. You will never ever die. Thank you all people. God bless. Make sure to like, subscribe and share. What is good, people? It's Revival of Wisdom. I hope you're all doing well. And this video is how to raise your holy oil or your Kundalini. Let's get straight into this. So this is a monthly cycle. Every month, when the moon is in your zodiac sign, this oil is released. Now, the moon is in control of monthly cycles. For women, it's the menstrual cycle, and as well, this holy oil cycle. The moon changes sign every 2.5 days and passes through the zodiac signs in 27 days. So the moon tells the day, the sun tells the time, the stars tell the month. This reality is a massive clock, if you like to say. It's a cycle. Okay. The moon controls the night, emotions, water, fluids, and the mind. Okay. So this oil is produced in the claustrum. It's produced in the claustrum, which is here, right? This is where you get Santa Claus from. Now, the claustrum is at the center of the brain, and it is next to the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. Once it starts in the claustrum, this is the holy presence. This is the present that Santa gives to us, Santa Claus. And it goes to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. And what's connected to the pituitary gland and the pineal gland is the Ida and the Pingala. The Pingala is the pineal gland's nerve, which is the honey, which is the positive charge, electric. And the pituitary is the Ida nerve, which is the magnetic charge. This is the milk, the land flowing with milk and honey. This is the brain, the heaven, heaven, okay? And it travels down the spine using these two nerves, these electromagnetic charge. And this is what the ancients symbolized with the two serpents wrapped around the spinal cord, the Ida and the Pingala. And this travels down to the sacrum or the solar plexus. Okay. So once it's here, okay, the spine is an elongation of the brain. So the spine is pretty much the brain. It's an extension of it. And it's kind of a microcosm of how we descended from heaven to physical reality, to physical matter, which is our consciousness has done. Our consciousness has descended from heaven into physical matter. And this is a microcosm of it. Okay. So once we're in the sacrum bone, this holy oil, like I've just explained, this holy oil starts in the Santa claustrum, goes down the chimney to the sacrum. This is the sacrum, the solar plexus. and drops the present off at the sacrum. Now, once we're at the sacrum, we need to raise our vibration to take this oil back up the spine. Okay. And the River Jordan symbolizes this in the Bible. King Herod wants to kill Jesus in Nazareth, which is here, this is the River Jordan, is Nazareth. He goes to be born in Bethlehem and then goes back up to Nazareth, to Joseph and Mary. Joseph and Mary, the pineal gland and the pituitary gland. The Bible is huge symbolism. It's all metaphors for this sacred process which goes on inside of your body. You are the Temple of Solomon. You are the Holy Land. The Holy Land is your brain. Once this oil is at the sacrum, you need to raise your vibration in order to take it back up. Once this oil has gone back up to the pineal gland, it activates the crystals which are wrapped around your pineal gland. Your pineal gland is this tiny little beam here. This is the claustrum. This is the pineal gland. And it's wrapped in crystals. And when this oil travels back up the spine by raising your vibration, back to the upper room where Jesus met the 12 disciples, or the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, and it activates and it turns on this pineal gland. And once it's turned on, it illuminates all the cells and the nerves in your brain and turns them all on and activates the higher God man, the God consciousness, Christ consciousness. And it regenerates the whole body. This is the secret to regeneration. It regenerates all the cells in the body. And this is how the ancients lived for thousands and thousands of years, as talked about in ancient texts. They lived for hundreds and thousands of years because they knew this secret. And this fluid, this brain fluid, the secretion, or the Christos in Greek, which means gold, because this is the alchemical process from turning lead to gold. Your body is the alchemical furnace. Now, the ancients knew about this center of the brain because they symboled it. This is the Eye of Ra, and it's the brain. And this is what's wrapped around our consciousness. Our consciousness isn't wrapped around the brain. The brain is built around the consciousness. We are the consciousness. You don't have a soul, you are the soul. Okay? Now, the head, heaven, hell, heel at the bottom of your foot, that's hell. Head is heaven and hell. Simple. Now, the pineal gland produces DMT, which is dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. So, let's move on. Now, when this oil travels up, back, the spine, the chimney, it crucifies at the top, which is called the vagus nerve. So when it reaches here, the optic thalamus, it crosses and crucifies once it's raised back up. And this is why Jesus dies at 33. He was crucified at 33. Because you have 33 vertebrae on the back of your spine. And then it's crucified by the cross of the vagus nerve. When this oil crosses the vagus nerve, this is the crucifixion at 33. And it symbolizes the death of the physical consciousness. You then become spirit. You then become God consciousness, activating the Kundalini, regenerating the body and the mind. Okay. The Garden of Eden. You are the Garden of Eden. The land of milk and honey is upstairs. The pituitary, which is the milk, the pineal gland, which is the honey, which is DMT. It even says this in the Bible. As he brought us into the place, and he has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey, which is also symbolized as the sun and the moon. The Bible also says, the light of the body is the eye, not the eyes, the eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. This is the activation of the pineal gland by raising this oil. back up to the pineal gland, to the center of the brain. Neither shall they say, see that here, or see there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. So he's saying, don't look out there. Nothing is out there. It's all inside of you. Everything's inside of you. You're the universe. Now, how to raise this oil back up to the pineal gland? Every month, like I said, the moon controls the cycle. The moon controls monthly cycles. When the moon is going into your zodiac sign every month, this oil goes down the spine and you must raise your frequency to get it back up. You must retain your seed. This is the most important. Your fluid, your secret, your holy fluid, your life force. You can't let that go. That life force is the reason you're alive. This holy oil is the reason you're alive, because it feeds all of the systems in your body. It feeds all the systems in your body. You have to retain your seed, alkaline diet, positive thinking, and meditation. Okay? When you retain your seed, you will live longer. The moment you release it, you're killing yourself. You're killing a piece of yourself every time you release your seed. Every single time. You're killing a part of yourself. Okay? Now, this could be why this could be the illumination, the single eye on the Illuminati's symbol, the Freemasonic symbol, the illuminated eye, the triangle, which could symbolize the body, mind, and spirit, but the eye illuminated. Now, in the Bible, it talks about the two trees, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. The tree of knowledge is the tree of good and evil, which is the most important system in your body, which is the nervous system. The nervous system, the most important. The tree of good and evil. And the tree of life, which is the cardiovascular system. Now, this oil, when it's released every month, feeds these two systems, and these two systems feed everything. Now, it's important you understand that. Okay? The ancients knew all of this knowledge. The Bible's telling you this knowledge. But it's in a metaphorical way. You have to understand the context behind it so you can read it properly. Now, eating of the tree of life, which is when it talks about in the Bible, eating from the tree of life is actually symbolizing a bad diet, ejaculation, because you're eating from these two systems. You're killing yourself with a bad diet. You're killing yourself with an ejaculation. Okay? So, that's important to understand. Now, this is Jacob's ladder in the Freemasons. Jacob's ladder, which is the spinal cord, it's the stairway to heaven. And this is Jack and the Beanstalk when he goes up the beanstalk and finds the golden egg in the grey clouds. The grey clouds symbolize the grey matter in your brain. Now, the Garden of Eden talks about the 4 different rivers in Garden of Eden. As we see here, the North Pole map, the ancient North Pole map, because the center of the earth is the center of the torus field. Everything's the torus field. Atoms are torus fields. Everything's torus fields. You are the universe. Everything is within you. The North Pole is your spinal cord. This is why they say Santa Claustrum comes from the North Pole. This is the North Pole. And the Santa Claustrum is the center of your brain. Now, there's 4 rivers which come from the Garden of Eden. There's the blood, the Christ oil, which is the oil we're talking about, urine, and saliva. These are the 4 sacred oil, 4 sacred fluids in your body. And these are constantly abused in today's society. Also, these secret societies are targeting these fluids. Okay? This is why porn is free. They sexualize society through Disney. Go and look at some of the Disney movies. There's so many subliminal messages which sexualize these children because they want you sexualized. So you release your seed, which is one of the holy fluids in your body, especially your semen, your sexual energy. So important you retain this. So important, because it's your life force. It keeps you alive. Okay. Now, let's recap on this. If you want to raise your oil every month, you can't just retain your seed for the month. You have to retain your seed forever. Don't just do it for a couple of days. Have to do it. It's a lifestyle. You want to become God consciousness, you got to do what it takes. It's hard in this society because this society is made around, it's designed to kill you pretty much. It's designed to keep you in these lower states of consciousness with all the bad food, the chemicals in the food, the chemicals in the water, the sexualized TV programs, sexualized adverts, sexualized TikTok and apps, videos, subliminally stimulating you because that is your weakness, sex. It's your weakness. Now, you have to retain your seed, meditation, and an alkaline diet. Why alkaline? Because acidic is low vibrational. This is the color spectrum. And what's the highest vibrational color? Violet. It's the lowest, red. You have to have an alkaline body in order to raise this oil. When you drink, when you have a bad diet, when you drink alcohol, when you smoke, this destroys the oil. It destroys the oil in your sacrum and it can't be raised again, can't be raised up. This is why it's so important. Without that oil, you don't live. That oil makes you live. It feeds everything in your body. It's crazy how we're not taught this. It's insane. But that is how you raise the oil, people. I hope you all gain some knowledge out of this video. And I hope this assists you on your journey, your spiritual journey. And please like and share this video. We need this knowledge out to the public to wake up humanity. Thank you all, people. God bless.
What if I told you that reincarnation is real and that there is a metaphysical, spiritual science behind this? Most people leave this world just as lost when they entered it. That they carry their fears, attachments, and addictions with them, only to be born again, trapped in the same cycle, repeating the patterns of lifetime after lifetime. This lecture is not just about preparing for death. It's about mastering yourself before death, so you don't take them burdens with you. Because the truth is, whatever addictions, fears, and unresolved emotions you cling to in this life, you carry with you into the next. Unless you break free now. You must master yourself before death. Death is not the end. It is the great passage. But how we transition depends on our mastery of the self. This was symbolized by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail. Every ending is a new beginning. It's an infinite cycle of consciousness. Now, your human body is basically an antenna tapped in to a stream of consciousness. Just like a radio is tapped into a specific frequency to play that radio. Your body is basically an antenna, a crystal picking up the consciousness of God. You are on an ever-ending journey, a journey of learning and expansion of the mind into new fields of thought. This was symbolized as the Ouroboros. When you die, it is a new beginning. It's a transitioning, not an ending. Everything is eternal in this universe as consciousness is formless and constantly transforms into new forms of life. Let's break down the word death. Death contains the word ether. Now, the ether can be found in the word heart or earth. Ether. Everything in this plane comes from the etheric plane. The etheric plane is the barrier between the physical plane and the spiritual plane, the astral plane. The astral plane is the screen that you have in your mind that allows you to imagine a red apple, for example. This is the imaginative plane where thought forms start to take form. Everything begins as a thought, then the thought form becomes an imagination, then energy, then physical. Everything in the physical plane is a shadow of thought, all objects manifested as thought. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. This is why we say reach for the stars. Or this is why you say you are a star. Cis star, miss star, fraud star, stir is star. And when you become famous, you become a superstar and you gain a star on the Hollywood floor. You are a star. The ether. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come out of and return back to. This is the cycle of life and death, summer and winter, day and night, sleep and awake. The ether is the infinite energy source which all things come from and will return back to. Okay, sorry about that little error. The ether is the boundless source of energy from which all things emerge, to which all things return to. We can see this in the cycle of the sun. The sun does this wave of creation. It rises and it falls. We have the day and the night. The daytime represents our conscious mind when we are alert. The nighttime represents our subconscious mind when we are inside the spiritual realms. The nighttime is spirit, the daytime is matter, spirit and matter, awake and asleep, conscious and subconscious. We see this in the yearly cycle. Summer is life, winter is death. Spring is the morning, summer is midday, autumn is evening, winter is the night. Everything is a macro and a micro cycle of being born out of the ether and returning back from life and death. Life and death is manifested within the cycles of the sun and everything outside of you, as within, so without. This is why we say sleep is the cousin of death. The macrocosm is death, the microcosm is sleep. Every time you go to sleep, you are essentially it's a miniature death. You're entering into spirit and then returning back into matter in the morning when the sun rises. Everything is a reflection of the macrocosm cycles. Preparation for death. The first thing we must do in order to prepare for death, for life after death, in order to stop being reincarnated in this cycle of materialism, in order to progress as a soul, because remember, you are a soul in a body. Just like the sun gives power and life to the earth, your soul gives power and life to your body. When you say I, you're referring to the soul. And your soul can be stuck underneath layers of false identifications. Who you believe yourself to be is merely a collection of subconscious programs running within your mind. Now that's very deep. That is very, very deep. Who you think you are is a part of your thinking mind. Your name, your job, your reputation, your family, your friends. These things are not you. They're all aspects of the thinking mind. What happens if you meditate and you turn off the mind? Then all these things do not exist. You're left with the pure soul, the pure awareness, the pure observation. If you turn off the thinking mind, you're no longer your body, you're no longer your reputation, you're no longer your friends, you're no longer your job and your labels. You are the soul. That's the true you, the observation of the mind, not the thinking mind. The ego is the echo. It's an echo of your true self. The ego is your mind's perception of itself, shaped by experiences, trauma, emotions, and beliefs. It is merely an echo of your true soul self. The ego is not you. Your mind is not you. You are the soul. And this is the true self that we must express within our life and we must connect with before we die. Because when we die under the echo, under these false layers of the emotions, the traumas, the experiences, the addictions, the emotional attachments, when we die underneath all of this, we don't know our true self. The soul is still hidden. The true you is hidden underneath these layers of false identification. We must remove these layers of false identifications. We must remove them. We must destroy the echo. Remember, the ego, you never had an ego when you were a child. When you were a child, you were pure. You didn't, you didn't show off things. When you were a child, you were pure. You expressed yourself freely with you didn't hide anything. You didn't hide any aspect of yourself. You didn't suppress any aspect of yourself to fit in as a child, as a baby. Because the ego was not here when you came here. The ego grows with experience. The ego is a false perception of yourself while being incarnated in this material world. It's your mind's perception of itself and it's created through your experience. Remember, you are unconditioned consciousness, and your experiences, thoughts, traumas, emotions, and beliefs have conditioned your consciousness into believing you're only a physical body, but you are the soul. We have to remove these layers. How do we remove these layers? Like I said, the best thing, meditation. Meditation, there is a great meditation that you can do every single morning and every single nighttime. You can sit there and repeat over and over before you meditate. You can repeat that you are not this, you are not that, you are not this. You can label them one by one. Start with, I am not my body, I am not my job, I am not my name. And then detach from absolutely everything until you are left with nothingness. And when you start to meditate, detach from everything. Nothing matters. I am here right now. And what will be left? The only thing that will be left is the language that your mind is using. Now, this is very deep. Not many people will tell you this, but I've lingered in meditation many times. And I can tell you from experience that the only thing left once you detach from everything is the language that your mind is attached to. So whether that's English, Italian, French. Once you detach the language of the mind that that little voice in your head's using, you're left with the soul. Once the mind is switched off, you're left with the soul, and you have detached from all of these external things. You're left with the soul. That's you. That's the power. That's the source of all creation, where everything you've ever done has come from. Every thought, every idea has come from your soul. Number two, that's meant to say number two. Sorry about that. Mental addictions and emotional addictions. Okay. These two are very important. Mental addictions, this could be thought patterns. This could be the labels that we've just been talking about. Then you have emotional attachments, which is maybe you're too attached to an external thing. Maybe you're too attached to your phone. Maybe you're too attached to family. Maybe you're too attached to loved ones. Yes, I'm not saying don't love them, but what I'm saying is do not rely on anything in this world to make you happy, to fulfill your emotional needs. Everything is found within you. You must look within, and if you're looking without, if you're trying to find yourself in the outer world, you'll never find yourself. You'll constantly be looking around in loops. Because you cannot find yourself in the outer world. Nothing will give you long-term validation. Seeking validation in the outer world will leave you soulless, leave you feeling empty inside and sad and depressed. You have to find yourself within. You have to detach from everything you are relying on to give you emotional stableness. You have to detach from all. Yes, love your children. Yes, love these people, but do not rely on them. Because everything in this world is temporary. Do not conform to this world. The Bible tells you this. Everything in modern society nurtures the body, but neglects the soul. They keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Smoking, you have to detach. Drugs, you have to detach. Alcohol, detach. You cannot rely on anything. This is why this path is very, very difficult to walk, but I'm showing you the way. These are the things you must do before death. You have to detach from absolutely everything. If you die and your mind and soul is still addicted to these worldly things, then you guess what? You're going to reincarnate. You're going to reincarnate because your mind is still thinking about these material earthly things. And if you are operating in that vibration, you're going to project that vibration and come back here. You have to detach. You have to master the soul and master the mind. Like I said, the matrix is designed to keep you addicted to as many things as possible. Your phone, food, smoking, drugs, alcohol, clubbing, all of these things. Everything in society is made to trap your soul and reincarnate in this world. That's why it's very, very, very difficult to walk this path. Very difficult. Matrix, matter, tricks. John 2:15 to 17. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. For when you love the world, you will lose God. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Great quote. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed. Let this world transform you. Learn from this, expand from this. But do not be mentally and emotionally attached. Okay? What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? Like I said, everything in the Bible is telling you the truth. You just got to read it correctly. This is spirituality. This is spirituality. The Bible is spiritual. It's a spiritual text. We must disconnect from everything outside of us and connect with the true soul. Here we have the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here we have the soul here. Here we have the Masons showing you the soul coming out. The soul is real. You are the soul. And when you leave this physical plane, you will go into the astral plane. That's where you came from. You came from the astral. You came from the stars. You incarnated into this physical body. Your consciousness fell into this material form to experience limitation, to experience a 3D world. So in order to ascend properly before we die, we have to let go of all the attachments. Every addiction you have, write them down. And one by one, tackle them. Before you die, you have to, or else you will reincarnate. This is the teachings of Egyptians. This is the teachings of Masonry. All of these addictions contribute towards life after death. Everything must be controlled. And we must be attached to the soul. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm perfect, people. We're all not perfect. We're all under psychological operation by the government. We're all in a very difficult situation with this awakening. I'm simply pointing out what I know from my journey and what I've been learning through occultism and research and reading lots of books and many different things. I'm on this journey just as you are. Maybe I'm further. Maybe you're ahead of me. We don't know. But this is what I'm sharing with the world. This is what I'm sharing with my research. And this is what makes sense. It's common sense. Look at everything around you. Everything's made to feed the body, not the soul. So my beautiful watchers and fans and supporters, I appreciate every single one of you, and I hope this video has supported your journey. If you're feeling lost in life, if you're searching for deeper answers, whether you're seeking clarity, looking to expand your studies, or ready for personalized mentoring, this is your chance to connect with me live and receive insights tailored just for you. Start your path to self-mastery and enlightenment inside the world's best esoteric school. Your journey starts now. Tap the link in the description if you want to join Ethereal University, or feel free to check out my books. I thank you all, and I really appreciate for 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I love every single one of you. Make sure to drop a like, a comment, and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Let me know some ideas for, lectures, anything that you want to know. I can make lectures on them. Just drop it in the comments. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care.
Mentalism, conscious and subconscious mind. You need to understand that the mind is the root and the cause of all reality. I am mind, you are mind. Every single living creature in this physical plane expresses and manifests mind. We are all the invisible substance of mind. We are all the source, which is God. We are all consciousness, which is mind. Before we manifest something physically, we manifest it within the realm of thought, which is the mind. Thought then manifests into astral imagination. This then gives energy within the etheric plane. Then we manifest it physically within the material effect world. Everything begins in the mind, and this is why the government are called government. The word men comes from the Latin word mans, which is an English translation for mind. We see this word in entertainment, government, mentality. It means mind. Govern means control. They are controlling the mind through information. Information creates perception within our minds, and so do the words that we use and the language that we speak. It all creates perception within the mind. It is our perception that creates reality, and our reality is a level of realization. Your reality is realization. Everything begins in the mind. This is why they are controlling your mind through many different things. Okay? So essentially, they understand how the mind works. So this is why they manifest all things through mentally and not physically. Okay? You have a conscious and a subconscious mind. The conscious mind is what you are consciously aware of. It is the 10% of your mind. It is the mind that keeps you alert. A part of your conscious mind is for survival. A part of it is your visual field. A part of it is your just five senses. It is basically what you are consciously aware of right now. Your subconscious mind is the 90% of your mind. The subconscious mind is what holds all of your memories, your programs, and all things that you have ever experienced is all stored within the subconscious mind. It is this part of you where you draw memories from, where you draw your words from. I am consciously speaking, but the words that are coming out of my mouth are not thought about consciously. They are coming straight from the subconscious mind, where all programs and memories are stored. It is essentially this part of the mind which is manifesting our daily basis behavior. Because the subconscious mind stores the programs which we are operating our life off. For example, if you tie your laces, you do no longer have to consciously do them. Your hands literally just know exactly what to do because you've done it that many times. So essentially, you create these programs within your subconscious mind through repetition and emotion. These are the two main ways your subconscious mind is programmed and installs things that you do on autopilot. The subconscious mind, like I said before, manifests 90% of your daily basis actions and 90% of your daily basis thought patterns. For example, if you were in a car crash 10 years ago and you had a very traumatic event, that car crash and that emotion that you felt in that time impressed your subconscious mind with a program. And even to this day, 10 years later, you are still wary about entering cars because of that program. Even though you may be not thinking about the car crash, you are still wary about entering cars because of that program, because of that emotion impressed upon the subconscious mind. You see, everything you say, everything you think, and everything you feel is telling your subconscious mind, that is what I want. The subconscious mind takes everything literally. Even if you are talking about someone else, your subconscious mind only knows you, and it only knows yes, and it only knows the now, the present moment. So this is why the golden rule back in the ancient days was treat others like you want to be treated. Because the way you treat others is telling your subconscious mind that is how you want to be treated. And this will create subconscious programs within you, affecting you. So, before you go to sleep every single night, what you want to do is to impress your subconscious mind with thinking and feeling of something that you want to become. Become that reality. Think and feel that reality. And by doing this, you are impressing your subconscious mind, and you will wake up in the morning with ideas. Because when you install a program within your subconscious mind, like I said before, it manifests into at least 50% of your thought patterns. So let's say I created a program within my subconscious mind of how to become financially free. Well, I created the program that I am financially free. My conscious mind will start to slowly think about that program and how I can achieve that program, because the conscious mind operates on survival. So if you create a subconscious program of I am financially free, your survival conscious mind will start to operate and think and act on this program subconsciously. You won't even know that you are doing it, but you are. And this is the power of the subconscious mind. You have to reprogram it properly. You have to be careful of the things you think, say, and feel, because all of this is contributing towards molding your subconscious mind, which essentially molds your reality. It draws things to you.
What is good, people? We're back with another video, and today we're talking about the chakras. Let's jump straight into this, because I know there's been a lot of requests for this video. So let's jump straight into this. So you have 7 chakras, right? 7 chakras. And these chakras are feeding off your electromagnetic field, known as your aura. This is both positive and a negative pole, male and female, right? This electromagnetic field is made out of electric and magnetism, and together they come as electromagnetic. Now, your chakras, the word chakra just means wheel, spinning wheel, because that's what they are. They are spinning wheels of energy. They do not exist on this physical plane. They exist on the etheric plane. Okay. Now, these energy centers are known to regulate your emotions, and each energy center controls the organs and cells in that particular area of the body. So, for example, your sacral chakra will control the cells and organs of your sexual reproduction area. Okay, the navel chakra or solar plexus will control the digestion in your body. Same with the heart, same with the throat, right? So they are like mini brains for each center of your body. They run along up the spine, but notice the crown chakra exists outside the body. It's just above the head. Now, this process of the chakras is obviously the 7 colors of the rainbow, starting from red, which is the lowest vibrational color, all the way to violet, which is the highest vibrational color. This, like I said, these energy centers are feeding off your electromagnetic field. So if these chakras are unbalanced, they are taking too much energy from your electromagnetic field, making it weaker. Now, this is the North Pole. As you all know, the Earth is flat, and we live inside of a giant torus field, and the North Pole is the Earth's heart chakra. And this is why the aurora borealis, or the northern lights, whatever you want to call them, that's why they are green, and they are being emitted from this center point of the Earth, because it's symbolizing the heart chakra, which is green, right? Now, you do work your way up to these. However, this is a torus field. You are a torus field. You have different layers of this torus field, right? And you need to balance all of these chakras, but you can't move up these chakras until you open the one below it. So it's like a stairway. You can't go to your solar plexus without going through your sacral. You see? So you have to work up these. However, you have to work up these and then live from the heart, because the heart is the center of the torus field. It's the balance between male and female poles, positive and negative poles. So you have to balance all of these chakras and then bring them all into one, which is the heart chakra. Now, they exist on the etheric plane. They exist on the etheric plane, and the etheric plane is a layer of the material plane. It's the one higher than the material plane. And then after the etheric plane, it melts into the astral plane. So they exist just between the physical and the astral aspect. Now, this is the yin and yang matter, which is the lowest root chakra, physical matter, and then to spirit, because high vibrational matter turns into spirit, low vibrational spirit turns into matter. So they're interchangeable. This is the yin and yang. Now, when you see ancient paintings with the halos, you see this is like a toroidal field coming out the top of his head, you see, with a halo. This was symbolizing in the old days, in the ancient days, that they've aligned their chakra, they've reached Christ consciousness, which is God consciousness, right? Now, this electromagnetic field is the apple that we bit out of in the Bible, because you see that apple is a torus field. So they were metaphorically or personifying the torus field. That's what the Bible is. It's a massive personification. It's all metaphors. You have to read it properly. It's got a greater meaning behind it. Now, when we bit from the apple, we ate from the tree of knowledge, which is good and evil. Our lower mind took over, so we materialized to feed our physical bodies. We materialized through Saturn. That's what Saturn does. Now, if you don't understand that, go and watch the video previous to this one called Occult Secrets of Saturn. And that will show you how Saturn is the materializer. Now, this is one of the secrets behind the Masonic compass, electric and magnetic, male and female, duality, positive and negative. Now, like I said, they teach you about the torus field, about a magnet in school, but they don't teach you about your electromagnetic field. Everything alive has a torus field. It is the building block of this creation. Absolutely everything has a torus field. There's not one thing without it. And as you can see here at the center of the apple, that's where the seed is. That's where the life is. The reproduction of that organism. As you see, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored, in the center, because this is where the two duality, this is where the field meets at the very center. This is why the seed is at the very center. Now, your spine is a elongation of the brain. The brain is heaven, and the bottom of the spine is hell. So this is Saturn, which is the root chakra. The 7 planets are associated with each chakra. Moon equals mind. Okay. Now, Saturn is physical matter, as I've just explained. This is the lowest vibrational color. And they want you trapped down here, which is your hell state, your animal nature. your physical nature. They want you to identify as the physical body. They don't want you to reach these higher states of consciousness. Okay? Now, in the brain, you have 12 convolutions. Now, this is what they were symbolizing in the Bible with the 12 disciples. And obviously in the Bible, it says the upper room where Jesus met with his disciples. This is heaven, the brain, the higher states of consciousness. Now, this is your North Pole. This is Jacob's ladder. Okay. This is why you have 33 levels of Freemasonry, because it's symbolizing the 33 vertebrae, which are these little things here on the back of your spine. Because once the Kundalini energy from the bottom of your spine rises to the top, this is when you get enlightenment and opens your third eye. Spiritual enlightenment. As you can see here, this is Jacob's ladder. This is the Kundalini symbol, right? And they're even showing you this in the medical symbol. They're putting it in your face. The serpents are wrapped around the spine. Now, the serpents symbolize how the energy moves around the spine, because it's a torus field, you see? At the center of the torus field, it wraps around the center pole. It wraps around it, and this is how the energy moves up. So they're symbolizing it with the serpents. Okay? Now, every religion has a sacred river. For the Egyptians, it's the River Nile. For Christianity, it's the Jordan River, right? This river is the canal, the energy canal at the center of your spine, all the way leading to heaven, to the Holy Land. This is the chamber which the energy rises up, right? Now, they used to say the gods descended from heaven to man. This is just heaven. This is the mind state. And they said the gods were connected by a rainbow bridge. That's the chakra system, the rainbow bridge. Okay. Now, the ancients called this place Midgard, Earth, where both evil and good live, right? Midgard. But you can go to heaven, which is a pure mind state, because once you're in heaven, nothing negative can ever bother you. That's completeness, pure Christ consciousness. Now, this is why Jesus dies at 33. He didn't actually die, but it's symbolizing the death of the physical body. Not the death of the physical body, but his consciousness rising above the physical body to, as I said here, matter to spirit. Matter died off and he came spirit consciousness. This is symbolized by the 33 vertebrae, which is obviously the 33 levels of Freemasonry. And now the pineal gland, which is at the very top of this Jacob's ladder, or the River Jordan, the canal, your 33 vertebrae on your spine. This is where the pineal gland sits, right? At the very top, at the center of your brain. Now, there's multiple ways this was symbolized. The Eye of Ra, which is used by the Egyptians. Now, this pineal gland is the seat of consciousness. This is where your consciousness is stored, right? And the ancient Sumerians used the pine cone, hence why it's got the word pineal gland, the seat of the soul consciousness. It produces DMT, dimethyltryptamine, which is known as the spirit molecule. And the pineal gland is wrapped in microcrystals, and we all know crystals transfer frequency and energy. Now, radios use crystals. A radio is a frequency transmitter, turning a frequency into a frequency that we can hear with our ears, right? Because all the radios are actually playing right now in your ears. However, our ears can't pick it up, so the radio transmits it into a frequency that we can hear using crystals. So this is the power of crystals, and this is what our third eye is wrapped in, crystals. Now, this third eye is not actually your third eye, it's your first eye. When you're being materialized in your mother's womb, this is the first gland that is produced, and everything's built around it, because it is the consciousness. It is your consciousness. Your consciousness never dies, ever. It's an eternal essence. It lives forever. You never actually die. Only the mortal body dies. Now that's what we call life. Life is abided by time, and time is change. And change is what we call life, because everything's constantly moving and transforming into different things, right? Now let's not get off track. The pine cone is obviously, this is in the Vatican here. The pine cone is symbolized as the pineal gland, pine. And this is the opened pine cone. The opened pine cone means, or symbolizes, the awakened man, the awakened third eye. But the ones here, which the Sumerian gods are holding, these are shut pine cones, symbolizing the unawakened man. But let's not get confused, people. These gods were not gods. They are human beings just like you. They reached Christ consciousness. They are nothing more special than you. They just had the ability to reach Christ consciousness. And obviously their knowledge was far more intelligent than ours, far more advanced than ours. They knew the truth about this reality to the depths. Now, the ancient Hindus had a goddess called Kundalini, which is said that she descended by the means of a ladder or a cord from heaven, which is symbolizing the spinal cord. Now, this is what Hickory Hickory Dock, the mouse went up the clock and came back down. This is all these stories, like Santa as well. Santa comes up and then down the chimney. This is symbolizing the Christ oil. There's an oil which is produced in your pineal gland, right? And this oil travels down the spine. And once it's down on the spine, you must have to raise your consciousness, just like I said, with the chakras. You have to raise your consciousness, raise your vibration to heat up this oil and turn it into a gas. And it travels back up the spine through like the serpents up the spine, and this awakens the third eye once it's coming back up the spine and hits the pineal gland. This is the secret behind Santa and Hickory Hickory Dock, because Santa comes down and feeds the presents and goes back up the chimney, and he lives in the North Pole, the positive pole. This is the North Pole, people, and the presence is your sacred oil. This oil, your physical body, is the furnace. It's the spiritual furnace, which you have to heat up this oil by raising your frequency and turning it into a gas to rise up this chamber, the River Jordan, to your third eye, right? Now, this is an alchemical process. Your body is the alchemical furnace. It says in the Bible, if therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be filled with light. I shouldn't have cut that out, but that's what it says. The light of the body is thine eye. If therefore thine eye be single, thy eye shall be filled, their body shall be filled with light. This is symbolizing the pineal gland, enlightening the body, the spiritual body, filled with light. Now, as I said, they want you kept down here, which is the root chakra, which is your animal nature, which is obviously mind, matter over mind. This is the symbol of Saturn, right? As you say, we're built of body, mind, and spirit, the Holy Trinity. That is the sun, moon, and earth. The sun's your soul, solar. Moon is your mind. Earth, which is the cross, which is your physical body, the 5 elements, right? So body, mind, and spirit. So the Saturn symbol is actually made out of the cross on top, which is the earth, and the moon on the bottom, which is symbolizing matter over mind, because earth is physical matter. You don't want to be matter over mind. You need to be mind over matter. See, they want you identifying as your physical body. They don't want you to realize you're an eternal consciousness. You're an eternal essence of consciousness which never dies. They want you trapped in your animal nature. And this is why the Baphomet has a goat head, because it's symbolizing your animal nature, which is evil. Not evil, but you're more likely to do evil things, right? Which brings bad karma. That's your animal side. This is why the Baphomet has an animal goat head. As you can see here, he's got the Kundalini energy here. So when you see the inverted cross, the cross is your body, as you can see here. The inverted cross means your chakras downwards, down here. Your head's down here. Your mind is down here. But your mind needs to be up here, which is the upwards cross, which is Christ consciousness. And as we all know, 7 colors of the rainbow, 7 planets, 7 chakras. Red light is low frequency and long range. This is why Saturn is the slowest moving celestial body. And it's the lowest chakra, because it's low frequency, long range. The moon being the crown chakra, which is high frequency. This is why the moon moves around the quickest. The moon is your crown chakra, which moon in mind. See, so there are multiple ways of your chakras becoming blocked. Now, each chakra has a specific intelligence. It has a specific thing that it's doing for the body, right? Now, this can be overused. It can be abused. For example, masturbation. That keeps you down here in your sacral chakra, because you're abusing the energy center. You're abusing your sexual energy, which is then becoming unbalanced. So this is how energy, this is why these centers are pulling more energy out your electromagnetic field, because these centers are wheels. The chakras just mean spinning wheel of energy. So when you're abusing these certain centers, you're pulling energy out of your electromagnetic field, which is making your field weaker, which is making your frequency lower, which makes you prone to diseases, prone to lower negative energy, right? So you need to align these chakras. You need to unbalance them. And as you can see here, you can screenshot these to see how they're blocked. I'm not going to go over each one because it'll take me forever, but have a little read yourself. This is why they're blocked. Now, the ancients used to say Aum when they meditated. Now, these are the 7 vowels. There's not 5 vowels, there's actually 7. Now, when they say Aum, they're aligning all their chakras by saying this when meditated. This is where the Aum originated from. Now, emotion is energy in motion. So if you're feeling a certain way, that's the energy you've put in motion. It's a reflection. We live in a mirror reality. Everything's mirrored. Everything's mirrored. As within, so without, as above, so below. Everything's a reflection of some sort. So whatever you're feeling, you're doing something wrong. It's telling you you're doing something wrong from the root cause, because your energies are the effect. You're feeling the effect of something you've caused. The law of cause and effect. Nothing escapes it. Now, the Jehovah's Witness believe that exactly 144,000 faithful Christians go to heaven or be resurrected, right? This is not true. This is symbolic. 144,000 go to heaven. Now, the petals on the chakras, this is the root chakra, this is the crown chakra. Now, if you add up the first 5 chakras, the petals, add up the petals on the first 5 chakras, you get 48. And then you get to the third eye, which has 2 petals. 48 times 2 equals 96. 96 plus 48, which you got from here, equals 144. The last chakra has 1,000 petals. Times 144 times 1,000, you get 144,000. This is a frequency. This frequency is the frequency of the ascension up your chakras. This frequency is a high frequency, which turns that oil into gas, which rises up the spine, activating your third eye. Right? So this is all the religions are all symbolic for this sacred secret of Christ consciousness. As it says in the Bible, the kingdom of God is within. It's not out there, people. You must look within yourself. You are God. You are a spark of his consciousness, infinite consciousness, right? So 144,000 is a frequency, and you must achieve this. Like I said, these people in the past, they're not gods, people. These were just humans. Nothing special. They just reached Christ consciousness. Now, they keep you in these lower vibrational states with the food, right? And as you can see here, all of these fast food restaurants are mainly are red and yellow, which are these lower states, these lower two chakras, lower vibrational colors, because they want you trapped down here in matter. And these foods are so low vibrational, they will keep you down here because your gut produces, I think it's like 80% of melatonin. Melatonin is your feel-good hormone. These foods will not make you feel good. This is very low vibrational. Meat. It's not meat, it's raw flesh. These animals are stripped from their family, put on a conveyor belt, watch their friends be tortured, and then get slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Think of all the fear that's running through their blood, all the hormones, all the fear, and you're going to go and eat that very low vibrational energy. As you can see here, this is the light photons within fruit. You can see the light, the life force in this fruit. You must think, feel, and do positive to raise your vibration. As you can see, earth equals heart. If you rearrange it, everything in nature is green, right? The aurora borealis is green. You must align all these chakras and then live from the heart, because the heart's the center of the Taurus field. You must become the consciousness in the center. So that's it for this video, people. Thank you all. God bless.
Today's topic is the binary code behind the universe. You will learn the fundamentals of the binary code, deeper understanding of reality, which will give you more of a connection to the universe, evidence supporting the existence of this code, and how to use the binary code to shape your reality. This is an important one. We have 0 and 1. This is the binary code of the universe. It underlies everything. It is the source of all creation. The universe is binary in nature, meaning it exists as both something and nothing, on and off, male and female, light and dark. Everything has its polar opposite. At its core, all that exists is 0, representing nothingness, infinite potential, and 1, representing something, order. 0 represents the feminine, vast, formless, and infinite potential. It is the space from which all things emerge, the womb of creation, the receptive and expansive force. 1 represents the masculine, structure, form, and order. It is the active principle, the initiator, the force that defines and shapes reality. Together, they create the fundamental duality that underlines existence, the balance between chaos and order, the void and creation, yin and yang. We see this in the masculine and feminine bodies. This is deeply encoded into the fabric of reality. And once you see this, you will never unsee this. So please leave a like on this video if you love my content and you love the wisdom that I share with the world. So we see this with the masculine genital areas. Remember, this is the genital area. This is all to do with creation. These are the generative principles, the generative organs in the body that allow creation to continually outfold into new life. The genital areas are all to do with the code. The male is the 1, the action. He's the initiator. The feminine is the 0, which is the infinite potential, the womb of creation. 0 and 1. This is why we have 10 numbers. 0 and 1. Masculine and feminine. We even see this in the bodies. The feminine body is made out of curves, which is 0, curves. And the masculine body is made out of lines. So please leave a like and comment if you love this. And if you have any lecture ideas, feel free, and I can make a lecture on any suggestions that you have. So look at the word masculine. Masculine, line. Line is just one line, which represents order. One. Feminine. 9. 1 and 9 equals 10. 0 and 1. The binary code of all creation. Why is feminine? Why the number 9 for feminine? Because the moon has to go around 9 times to create a human in the feminine's womb. And look at this image of nature. All nature is zeros and ones. Now you can tell the stick is a one. It's a line, and here we have curves. It's curves and lines. Curves and lines create reality, creates matter. Everything is 0 and 1. We even see this with the sky. The sky represents zeros. They represent curves. The heavens, the heavenly bodies, the sun, these are circles. The moon, circles. The planets, circles. Down here is matter, representing the square. We have the Freemasonic square and compass, representing lines and circles, masculine and feminine. We see this with Leonardo da Vinci, with the circle representing the spirit, the void, the womb of creation, and matter, which is the body. This is the soul in matter, infinite potential in matter. This represents spirit over matter. This represents the architect of reality, zeros and ones, spirit and matter. This is all the same thing. Understanding this binary nature of the universe, where 0 feminine represents the infinite potential and 1 masculine symbolizes order and structure, can benefit you in several ways. Manifestation and creation is the first way it can benefit you. Now that you understand this, you understand that everything comes out of infinite potential. 0, infinite potential. 1, action equals manifestation equals creation. So you must pull things out of infinite potential. If you have ideas but don't take action, too much 0, nothing materializes. You'll never materialize if you sit there imagining all day, visualizing all day. You have to take action. They both come hand in hand. If you only take action without tapping into intuition and creativity, too much 1, your actions may feel hollow and misdirected. Using both effectively leads to greater success in life, work, and relationships. This is the 33rd degree motto, or this is on the 33rd degree of Freemasonry Scottish Rite logo, and it's called Order Ab Chaos, order out of chaos. Chaos is the 0, infinite potential. Chaos is the dimension of the imagination. This is where this all ties in now. Imagination is the dimension of infinite potential, pure potential, formless creativity, and the realm of infinite possibilities. It is the void, the unmanifested energy that contains all that could ever be. That is the imagination. The imagination is the dimension that you are connected to, and you can pull any idea out of and materialize it into a reality. Matter, on the other hand, is order brought out of the imagination, chaos. It is when raw potential is structured, defined, and crystallized into form. This is the fundamental principle of order out of chaos, the process of turning the unseen into the seen, the abstract into the concrete, the dream into reality. That's why we say dreams into reality. Dreams are in the imagination, infinite potential, and the human mind is connected to high dimensions of consciousness, which we can pull ideas, things out of, and materialize it into our lives. Whether that's good or bad, that's completely up to you. But we have access to higher dimensions beyond the physical plane. And this is the secret, that the human mind is connected to, and that you are not just a physical body. Okay? The universe itself was born from chaos. Before form, there was only energy and potential. Our minds function the same way. The mind is a microcosm of the universe. Our thoughts exist in an infinite field of possibility, but they only become real when we take action and give them form. If your inner world is filled with chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions and negativity, then creating order within it within is essential for balance, clarity, and growth. What do I mean? Order out of chaos, 0 and 1. All creation comes out of infinite potential. The mind, the imagination, is the infinite potential. The material world is the order. It's the effect. Therefore, if your material world has chaos, if your room is messy, if your body is out of shape, if you do not look after yourself, everything in the physical world is just a reflection of what's going inside of you, what's going on inside of you. So if you have a messy room in a messy house, this reflects as a messy mind, a chaotic mind, and we must create order in our mind. So this applies to all realms of your life. This applies with your mind. It applies with your emotions. It applies with your manifestation. It applies with the physical world, with the masculine and feminine. 0 and 1 is heaven and earth. It's everything. It's duality. It's on and off. It's everything. So it applies to all realms of your life. Okay. So in order for this to benefit our lives, we must, 1, have awareness and observe the chaos. Step back and observe your thoughts and emotions without reacting to them. Recognize that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of them. You are the soul. You are in between them. You are the midpoint between the left and the right, the 0 and the 1. You are the soul. Journaling or meditation can help you identify patterns and negativity and impulsivity. So it's important that we recognize these patterns. We recognize the chaos within us and we transmute it. 2, implement structure, mental discipline, mindful practices, meditation, breath work, and slowing down your reactions. Cognitive reframing, replace destructive thoughts with constructive ones. This is so important. For every negative thought that you place attention to, place your attention onto 5 more positive. Never think about something that you don't want to manifest, because whatever you're placing attention on inside that mental field of consciousness, you're giving attention to it, which then can manifest into your action, and that will materialize into your world. Routine and ritual. Create daily habits that anchor you. Morning routines, exercise, or creative outlets bring stability. We must master the inner world of thought and emotion. We must bring chaos into order. In order to create anything in your life, you're turning chaos into order. Order out of chaos. You're turning 0 into 1. This is the binary code. All things underlie it. 0 and 1. So it's so important that we master our minds, we master our emotions, we master our inner world so we can produce effect in the outer world. We cannot create consciously and effectively if we have chaotic thoughts and impulsive emotions. So I hope this has made more clarity to you so you can implement this into your life. I know I haven't given you much strategic things to implement into your life, but now that you have a better understanding of how this world is pulled out of infinite potential, you can use that. Everything in your life is pulled out of your imagination. Every text you send, everything you think of, oh, I'm going to do this later, that is your imagination thinking about the future. So you just have to do this on a mass scale to create something big in your reality. So I hope this gives you a better understanding of how the universe works and has benefited your life. If you have any comments or any suggestions or how this video made you feel, let me know in the comment section. I would really appreciate it. And I'll see you all inside of the Symbolism Masterclass on March the 8th. What if the word Yahweh is proof that God is embedded in our very own being? Stay with me, because what I'm about to show you might change the way you see yourself forever. Today's topic is decoding the mystery name of Yahweh, the sacred name of God from the Hebrews. By the end of this video, you'll uncover the true meaning of the word Yahweh and how your connection to it unlocks your own personal power. When we look at the word Yahweh in Hebrew, we flip it on its side, we're actually looking at the human body. These are the legs, this is the torso, here are the arms, and here's the head. So if we actually switch this on its side, we see the human body. The Hebrew name Yahweh often translates to I am. The I am. Now, what is the I am? The I am, when you say I, you're referring to your highest self. Everything with the letter I in the beginning, most of them words are referring to our inner self, inside, intelligence, internal, in. The I represents the inside self, the invisible self. You cannot see the I am because this is the spirit, this is our consciousness. It's the intelligence controlling the human body. When you say I, you're not referring to your name, your job, your reputation, your ego, or your thoughts. You're referring to the observer who is beyond the thoughts, the one who's observing the thoughts. That's the soul. Look at the word Yahweh, Yahweh, the sacred name of God. Yahweh can be observed in the natural rhythm of the human breath. When inhaling, we subtly hear Yah. When exhaling, we hear Wei. Do this yourself. Breathe in through your nose, you'll hear Yah. Breathe out, you'll hear Wei. And in fact, the letter H, H, when it's pronounced, it carries the soft sound of wind or breath, a gentle exhale that mirrors the very essence of life, giving air. Breath is the spirit of life. It's what connects us with consciousness. If we stop breathing, we lose consciousness. The body shuts down. We're breathing the spirit of breath. We're breathing in the spirit of life. It's the very essence that gives us physical existence, and we're constantly staying connected to this breath at all times. Now let's look at Yahweh. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 letters. The tetragrammaton is the 4-letter Hebrew name for God. Okay? Tetra, meaning 4. We have 4 gospels of Jesus. Jesus is depicted with a cross with 4 sections. Jesus has the 4 sacred animals around the side of him, always depicted with these 4. A bull or an ox, an eagle, a man, and a lion. These are the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Aquarius, the man, Scorpio, the eagle, Leo, the lion, Taurus, the bull or the ox, which are related to the elements. Leo is a fire sign. Aquarius is an air sign. Taurus is an earth sign. Scorpio is a water sign. These are the 4 elements. And the 4 elements correspond to the 4 bodies of consciousness, as we see here. This is fire. This is air. This is water. This is earth. So we are made out of the 4 elements, which represent the 4 bodies of consciousness: mind, emotion, spirit, and body. The soul is incarnated into 4 sections. Hence why Jesus has 4 gospels. Hence why Yahweh is a 4-named word, because we are tetraform. We have 4 bodies of consciousness. There are 4 pillars to reality: the mind, emotion, spirit, and the body. So what we're actually looking at here is the name of the very essence of the self. Yahweh represents the universal consciousness that we're all tapped into, because the body is like a radio. The body is basically a radio antenna, which is picking up the stream of consciousness, and we're all the same consciousness, just experiencing it in a different body. And Yahweh is the name for this intelligence that we're all acting out, that we're all manifestations of. So now let's look at the word Yahweh, where we read it this way in Hebrew, which is 10565. 10565 in the Hebrew letters and the numerical values. And the DNA is made up of 4 bases. These 4 things which create the DNA. This basis is the genetic code for all living things. Each DNA strand is held together by sulfur bridges that appear in a repeating pattern of 10565. This pattern matches the numerical value of the Hebrew letters of Yahweh. Yod, He, Va, He, which are 10, 5, 6, 5. This means the structure of DNA, the code of life, follows the same number sequence as the sacred name of God, Yahweh. This is a factual observation. So we're looking at 10, 5, 6, 5. So let's look over this one more time. Yahweh represents the breath, Yahweh, inhale, exhale. It translates to I am. It's written in our DNA. The word Yahweh on its side looks like the human body. Now, this is where things get a little bit deeper. 10, 5, 6, 5 adds up to 26. The number God, well, the word God adds up to 26. Allah adds up to 26. There are 206 bones in the human body, 26. 26 adds up to 8. 8 is the number of infinity. We are all the infinite consciousness. Consciousness will never die. It's immortal. It's infinite. We are all infinite. We are not these skeletal structures. We are Yahweh, the universal consciousness. The creator of all things is our essence. We're all God with individual identities, but the highest versions of ourselves is God. The ego is our own personal experience of God. Does this make sense? So in conclusion, Yahweh is not the name of a separate God from us, but rather the reflection of the divine consciousness manifesting through the human form. The human body is like a receiver acting as an antenna that tunes into the infinite intelligence and life force we call consciousness or God. This means that rather than being external, the divine presence is within us, expressed through our very existence. It's very interesting when we look into this, and what religion has done has flipped all of this knowledge. All of this sacred knowledge has been externalized. They've externalized God so that we worship God and we view God as something separate from the human experience. They do this so that we don't find the God within us, so that we don't find that we have the power of creation. The mind is the creative force of God. The body is the will to act out that thought. They don't want us to figure out that we are creators and we're all creating our own earthly experience. We're all projecting this reality. And they don't want us connecting with the divine intelligence within us because they want to be the creators. They want to keep this knowledge. They don't want the masses to wake up to this powerful knowledge. So what they've done is that they've taken the scriptures, they've externalized it so that we start worshiping and giving away our power to these external things. And when God is external, we start to fear God because we start to think that God has power over us. He can send us to hell or heaven. So this is what's going on. They've been externalizing this for thousands of years to keep us in a suppressed state. Okay. Humans are very advanced because we possess self-awareness. We possess the ability to move our awareness and our thoughts outside of the instinctual nature. For example, a cat or a dog. These things can only live in their instinct. They live based on instinct. They smell, they eat. That's pretty much what they do. But humans, we have the ability to rise above that nature and turn to our infinite selves, our higher selves. We can move beyond our instinctual nature and create very advanced things. That's why humans are made in the image of Yahweh. We are literally God in human form. So this is what we all need to realize. And I hope this video has helped. Please leave a like, a comment on inside of the description. I'll have some links to my books and my university. The people who have read them have just absolutely changed their lives. You could probably see that in the comment sections if someone leaves a review of the book. We also have Trustpilot. But yeah, I thank you all. And I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. I will now be keeping track of my YouTube and trying to upload every week. In this video, we'll be talking about the chakras. The chakras are the 7 attributes of God, and they are the 7 planets. These are literally vortex portals within us that connect us to these vices and characteristics of God. Each one of these energy centers are a spinning wheel of energy which controls the cells and organs in that particular area of the body. For example, it's literally a mini brain for that area of the body. Each chakra has a vice which you need to turn to a virtue in order to climb up through the system. They work like a stairway system. You have to go through each chakra in order to unlock the one above. This process is turning matter into spirit as you descended from spirit to matter. Saturn is Satan, that's why it's the lowest chakra, and that's why the devil is red, because red is the lowest vibrational color. When you are in these lower states of consciousness, you are in your animal nature. This is your physical side of your nature, and you are mainly being driven by your animal instincts or your ego. Moving back to your higher self or your spirit self is not an easy process, it takes a while. However, with discipline, consistency, and motivation, you can achieve this, and this is what the ancients called Christ consciousness. Once you have achieved this, it is basically a state of mastery of the mind. You no longer lust for the lower animal nature things. Now, let's start with the root chakra. This is located at the base of your spine, and you can feel this chakra by tensing your anus. This energy center is in control of your survival needs, your vitality, stability, and security. Now, if this chakra is unbalanced, you will feel insecure, fear, anxiety, unstable, low self-esteem, anemia, over or underweight, and constipation. In order to balance this chakra, you need to feel grounded, embodied, stable, calm, centered, a sense of safety, and trust in yourself and the world around you. The next chakra is the sacral chakra, which is located around the belly button area. You can feel this chakra just by sucking in your belly. This chakra is to do with relationships, self-worth, creativity, empathy, and most importantly, sexuality. This is the most important one in order to start to raise your vibration overall, is giving up the over-sexualized nature. In order to balance this chakra, you need to come into harmony with all the toxic relationships that you have. Get rid of the fear, the anxiety, the isolation, and 100% get rid of the over-sexualized nature. Lust is one of the most lowest vibrations you could possibly feel. It is literally manifesting hell. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel self-worth. You need to do creative things, empathy, healthy relationships, and 100% being confident. The next chakra is the solar plexus. This is to do with personal power, will, metabolism, eating, happiness, and your self-esteem and self-identification. You can feel this chakra just above your belly, below your ribs, and you can suck in this area. If this chakra is blocked, you will feel lack of confidence, difficulty in manifesting your desires, low self-esteem, misuse of power, misuse of dominance, weak will, and shame in yourself. Biggest one for this chakra is overeating, as it's to do with metabolism. If you are overeating, you are literally unbalancing a lot of your lower chakras, not just the solar plexus. In order to work on this chakra and balance it, you want to have a positive self-identification. You want to feel happy, a happy self-esteem, effectiveness to people, not overeating, and a strong willpower. Now for the heart chakra, one of the most important chakras. Chakra is to do with love, understanding, trust, hope, openness, compassion, balance, and forgiveness. The most important because your heart is the tree of life in the body. It is the center of the toroidal field. It is the most powerful chakra. Your heart is 5,000 times stronger magnetically than your brain. Once you have hit the heart chakra and you start surpassing the heart chakra, you are now turning matter into spirit. as the lower 3 chakras are dense and physical, and the above the heart chakra are turning to spirit. As you can see already, this is a hard and long process of working on yourself physically and internally. The symptoms of a blocked heart chakra would be lack of love or too much love, difficulty to accepting or giving love, lack of compassion, loneliness, and lack of emotional fulfillment. Finally, a lack of connection with a divine or to nature. In order to balance this chakra, the most important thing and the most powerful thing you can do is loving people, accepting and giving lots of love. Second most important thing to balance the heart chakra is balance. You need a balanced life. You need balance in all aspects of your life. Now for the throat chakra. This is a very important chakra as it's to do with communication. A symptom of this being unbalanced is a lack of self-expression and putting on a front all the time, acting with the ego. In order to balance this chakra, you need to constantly self-express yourself. You can't be putting on a front. That voice inside your head, you have to let it come outward. Don't just block it off with a wall. Self-expression will lead to you gaining friends who actually like you for being you, and not these fake friends that you have to put on an ego for. In order to balance this chakra, you need to express yourself, express the word that's within you. Don't be lying to people, don't deceive or be deceptive. The next chakra is the third eye chakra. This is starting to get very advanced and you are coming very close to spirit. Just before we head on, I want to announce the PDF is now available, containing all the presentations I've ever made, all into a condensed 38-page PDF. The link will be below this video for you to access. And if you want to learn how to create reality using your mind, how to attract your desires, how to get out of the situation you are in, the link will also be there for the Manifestation Mastery course. Now for the third eye chakra. The third eye chakra controls the pineal gland, which is your first eye. It's to do with your psychic abilities, channeling, telepathy, astral travel, visions, and connection to the higher self. You need all of the chakras aligned to get the full potential out of your third eye or pineal gland chakra. For example, if you're astral traveling and you fear something, you will be instantly shot back to your body. So you need to master all of the chakras before you go on and try and do these higher spiritual activities. Symptoms of the third eye chakra being blocked is lack of imagination, lack of vision, lack of concentration, blocked or clouded intuition, can't see the big picture, and especially overly reliant on logic and intellectual thinking. A good way to work on this chakra is imagining things, vision things. Trust your intuition at all times. Always follow that inner voice. Cut out the tap water which contains fluoride. Fluoride blocks the pineal gland. And cut out all junk food because all of this is affecting your pineal gland. When in meditation, you want to focus your eyes and your attention to the center of your head between the two eyebrows. This is where the pineal gland is located. This will help and awaken the pineal gland over time when you keep doing these meditations. Finally, for the crown chakra, this is to do with universal consciousness, all-knowing, enlightenment, cosmic connections, the God source. This chakra is blocked by being cut off from spirituality, plagued by the senses, being tricked into the 5 senses and being tricked into thinking you are the body. In order to work on this chakra, you need to feel grounded. You need to know yourself, your real self, the voice within you. Have common sense. Have specific decisions that you're making. Be very direct. Now we've got out of the way all of the chakras, I can now introduce methods and meditations which will help you unblock them spiritually. When meditating, you want to get into the present moment in a nice, comfortable position. Bring yourself to the present moment by saying, I am here right now, nothing else matters. Keep repeating this over and over with your eyes open or closed. After a couple minutes of bringing your attention to the present moment, you can now start to
Breathe in through the nose deeply and breathe out through the mouth slower than you breathed in. Place your attention on the chakra that you want to balance. Think of a high vibrational emotion like love, and think of this while placing your attention on that chakra. You can do this exercise every day for 10 to 20 to 30 minutes. The longer the better. Another practice you can do is by chanting the Bijis for each chakra. They are here starting from the root chakra all the way to the crown chakra. Or you can chant the 7 vowels. There are not 5, there are actually 7. A, I, A, O, U, M. This is the proper way of pronouncing the 7 vowels. These are so powerful because these are the only things that exist. It is literally the sound of God. By pronouncing them right, you can actually create a lot of power within you and align your chakras. That's it for this video, people. I'd appreciate a comment and a like to help the algorithm. I appreciate you all. Love and light. You're living in 4 planes of existence right now, but most people are only aware of one. And that's why they feel lost, disconnected, and stuck in cycles they can't explain. If you don't understand the blueprint of reality, you'll keep trying to fix the physical, while the real causes lie in the unseen dimensions that you have direct access to. You must understand that the universe only exists in the mind. Everything is a projection of consciousness. Therefore, consciousness produces everything. Our internal world is consciousness. Our external world is this physical body, physical world. Everything is an externalization of consciousness. For example, this was a thought. Now it's made physical. But before this was invented, it was existing in someone's mind, in consciousness, invisible. Then it was made manifest, made physical. So everything in this physical plane is the effect. The cause is consciousness, mind, the mental plane. So now I'm going to explain these different dimensions of consciousness. You don't just exist in this physical plane. The physical plane, in fact, is the lowest plane there is. It's the illusionary plane. So first of all, we have the Buddhic plane. This is the nothingness. So think of it like this. Absolute nothingness. If you turn off thoughts, there is nothingness. This is the void. And out of the void springs infinite potential, which is the mental plane. Now, your mind has no limitation. It can think anything, be anywhere, anytime, any place. In the whole world, there is no limitation with the mind. This is the realm of infinite possibilities. This is the realm of thought. Thought is a dimension, information and thought. To go a little bit deeper on this, there are pockets of thoughts, what we call in the occult fields of thoughts. Your mind does not think thoughts, it receives them. Your mind is like a radio. Whatever the mind is tuning into, setting its mindset, setting your frequency or setting your mind, you will receive thoughts based on that set, whatever you set your mind to. So there are pockets of thoughts that we penetrate in the mental plane. The mind is the mental plane, the infinite possibilities. This is the spark of creation. This is where all things begin to manifest as an idea in the mind as a thought. So if you want to gain certain information, you need to meditate or do thought exercises where you are penetrating that dimension of thought, that pocket of thought. For example, if you want to find a way on how to make financial wealth, you would use your mind, set your mind on wealth and money and think, close your eyes and think about that specific topic and see where your mind takes you. And you will expand your mind into different pockets of thought and gain information. So this is the mental plane. This is how you can use the mental plane. You can use the mental plane to do this. Then we have the astral plane. We have higher, middle, and lower astral plane. The astral plane is the body for thought. So every dimension, physical, etheric, astral, mental, Buddhic, is a body for a dimension above. Each dimension below is a product of the dimension above. So for example, the astral plane is imagination. This is the lucidic realm of imagination. This is where thoughts begin to manifest into some sort of form. It's not a physical form because this is physical, but imagination is a lucidic form. It's not really physical, but it's there. It's a projection of light. It's astral matter condensed by the willpower of the mind. So depending on the vibration of that thought will depend whether it manifests in the higher astral plane, middle astral plane, and lower astral plane. If you think about more material things and visualize material things, this will manifest on the lower astral plane because material matter is low vibration. Now that does not mean it's evil, that does not mean it's bad, okay? It just means low vibration just means more material. But if you think and imagine more spiritual things, this manifests on the higher astral plane. So the astral plane is the screen in your mind that allows you to vision an apple, that allows you to vision anything. It's that mental projection that's inside of your mind. Now this is what we call the third eye. It's an eye because the eye is the mind, and the mind can see into the astral plane. It perceives this spiritual world, this lucidic realm that we have access to. This is where also infinite potential takes place. This is the realm of spirits, demons, jinns, whatever you want to call them. Spiritual entities exist in this because this is where thought forms manifest into form. This is where thoughts create bodies. Think of it like this. The mental plane is a thought of a chair. The astral plane is the imagination of that chair and all of the different possible chairs that could possibly be. The etheric plane is the energy double of that chair. And the physical plane is the physical chair. So as you can see, the higher we go up, the more formless and lucidic it is. The lower we go down planes, the more dense it becomes. This is formless and this is form. Everything manifests through this process. This highlighter is down here in the physical plane, but the idea began in the mental plane. Everything begins in consciousness before it creates a physical body. It goes through this process. Therefore, if you want to start to mold and create your own reality and create things in your world, you can use these planes to your advantage. You can use your mind to do mental thinking exercises by closing your eyes and expanding your mind into a different pocket of thought to gain wisdom, gain information, gain downloads. The way you do that is simply get into a meditative state, close your eyes, pick a topic that you want to think about and see where your mind takes you, but always remain centered on that topic. And you can do this for maybe an hour or two or half an hour, and your mind will take you places where you will unlock information. You can even use this to make decisions in your life. Think of the topic and see where your mind takes you. You'll gain information. This is how you use the mental plane for ideas. The astral plane is imagination. You have to reconnect with your imagination very vividly. Your imagination, your consciousness is infinite. It's not a three-dimensional plane. It's an infinite plane. You can think and make form anything in your consciousness, in your imagination. You can think anything and you can imagine anything in the most vast details. You just have to reconnect with your imagination. I have a free book on my website. I'll leave the link in the description. It's an ebook. It's called Activating the Inner Eye. This is going to help you reconnect with your imagination. It's a practical guide on how to imagine. So once you know how to use the mental plane and astral plane, thought and imagination, you pretty much need to use the physical plane to take physical action with this physical body that you have and start to manifest these desires you have in the higher planes. Now, it's very important that we master the mind, because the mind is the very fabric of reality. We become what we think about. Your life is a product of every thought you thought in the past. It is the mind that directs the flow of consciousness, and wherever this consciousness is flowing is what you will create in your life. Consciousness is the most potent force in the universe, and the mind is pretty much the universe in a microcosm form. It is infinite potential, and your mind will continue to expand into new realms of thought forever and ever and ever. You are eternal. You are not this physical body down here. You are consciousness, literally dreaming that you are in this physical body. So everything begins with the mind. We need to be conscious of the thoughts that enter our mental field of consciousness. There is a level of self-awareness that you can reach where you can become conscious of pretty much every single thought that enters your mental field. Now, we have over 7,000 thoughts a day. You can gain such mastery over your mind where you can become conscious of every thought you think. And that is when you gain superior power. Because when the mind is fully under control of self, you can direct the mind's potent force into a specific goal. Most people's minds are dualistic. They want something, but their mind is thinking something else. They have limiting belief systems. They have the little voice that comes in and says, you can't do this, you're a failure. That is a fractaled mind. The mind needs to be singular. It needs to be on your team and not an enemy. Do not let your own mind take away your power. Your mind should be on your team, giving you power, giving you the best possible thoughts and the best possible beliefs. When the mind is in this condition and on your team and not taking away your power through the destructive thoughts, it becomes a potent, powerful force used for manifestation to create anything. And the way we get the mind on your team is through constant meditation to learn how to control the mind and turn it on and off. Subconscious reprogramming through visualization, affirmations, cultivating emotions associated with your goal. All these three ways we can reprogram the mind slowly over time so that it becomes powerful and becomes on your team and doesn't give you negative contradicting thoughts. When the mind is fully aligned on one thing, it can create massive empires and things in your physical reality. So I hope this video helps, and I'll see you in the next one.
Neo is plugged into the matrix on the back of his neck. And if we look at the human brain, the back of the neck is the reptilian brainstem. And when one operates their life out of the reptilian brainstem, they are unaware, unconscious. They are consciously dead because the reptilian brain does not really critically think. It acts on instinct, fight or flight mode. This is considered in the occult spiritually dead. When one is taking actions without intention, simply very reactive to life. They're not living, they're simply experiencing. When you're walking down the street and you see someone, and in your mind you think me versus them versus me. That is an animalistic way of thinking. I used to be trapped in this way of thinking, always thinking of fight or flight, always judging people, always reacting to the world, never consciously creating and commanding with intention in the world. This could be considered the matrix, when one lives unconsciously, simply surviving in the world. Another symptom of living in the reptilian brain could be obsession, a constant need to assert your power over others to feel safe or superior. Views relationships as power hierarchies, not as mutual connections. It could be a conquest for sex, lust, seeking validation through sexual activity. Sex becomes a tool for dominance, escape, and self-worth. Intimacy is avoided. Pleasure is pursued without emotional depth. Seeking pleasure all the time. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Seeking safety. It could be compulsive eating or food hoarding, driven by craving and not actual hunger. Eat to soothe fear or emotional discomfort, often unconsciously. This is the unconscious. Fear-based decision-making. Every choice is shaped by perceived threat or insecurity or fear within the subconscious mind. Long-term vision is sacrificed for immediate safety and gratification. All the reptilian brain. Territorial behavior overacts when personal space, possessions, or status is threatened, acts as though survival depends on ownership or status. Addiction repeats patterns to feel safe, even if they are harmful, avoids anything unfamiliar or unpredictable. Low empathy, no empathy or emotional care for one another and for fellow beings in the world, sees people as threats, tools, or competitors. This is all to do with the reptilian brain. Intense jealousy or possessiveness, sees others as rivals or objects to control, cannot tolerate perceived threats to loyalty or status, quick to be angry, slow to reflect, reacts with rage, withdrawal when challenged, lacks emotional regulation or deep self-awareness. So this brain could be considered the matrix, hence why Neo is plugged into this brain. He's operating the life out of this brain, unconscious, simply navigating life like an animal. I was in this state, and you can only really realize this when you come out of this brain and you start to function from the higher regions of the brain, which we will discuss very soon. And my life was chaos because there was chaos operating internally. I was never thinking about the future. I was always operating life out of fear, out of lack, never had care for another person. When you operate life out of this brain, the matrix, things outside you, can easily control you. This is why they keep us in a constant state of fear. So we operate life out of this. So we never gain full control over our reality, over our actions, over our thoughts. So Neo is called Neo, and he works at a place called meta cortex, very symbolic of the neocortex, the higher region of the brain. Now, this brain makes you human. It ultimately allows you to hold control over the animal urges, okay? The neocortex is the brain that allows you to have self-mastery, that allows you to control your urges, your instinctual survival urges. So humans can overcome their reptilian animalistic state and start to operate their life in a conscious mastery state. And Neo is plugged out of the reptilian brain, and he starts to use his neocortex, the human brain. This allows one to learn to have self-control, allows one to create, allows one to think about others. It allows one to critically think deeply. It allows one to be self-aware. Who am I? Where did I come from? And where am I going? This is ultimately the brain that has shaped the world. We look at humans. We built technology. We built all of these amazing things. They all come from the neocortex. This is the higher region of the brain that allows consciousness to function on a higher degree. It allows you to truly become a creator and have self-control instead of living in a reactive animal state. You see, animals are only aware of their five senses. They're only aware of surviving. If you notice, look at animals, they're always looking around. Even in their home, they're always looking around, sniffing around. That's because they operate in an animalistic brain. Humans have the neocortex. This is a higher region of the brain, which if you wish to master yourself, this is the brain that you will be using. This allows you to operate life on a higher degree. We see this reptilian brain symbolized everywhere. See it as reptiles. Reptiles are symbols of this brain. We see the Egyptian god Osiris with the green skin representing a reptile, a crocodile. Sometimes we see Osiris depicted in Egyptian artwork with crocodiles or reptiles, if you do a little bit of research on that. And also, if we look at the overall symbolism of Osiris and his story, we notice that he is the god of the dead or the underworld. This is not literal, but the dead or the god of the death, the god of the death of self, the dead of consciousness, because you are a divine being with limitless potential to create. And ultimately, to create, we have to master our reptilian brain. But when we function from this reptilian brain, we are dead to our higher powers of creation, of imagination, of actually gaining control and operating life from the higher mind, operating life as the divine being as you are. But if you operate life in Osiris, he is the god part of dead. You are spiritually and consciously dead. You act unconsciously. You are dead, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. So what we're looking at here in the Egyptian artwork is the reptilian brainstem. We have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain. Notice a curve. The feminine body is very curvy. This represents feminine. The masculine body is very liney. So if we study geometry, we know that lines are masculine, hence why the word masculine, line, and the feminine body is, in geometry, feminine is represented as curves. So this is the left masculine brain on the left side, and this is the right feminine brain on the right side, with Osiris, the reptilian brainstem, in the middle. So we're going to go deeper into some Mesopotamian artwork now. Now let's have a look at this. We're looking at the reptile on the very bottom. We see the left brain and the right brain, the Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus on the left and right. In Freemasonry, we still see the symbolism of the two pillars, Yakin and Boaz in Freemasonry, with the two pillars symbolizing masculine, feminine forces of consciousness, also representing the masculine left brain and the feminine right brain, with the reptile down here. But if we have a little look here, right, we have a little look at these reptiles. This person is standing on top of the reptiles. When you are on top of something, you have power over the below. You are standing atop of something. You have mastery over it. You have control over it, symbolizing gaining control over the reptilian brain, the reactive actions, the sexual urges, the addictions, the territorial behavior, the fear-based decisions, constant internal tension, never being able to focus. It's symbolizing gaining control over these internal qualities that happen within us, in our mind, because the universe is mental. And if we do not gain control over this brain, it will dominate our mind, which will ultimately dominate our actions and destroy our life and live in an unconscious state. So this is basically instructions in this ancient Mesopotamian artwork of becoming self-mastery, to operate on a God consciousness level. So we have a person symbolizing your awareness, the internal you, having mastery over the reptilian urges, the reptilian brain, the reptile thinking. We have a person, a face in between, and it's standing in between these pillars, symbolizing balance of the brain hemispheres. Because the face, we see the eyes in the middle, we see the person is you, your consciousness, standing in the middle pillar. It's representing seeing reality as neutral. Everything in the world is neutral. It's the mind's perception that gives it a positive or negative charge. When we adapt this mindset, this view of reality, this knowingness of reality, we see the world for what it truly is. And if you see things as neutral, it allows one to transform the situations in your life accordingly, instead of simply choosing a side. This is a major problem in society, and this was a problem within myself also. We like to choose sides, and choosing sides can keep your consciousness locked in a certain mindset, in a certain belief. And belief is what is ultimately destroying humanity. It's about knowingness, and knowingness is in the middle. We want to seek to know things. Knowing things allows you to go out there, directly experience it, and know it for yourself. For example, I know I'm not on a spinning global ball flying through space. Why? Because my senses tell me I'm not doing that. My senses tell me I'm not going 1,000 miles per hour and 360,000 miles per hour through space while spinning around the sun. I know that because I know myself. I know I'm not my body because I've had direct mystical experiences beyond the physical body. So we should seek to know things, and that's what we call gnosis, direct knowledge obtained through direct experience, knowingness. And that is a middle pillar quality. So in Freemasonry, we see the middle pillar. The matrix is designed to give you two wings all the time: Democrats, Republicans, feminism, and then there's another side. There's always two sides that they're giving you because they want you locked in either way, which is seek the middle pillar, seeing things as neutral, seeing things as the middle pillar, seeking direct experience, gnosis. And this aligns with the brain because the brain gives us these two perceptions also. The right brain sees the woods, the whole woods, but the left brain sees the individual trees and branches and leaves. If we're too left hemisphered, we're going to see everything as divided. If you're too left hemisphered, you're only going to see yourself. You're only going to think about me, myself, my ego, my consciousness, my life. And I'm only going to operate in the world, take actions only towards me without considering the collective, which is the right hemisphere quality. The right hemisphere allows you to see the bigger picture, how we're all connected. We're all one family of consciousness. We're all one being separated in different bodies, one consciousness operating in different bodies. So it's about aligning these perceptions of the brain and standing in the middle, and also conquering the reptilian brain. This allows us to operate in the world and see the world for what it truly is and operate from a place of balance. We also see some more symbolism in Egypt of the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. Ram Sphinx. Please leave a comment and please leave a like and a subscribe onto the YouTube if you like my content. Smash that like button and we'll get straight to this. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt, also symbolizing the brain. This is my research. These are my conclusions. You can take this with a pinch of salt and go out and do your own research. This is what makes sense to me based off my information I've gained, my symbolism that I can read. So take what you can from it. I'm not here to obstruct anything. I'm not here to place anything in your mind. I'm simply here expressing my research. Never take anything off anyone as solid truth. I've never have said everything I say is solid truth. This is my research. If the research aligns with you, that's great. Maybe it doesn't with some people, that's fine. Simply take things with a pinch of salt, go out and collect as much research and information from many different sources and place together your own understanding of symbolism and your own perspective on reality. But like I say, seek to know and not believe. So this is the Ram Sphinx in Egypt. This is a more powerful symbolism of the brain. We have Osiris here, the god of the dead, which is the reptilian brain, and an Aries symbol here symbolizing the hippocampus in the brain. So this is the reptilian brain stem, heavily aligned with the reptilian brain stem here. We can see the connections if we look closely. So this represents the dead of consciousness. This is the dead of self, living in impulsive animalistic state, the symptoms that I listed earlier. I'm not going to go over the symptoms again. And Aries symbolizes the hippocampus in the middle of the brain. It's the hippocampus. And Aries is a symbol of a state of being. Why? You see, ancients and the ancient Egyptians, according to my research, Freemasons still use this symbolism today. So what they do is they use the path of the sun to symbolize a state of consciousness or a journey in consciousness. So what do I mean? So Aries here is the transition from the winter arc. So this is the winter arc from Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. This is when the sun is dead. This is when the electromagnetic waves of the sun are not very present. This is the winter. This is when there's more darkness in the world. However, from Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and to Libra, this is when the sun is giving more electromagnetic rays. Everything grows. Everything is reborn again. Everything's growing. There's more light. There's more warmth. You can grow crops. So this is very symbolic as a state of consciousness. Aries is used heavily to represent the rebirth of the sun, but internally as an esoteric interpretation of Aries, it symbolizes the resurrection of awakening of the self. It is the rebirth of the sun, of the soul, the rebirth of becoming aware out of the darkness into the light, living in the reptilian unconscious state, the unconscious, not being aware that I possess consciousness, not being aware of my thought, emotion, actions. And Aries is that symbol is of the rebirth of the spirit, the rebirth of the self, becoming self-aware. So that's what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. We're looking at Osiris, dead, the reptilian brain, operating life in an unconscious state, not really thinking, not self-aware of thought, emotion, actions, not aware of the soul, not aware of good and evil, not aware of the laws that are in the heart of love, not aware that there's always an intelligence in the heart telling us what's the right thing to do at all times, not aware of anything, just simply reacting to the world. But then we have a symbol of Aries above, which is the resurrection resurrection of self. So again, this is symbolizing by the Egyptians to me and my research going from darkness to light. This is the resurrection of consciousness when we start to deepen our self-awareness, which is ultimately what I'm doing to you in these videos. Hopefully I can awaken some people's minds and make people think deeper. And that process of internally what's happening within you that's what Aries represents when you're starting to say, wow, my mind's going deeper and deeper into the self, and I'm realizing more. That is what Aries symbolizes. When the sun returns, it's also a symbol of a sacrifice, because obviously when the sun returns back to Aries, we're sacrificing the winter, when we're transitioning, and all transitions require sacrifice. So in Aries, the Jews celebrate the Passover. It's the Passover of the sun, and what do? They eat lambs in the Passover Aries, because it's all symbolic of this internal process. In Aries, Christians celebrate with the Easter, which is the resurrection of Jesus, the resurrection of the sun. Remember, it goes deeper. There's deeper layers to this. It's the resurrection of the self and the mind deepening into a deeper awakening. So again, we're going from the lower regions of the brain, and when we start to critically think and become self-aware, we're starting to use the mid part of the brain, and the mid part of the brain then expands into the neocortex, which is the resurrection of the self. The mind is no longer functioning in just the reptilian brain, but then it's going into the light of the higher brain, the neocortex, and this is the reptilian brain. This is the midbrain, what we're looking at here with the Ram Sphinx. Yeah. So this is the resurrection. It's the transition point of going from the reptilian brain into the midbrain into the neocortex. We're now resurrecting ourselves. Now, this is not putting anything negative on the reptilian brain. Without the reptilian brain, we wouldn't be able to live. We need the reptilian brain, but it's an abuse of the reptilian brain that can keep us in a very low state. It keeps us stuck in an unconscious state. But the reptilian brain is what's allowing you to breathe, to eat, to scan the environment for any threats. If there are threats, we do need the reptilian brain. That's not to say it's evil, but what I'm saying is an abuse of this brain, which is what most people are stuck in. They're operating their life out of this brain. And this is what the Egyptians, I think, are symbolizing, trying to tell us to resurrect ourselves, to become self-mastered, to become the highest version of yourself, to actively create in the world. Because when we are only operating from this brain, we're unconscious, well, then other people can use you as a vessel to create their reality. This is how the world is at the moment. The ones who know how to use the mind are controlling the other ones who do not know how to control the mind. So I hope this makes sense to you. Let me know if you have any video recommendations, and I'll see you inside Ethereal University. If you wish to take your research to the next level, I have things inside of there that are very powerful. We happily invite you. I'll see you inside of Join. If not, I'll see you in the next YouTube video.
Hey people, how are you all doing? It's Revival of Wisdom, and today we're going to be talking about your birth certificates and how we are slaves to a system and how they have trapped us into this system. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about this system is there are two types of laws. You have the law of water, which is Admiralty law, and the law of the land. So the Admiralty law is the law of water, and this is what money is. Money is water. This is why we say liquidity, currency, the current. A current is water, something moving through something. Cash flow. And this is why banks are called banks, because a river bank is on either side of the water, and it directs the currency. You see? So money is water. And as you can see here, Ripple, the cryptocurrency, Ripple, water Ripple, and they're building a bridge over water, overseas, international banking with cryptocurrency. So money is water, and this has specific laws about water, but water is the same everywhere, you see. What the difference is with the law of the land is that you can have different laws in different lands. I can't do certain things in the UK that people can do in America, for example. You see, that's the law of the land, but the law of water is the same because water is everywhere. Now, This is very important to understand when it comes to, you know, these birth certificates. So Pope Gregory, this is where we're going to start off. Pope Gregory in 1582 took the Orthodox Eastern sunrise calendar and changed it to his own Gregorian timeline, not a calendar, a timeline. This timeline was copyrighted by Pope Gregory under the name of the Vatican. So the Vatican owns the timeline that we are using today, 2023. They own it. They own the title of this Gregorian calendar. Okay. Therefore, anyone who is born under this copyrighted timeline, not calendar, they are subjected to Rome because Rome owns the timeline. They have a patent, a copyright for that timeline. What is on our birth certificates? That timeline. We are born underneath, we are subjected to the Vatican. This is why all birth certificates go to the Vatican. They own every single birth certificate. Okay? So when we use this timeline, we are subjecting ourselves to this timeline. Okay? Which the Vatican has a claim over. This calendar or timeline is set to sunset, not the sunrise, which is associated with death, darkness, and the moon, lunatics. You see, so this is a sunset calendar timeline. Okay, this is now, they've changed a couple things, right? They say that the new year is January the 1st. Okay, when we know this is in winter. January is winter, which is associated with darkness, death, the death of nature. So this is a death cult, people. These people are evil. They're so evil. The Vatican. And this is why we use April Fool's Day, because April is in Aries, and Aries is always the start of the zodiac. This is why Aries rules the head region. 12 zodiacs, 12 systems of the body. Each zodiac is associated with each part of the body, and this is why Aries is the head, cerebrum. But we're not going to talk about in this video. But yes, that is what April Fool's Day is. They're putting it in your face. April Fool's Day is the real start of the year, when the sun starts to rise again, when the risen Savior is resurrected, when it's born again. This is when the Jews celebrate the Passover. This is when the Christians celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, and they eat lamb. The Jews eat lamb because we're in Aries, the new year. The sun is now born again, our risen Savior, the light of the world. So yes, this is what April Fool's Day is. It's the first day of the year, which they changed. Pope Gregory changed. So you need to understand is that you are in the womb. You are inside of a ship, because every ship, literally a ship, every ship is female. This is why they say she delivers the product, because she does deliver the product, you, the baby. Same thing with a ship, they deliver products. They are a she. And when they pull up to the bay, like you can see on this picture, they're pulling up to the bay. This is now called the birth canal. The ship is now in birth on paper. Okay, this is law. And when they pull up, you know, they tie up to the bay, and now they get a certificate of manifest certifying all of the products which are on the ship and what they are bringing into that nation. Okay, so you're bringing in this many of that, you know, everything's on the certificate of manifest. And this certificate of manifest is also your birth certificate, because you are traveling through water when you are in the birth canal of your mother, because you are in water when you are in the womb. And you travel through the birth canal, and when you arrive, you get a certificate of manifest with the name, how many, the quantity, you know what, that's your birth certificate. Okay. And this is what it is. We are a we're not a corporation, but we represent a corporation. which is your name in full capital letters. That is your cooperation. You cannot physically tax a body, but you can tax a cooperation. This is why we get charged. This is why we get taxed, because it all goes down to the cooperation which our name represents, which we are subjecting ourselves to. We are subject, my name, I am subjecting myself to this name, and that name has a cooperation which I represent, which I subject myself to. You see, this is how we are attached to this straw man, this character that they have built on paper. So it's a character which is on paper. This is what we represent. So when the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance. Now I'm going to break down how they attach this name to us, how they do it. Okay. Our mother is carrying us the product in the womb, the water. And it goes, for example, it goes from the United Kingdom into a state-owned, corporate, federal-owned hospital, which is government-owned. She does not declare the package when she enters the building. Aha, so keep that in mind. When she delivers the package in the federal territory, she does not declare the package either when she leaves. Therefore, there is no evidence that we exist when we arrive. On paper. On paper, there is no evidence that we came into the building or left the building. We have not been declared. So we do not exist on paper at this point. When the woman gives birth, she delivers the baby, and then she has another substance, which is called the afterbirth material. Okay? This afterbirth material has the same DNA as our physical body, with the body, mind, and spirit. Okay? This is how they get this cooperation. Hold on. The afterbirth material does not get claimed by the mother nor anyone. Therefore, they salvage that substance because we are under the Vatican. Every state is all Catholic. Your birth certificate is Catholic. No matter what religion you think you are, every single birth certificate is Catholic, because we are subjected to Rome. All roads lead to Rome. Rome runs all of this. Okay? We're still under the Roman Empire. Okay? So Rome are Catholic and they believe in salvation. This is how religion comes into this. This is how they use religion to get this. So they salvage the afterbirth material and they claim it, and they salvage it and give it and charge it to Rome. And they give it a name. Here's the legal term, born alive. Here's what it says. Each product of such birth is considered live, born, and fully recognized as a human person. So each product of such birth, so that could be anything. The afterbirth, the person who actually comes out, the baby. So your afterbirth, which we do not take with us, we take the baby with us. They keep that in the hospital. They collect the afterbirth, and they salvage it, and they give it the name, which it is us. We are a representative to that afterbirth material, which they put the name on. They claimed, which is subject to Rome. So we are walking around our whole lives as a representative to that claimed salvaged afterbirth material, which the federal state have. Okay. We are under the Catholic Church, Vatican. Therefore, the afterbirth material is a child of God. See, on paper, therefore, they believe in salvation and salvage the afterbirth material. This material has no mother or father. The state pick it up. It becomes a war to the courts and gets charged to the state. So we are a representative to that character they salvaged because it is the exact same DNA as you. Subject is the name or the title, and the matter is the physical aspect left behind in the hospital, which represents us. You see? So now we're moving on to unum sanctum. Unum Sanctum was in 1302, a very, very important year. Very important year. Unum Sanctum says this is basically how they claim everyone in the world. So the Vatican had all this power, all this gold, all these people under them. They need to get a claim for them so then they can rule over them and make them slaves. So what they did, they created Unum Sanctum. Pope Boniface VIII did this. And it says, the spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, keep that in mind, unless he invent like Manichaeus, two beginnings, which is false and judged by heretical, since according to the testimony of Moses, it is not in the beginnings, but in the beginning that God created heaven and earth. Furthermore, we declare, we proclaim, we define that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subjected to the Roman pontiff. So they are claiming us in Unum Sanctum, and it's in the vaults in the Vatican. They will put a spell on it because they are sorcerers, they are magicians. They put a spell on it, they lock it up, and whatever goes on that piece of paper goes. And this Unum Sanctum is claiming all of us. So what does it say in the beginning? The spiritual man judges of all things, and he himself is judged by no man. The spiritual man, the man with the body, mind, and soul, the first baby that comes out the birth canal. That's you, your body, you, body, mind, and soul. You have the Christ, which is I am, which is grace. Grace means here now, in the present. You have the Christ, which means I am. Therefore, you have a soul. If you can say I am, you have the Christ. You have a soul. But a creature can be anything with no soul. You see? So no man can judge the man with the soul. However, as it says in the second part, we proclaim, we define that it's absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature to be subject to the Roman pontiff. So they are subjecting the afterbirth, not the man with the body, mind, and soul, but the afterbirth to the Roman pontiff, to the Roman Catholic Church. We are the ones who are claiming to be the afterbirth material, which is our birth certificate, which is our representative. We represent that because it is our DNA. This is how we are stuck. We are stuck because we represent this DNA, which is on paper, recorded. You see? So we, being untaught, uneducated in these subjects, we are subjecting ourselves to this system, to this slavery, because we just want to live. We just want to live happily, just peaceful. Think about it. Where's all this coming from? Where's all this war, all this killing, deaths coming from? We just want to live. It's coming from the Catholic Church, these evil death cult, which has subjected us, which has used us as slaves, and we are still slaves, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is how we have subjected ourselves to be the slaves to this system. It's a lot to take in, and there's a lot more deeper stuff which goes into this. I'm just going over the surface. I'm going quite deep, but there is little details that I still need to learn myself. But this is the general how that we've been stuck to this slave system. So we are batteries, okay? This is why we get charged. When you go in a court, you get charged, okay? Because you're a biological battery. This is why cities look like motherboards, because we are feeding energy to this matrix. Okay, when we look outside of ourselves, when we give power to so-called Jesus Christ, worshipping idols outside of ourselves, where attention goes, energy flows. We are feeding the matrix with energy. By looking within, placing your attention within yourself, You are taking back your power. Because the I am is Christ. The you, the soul, is Christ. It's God. The awareness is God. Okay? However, we are subjecting ourselves to this system. We're subjecting ourselves to this system. And they're feeding off our energy. So what we need to look for the future is that, think about it, with the end goal is to change our DNA, is to literally make us robots, transhumanism slaves. This is why we have smart cars, smartphones, smart watches, smart meters, smart cities. And all of this is going to be connected by the smart grid, which is 5G. This is why 5G is rolling out. 5G is going to connect all of these technologies to one. It's like a big net system. And you know why they're doing this? It's because all of this is going to be connected through AI, through this 5G, and that 5G is going to be controlled by the elites. So you say anything wrong, you do something wrong, you say the wrong thing online, they'll turn off your car, they'll turn off your phone, they'll turn off your smartwatch, they'll turn off your TV, because it's all going to be connected and controlled by the smart grid. And this is what the Great Reset is, people. But they're going to trap us inside of these 15-minute smart cities so we can't leave the area, because they're going to use climate change as a tool to enslave us to not travel because of so-called climate change and the fumes that we are putting into the air, which is all BS. They're doing this to push these new cities, to push all of the... Listen, they're trying to get inside of your body. The only way they can do that is to get you addicted and using this technology. First, they got on the body with the smartphone. Well, first of all, we use the technology. We get used to it with it in our hand. The next step for them was to get on the body, which is the Apple Watch, as you see down here. They have now successfully got onto the body. The next thing is to get inside of the body. This is the brain chip. You see how they've slowly lured their way in, slowly got you addicted to this technology, got you dependent on this technology. And what they're going to do is that they're going to mold society to be dependent on the brain chip. So in order, for example, if you want to go and pay for food, you're going to have to get a chip to pay for the food, because it's all going to be digital money. And that digital money will be connected to the chip, and you'll need the chip to pay for things. You see? So this is how they're slowly transhumanizing us. These phones, these apps, these things which are all we are all using was created by Freemasons. Mason means traveler, because they travel the depths of the mind. They understand human consciousness. They understand the brain. They understand the mind. By the deepest root cause, they understand it. This is what Masonry is. It's the occult. So these technologies is designed by these people. This is why they're so addictive, because they understand how it works. They understand how to get people addicted, because they understand human consciousness, the brain, the body, and the mind. So this is the advantage Freemasons have over us. And these secret societies, which have gone through the orders of Freemasonry and progressed onto these secret societies, which are the evil side, because I'm not saying Freemasonry is evil, okay? But the societies which they go beyond Freemasonry, because you can go beyond the 33rd degree into these secret societies, and they use this knowledge for the bad, to enslave people. And this is what's going to happen. Transhumanism. So I hope you all learned some insight for today. Please do a bit more research on, birth certificate and stuff like that, the straw man. And have an amazing day, people. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Peace.
So depression doesn't actually exist, and in this video I'm going to show you how depression is actually a choice. And I'm going to give you some solutions on how to deal with it. And this is probably going to change your life forever just by doing this alone. Okay, so the first thing you need to understand about depression is that it exists in your conscious mind. It exists in your thinking mind. So what is inside your thinking mind? You have your body, your name, your reputation, your trauma, your memories, your family, your worries, your interests, your bills, your passion, dislikes, goals, right? Most people identify their lives with this. They identify their lives with their thinking mind. They think they're their name, their job, their reputation, their memories. But this is not who you actually are. Who you actually are is the observer of that. What happens if you stop thinking? What is left? You're left with unconditioned consciousness. You're left with the self, which is what we refer to as I. We are the consciousness, not the thinking consciousness. You are not these labels. You are not your thoughts. You are not your job, your name, your reputation. Okay? And the reason why I'm telling you this is because it's very important, is that we are something beyond this body, beyond this name, beyond our thoughts. We are the consciousness. So depression exists inside of the thinking mind, the conscious mind. Okay? So if you want to get rid of depression, you must learn how to escape the thinking mind. And not only just escape, but that's step one. In meditation, you do meditations, right? We sit still and we have to learn how to control the mind and turn off the thoughts. And when we turn off the thoughts, depression goes out the window because there's no thought present in your mental field of consciousness to be depressed. Okay? You must understand, who is the one suffering from the negative thoughts? Who is the one suffering? Your mind is not suffering because the mind is producing the thoughts. Your body's not suffering from the negative thoughts. You are suffering. And who is you? You are a soul. You are that feeling. You are that person beyond the thoughts, beyond the feelings, beyond that. You are the one experiencing. You are that. Meditation gives us the ability to turn off the thinking mind. This allows us to escape our thoughts. Okay? And it gives us, over a long period of time after meditation, you'll be able to turn this switch. And this switch will be able to turn off your thoughts. And by doing this, we will be able to control our conscious mind directly by the hand. So when you notice yourself gaining them negative thoughts, we can then turn off the switch of turning off the conscious mind and rising to our authentic self and knowing the thoughts are just illusions. Now, let me tell you something that's very powerful. Most of your thoughts are coming from beliefs. Most of your feelings are coming from beliefs. So if you have a feeling of lack, this is coming from a belief that you don't have much. If you are feeling alone, this is coming from a belief that you are alone. So what we must do is restructure ourselves. We must restructure the subconscious mind. And we do this in many different ways. We can do this with meditation. We can do this with visualization, visualizing our desired reality as if we are living it. We can do this with affirmation. Now, a lot of people think, oh, I'm trying to speak something into existence with affirmation. No, you're not using vibration to try and change reality with what a lot of these new age people will teach you. Vibration, your words will not have much an impact on reality. That's the truth. But what they do have an impact on is reprogramming and recrafting and refining your mind. If you repeat, I am wealthy all day long, your subconscious mind, that word will be lingering inside your subconscious and you will start to mold that into your conscious. You'll start to be consciously thinking about this. Most of your thoughts are coming from your subconscious. So if you want to get rid of depression, you got to figure out the trigger. What are you depressed about? What are you feeling? What are the beliefs that are making you feeling and thinking this way? And that's what you must restructure. You must restructure your subconscious mind through visualization, meditation, and affirmation. You do these all the time. You do these every single day, and you will slowly, if not surely, restructure your subconscious mind. While by doing the practice of meditation, you'll gain the off switch as well. Sometimes depression comes from not living in your authentic self. You're not doing the things that your soul is telling you to do. We all know what we should be doing at all times. I don't care what you have on. We all know we should be doing something. We all know that we have these, there's a higher aspect of our mind that tells us, oh, we need to be doing this, but I'm actually sat here on my phone. Oh, I shouldn't be eating this, but I'm doing it anyway. There's always that higher voice. And that is the voice that has to be connected to. And when that voice, when your body's not acting out the voice of the soul, then the soul becomes sadder, and suffers more and more and more. There has to be a connection between the soul, the mind, and the body. They have to work in unity. Okay? So I hope this video helps with depression, with whatever you're going through mentally.
What are we all doing, people? Survival wisdom. Today we're going to be breaking down the Bible and its real, true metaphysical meaning. All of these slides within this video is taken from my book, The Book of Wisdom. So you can get all of these slides. So the Temple of Solomon, you are body, mind, and soul, which is the Holy Trinity. The moon, sun, and earth. The sun is your soul because the sun is its infinite source of energy. It is its own source of energy. And that is what your soul is. It's its own source of energy. The moon is mind. This is why you call people a lunatic. You're a lunatic. Luna means the moon. And inside of your mind, you have a specific mood. Mood is moon. And mind in German is Mond. And the word Mond means moon. And earth is your physical body because your body contains of the four elements, the four physical elements. Well, the Temple of Solomon is the temple of the soul and the mon, the soul and the mon, the soul and the mind. And it's the temple of the Holy Spirit in the Bible. Everything leads back to one singular point in the center of the brain. The brain is not the mind. It's mind over matter. Okay? The brain is the physical manifestation of the mind. The brain is the electrical computer which decodes the light waves given to it by the mind. This is why everything in the body leads back to one singular point. And we'll go over this in a minute. But this is controlling the physical body. This is the within. If you rearrange within, it spells high twin because within you is your twin, your true self. And it's just an entity in the center of the mind. And if you shut your eyes, you can feel it. Your awareness is in the center of the brain. So there's just an empty chamber in the center of the two cherubs, the two brains. They are two separate brains. They're two hemispheres. And the empty chamber, when scientists chop it up and see it's just an empty chamber, well, because you can't see in that plane of reality. You cannot see the mind. You cannot see thoughts. It is invisible to the human eyes, to the visible light spectrum, to the two eyes. The reason why we call it the third eye in the center of the brain, it's not the third eye, it's your true self. It's the mind and soul. It's an eye because it does see. It's the all-seeing eye that you always see here. There's some Masonic artwork showing the two pillars, the two cherubs, the two hemispheres of the brain, and the inner eye. This is the eye that sees all things.
What do I mean by seeing all things? Not physically. It sees the mind. It's what, because your soul is watching the mind. You can observe the mind. You are not the mind. And if you meditate deeply enough, you can go beyond the mind. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees the mind. It sees what emotions you're feeling. It sees what you're thinking. It sees what you're seeing with the two eyes. It's the all-seeing eye. It sees all things. It's omnipresent. It's everywhere. Because the mind can be anywhere. The mind can switch itself into any place it wants. There is no limitations with the mind. So there is two hemispheres in the brain. And in the Bible, there is a quote saying, the most holy place between the two cherubs. The two cherubs is the two hemispheres of the brain, and the most holy place is between them, which is what the Masonic artwork is showing. This is the all-seeing eye, the soul and the mind, in the center of the brain. And you will not see this with the two eyes. So when scientists come to seeing the empty chamber in the center of the brain, they wonder because they do not understand the occult side of the world. They do not understand the layers of reality. How the two eyes, everything physical comes from the unseen. Everything seen comes from the unseen. Now, the two hemispheres of the brain play a major role in our lives. The right hemisphere is the artist. The left hemisphere is the scientist. The right hemisphere controls the left side of the body. The left hemisphere controls the right side. So there's a crossover. Now, the right hemisphere is to do with your feminine energy, creativity, unification, metaphors, visualization, intuition. The left hemisphere is to do with sequencing, facts, materialistic details, language, and logic. So they keep us normally trapped within the male aspect of our mind, which is the left hemisphere. You know, if you listen to Spotify, Apple Music, and radio, they're all tuned to 440 hertz, which shuts down the right side of the brain, makes you left brain dominant. And we learn, well, 90% of people learn to write with their right hand. They're taught to learn with their right hand, which is to do with the left brain. You see, so we are being trapped within this left side of the brain, which is all to do with logic, thinking logical, not creative. You know, very analytic. But the right side of the brain is to do with your creativity. So the right side of the brain is perceiving reality as a holistic perception. Now, what do I mean? If you're riding through a woods, for example, if you're riding through a woods, your right hemisphere is seeing the whole woods as one unified woods. The left hemisphere's job is to break down the perception given to it by the right hemisphere and break it down into individual trees. So what am I saying? The right hemisphere is seeing humans and everything in creation as one unified consciousness. The left hemisphere is seeing individual egos. This is why the left hemisphere is the place of the ego, the right hemisphere is to do with the higher self. They're both needed, though. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's balance. Now, they don't want you to see the unified picture, perception of creation. They want you to think everything is individual, everything doesn't come from the one, because all things come from the one. And we experience the two in this reality, dualism. In order to understand the one, we have to experience the two to advance. So anyways, let's get away from the two hemispheres. The right hemisphere, like I said, is to do with the higher self. And this is why in John 21:6, it says, cast the net onto the right-hand side of the boat and you will find fish. Meaning, cast your energy, cast your perception into the right hemisphere of the brain, and you will find God, unification, and higher self.
You will see things from a unified perspective. How we are all one, because we are all the same consciousness. The same spark that is in me is in you. This is why I am you and you are me. We are all the all-seeing eyes of God, just split up into individual bodies. We are all made up of the same essence, consciousness. And that consciousness, that mind and soul, is in the center of the brain. You are just in different avatars. And until we see this, we'll forever be divided and conquered. Until we figure this out as a collective consciousness, we will forever be divided and conquered and ruled over. This is why the Bible says, ye are gods. You are the sons of the Most High, because we are. We are the Word made flesh. We are God made flesh. Mark 16:19. So then after the Lord had spoken unto them, he was received up into heaven, head is heaven, H-E-A, and sat on the right hand of God. God is the consciousness in the center of the brain. Heaven is the head, and the right hand of God is the right hemisphere of the brain, meaning he sees things in unification, creativity, intuition, the higher mind, the higher brain. When Moses crosses the Red Sea is the corpus callosum, moving from the left to the right hemisphere of the brain to see unified perception of reality. Head, H-E-A, heaven, same root word. This is why the ancients always depict God in the center of the brain. Here you see ancient Christian artwork showing God in the center of the brain, the light. Here you see it here. Here you see Ganesh, an Indian god, which is the brain. Here you see the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit in the dome, the brain. This is the brain, because you are God made flesh. That's what consciousness is. The upper room where Jesus meets the 12 disciples. It's the upper brain on the upper room. The upper room is the chamber, the empty chamber in the center of the brain. That's the room. And the 12 disciples are the 12 cranial nerves in the brain, which pretty much rule the body, all the cranial nerves. The tree of life, the cardiovascular system. This is why in Genesis it says the tree of life was in the midst of the garden. Midst meaning middle, because the middle of the body is the cardiovascular system, which is controlling all of the systems in the body. The tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system. It's the spine and brain. This is what's detecting good and evil. The brain is the electrical computer with the left and the right hemisphere, decoding the dualistic world, decoding the light waves given to it by the external world. It is an electromagnetic computer. It is artificial intelligence. It is very intelligent, the brain and the nervous system, the human body as a whole. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil is the nervous system, because it is the tree that detects good and evil, makes you learn good and evil in this dualistic reality. Here you see Adam and Eve around the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Adam and Eve, male and female energies, with the serpent in the tree, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, this is the spine, the brain, and the serpent is the Kundalini up the spine. The serpent is the S. That's why S, serpent, S, the letter S is the serpent. Sex and serpents make an S noise. You know, the Bible cursed the serpent. So we don't figure out the true religion. The true religion is raising the Kundalini and becoming God-man and reaching our higher states, our true God self. Because once the Kundalini is saved and hits the pineal gland, it activates 100% of the brain, when we're only using around 20 to 10% as of right now, without the Kundalini awakening. So when you use it, you're activating 100% of the brain. You're activating activating all the dormant brain cells. You're regenerating the body. And this is the serpent in the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This is the spine, brain. This is Adam, Eve, the male and female energies. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore, if thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Matthew 6:22. This is the single eye in the center of the brain. It is not the pineal gland. It is what's inside the pineal gland. You have to go beyond the physical world, and there are no words to describe things that are not physical, metaphysics. And the whole body should be full of light. Well, this light is the same pyramid that you see. You are the pyramid with the all-seeing eye on top. This is why the ancients built the pyramids with the stairs in the middle symbolizing the spine, because once you open all the chakras and balance them and raise the Kundalini, you activate all of the brain, which gives enlightenment. The word enlight in ment. Ment means mind, light in the mind. Enlighten the mind. And this is enlightenment. We are the temple. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face. Within spells high twin. Within you is the God self, which you need to manifest into the external world. And he's seen God in Peniel, the consciousness. He's seen his true self, consciousness, in the pineal gland. Genesis 28:10, Jacob's ladder. Jacob, he took a rock there and laid his head on it to sleep. Jacob had a dream. He dreamed there was a ladder that was on the ground and reached up into heaven. Head is heaven. The rock he fell asleep on is the sacrum bone, because he's symbolizing the oil that comes down the spine, hits the sacrum bone and rests there, falls asleep, and it looks up and it sees the ladder to heaven. Because when you raise this oil, you become God-man. You become God in heaven. You can leave the body at will. Do you not know that your body is the temple, that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit? Corinthians 16:19-20. Or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit within you? Your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, the soul and the mind within the center of the brain, the temple of Solomon, temple of the soul and the mind. Romans 8:10. Christ is in you. It's not external. When you give where attention goes, energy flows. When you give your energy to external things, your attention, your worship to external things, you're giving energy, meaning it's draining you, and you're feeding something within the astral plane, a mental thought within the astral plane. So with you realizing that the Christ is in you, that you don't have to worship anything outside of you, this means that you're internalizing your energy. You're not giving your energy, because where attention goes, energy flows, which means you become more present. You become healthier, because you're not giving off all of your special electromagnetic energy that's charging you. This is why the religions ran by the Vatican is all external. They're exoteric. Exoteric means external teachings. The esoteric is the internal, the hidden teachings. In Psalms 82, I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High, because we are the Most High, split up into individual bodies. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness is the Most High. And we have to raise ourselves to the Most High. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Why is it always a trio? It's a trio because it symbolizes us, the soul, mind, and body. The mind is the bridge for the soul to be in the body. What is the soul? It's the life force. It's the watcher. It's the all-seeing eye. The soul sees into different realities, and it gives life to the body of every reality it goes in. This is why you always see light around the all-seeing eye, because it is the energy, the life force, the light, life, Li. Life is light, and it's the eye because it sees into the different realities. It sees into the dream world. When you're going to sleep at night and you dream, it's not a dream. It's another reality. You're a multi-dimensional creature. We live in a multiverse. There's infinite amount of yous. And there is a version of you which is the highest self in a reality somewhere. And this eye has the ability to switch realities, which is exactly what astral travel is. Astral travel is the ability to switch reality beyond the 3D construct of this world. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahma, the soul, inhabits different bodies. This is why they have different heads. Vishnu, the mind, symbolizing gnosis, meaning knowledge. This is the serpent. The serpent symbolized knowledge. Shiva, the body. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The bird, the soul, because the bird symbolizes the soul. This is why you have here the Egyptians showing you the soul leaving the body. Here you see here with the twin head, the same head, and it's a bird. This is the soul self. This is the ego self. The Egyptians knew this. They knew all of this. Of course they did. Now the whole story of Jesus is all metaphorical for the process which goes on within your body. Your neck and head is the Holy Grail, which the sun and the moon creates. Sorry, the sun and the moon creates the fluid within the Holy Grail, the brain, the skull. And the moon creates the milk. Sorry, the moon makes the milk. The sun makes the honey, the land flowing with milk and honey in the Bible. The land flowing with milk and honey is the center of the brain in the Holy Grail. Here you see the Masonic artwork showing you the sun and the moon creating the fluid in the spine. Here's the serpent. Serpent symbolizing the two Kundalini channels, the Ida Pingala up the spine. Here's the furnace raising the Kundalini, raising the oil, heating it up, and rising it to the crown. You see? So here you see more Masonic art, seeing the sun and the moon creating the holy fluid in the brain, in the cup, filling the cup. This is why it's a cup, because it's the Holy Grail. This is the holy oil in the center of the brain that gets released down the spine, which is Jesus coming down from heaven. It comes down the spine, down the River Jordan in the Bible. This is when Jesus goes from Nazareth to Jerusalem. He comes down the River Jordan, and Joseph and Mary are in Nazareth waiting for Jesus' return. Joseph and Mary symbolize the pineal and pituitary gland, which produce the two oils created by the sun and the moon. And he returns. When he returns, he gets crucified at 33, because there's 33 vertebrae at the back of the spine, and it crosses the vagus nerve. The crucifixion of the oil past 33 vertebrae creates God-man, and it creates your higher self, and it activates 100% of the brain. And you turn into spirit, you turn to your spirit self. This is why Jesus dies. He didn't physically die, it metaphorically dies, and becomes his higher self. The ego self is left behind. It's the same with the whole story of Jesus. Jesus comes down from heaven, which is the oil. He dies in a cave for 3 days, which is the oil hitting the cave. Here's the cave, and resurrects after 3 days. If you resurrect the oil, comes up and gets crucified at 33 in Golgotha. Golgotha translates to a place in the skull. The three wise men from the east, Well, if you look at the Masonic artwork, they'll always show you a ladder up to the east. Okay? Here you see north, south, west. This would be east. Here you see east here. East here. The ladder up to the east. The east is the top, up. 3 wise men from the east. The thalamus, pituitary, and pineal gland in the center of the brain. The most important glands in the body. Here you see the Egyptians with the spine, the sun, and the 2 hemispheres of the brain. What did I say at the beginning? The sun is the soul. The sun is its own source of energy. It's the life force, which gives life to anything it inhabits. The soul is the same thing. That's why sun and soul mean the same thing. So, what I'm saying is consciousness is God. And this is why when it refers to as God in the Bible, it means your higher self, pretty much. And returning back to this higher self, because God is something that you need to manifest. Consciousness is God, and your body is a reflection of the creation by God. This is why everything in the body corresponds with the stars. The stars rule the body. We are an image of the stars. This body is an image of the whole of creation. Aries rules the head. This is the cerebrum, the ram in the brain. Is the ram, Aries. And we have something called the cerebrum, Aries, the ram. This is the Lamb of God moving to the higher mind. Taurus, which is the lower brain and neck, the cerebellum, the bull Taurus, the lower mind, and the cerebrum and the cerebellum, the ram and the bull, is what makes you ramble on. Ramble meaning walking. The higher mind and the lower mind working together makes the body ramble. Ramble is what makes you walk along. Thank you to Santos Bonacci. Gemini, the 2 twins, rules the 2 arms, the hands, and the lungs. These are the 2 twins of the body. Sagittarius, the horse, which rules the hips. Hips means hippo. Hippo means horse. Hippopotamus means water horse. Hippo means horse, and this is why we call them hips, because horses have massive hips. Capricorn, the kneecaps. Pisces, the 2 fish, the 2 feet. Then they make us swim. We are an image of the stars, people. Well, the body is anyway. Consciousness is God, and the body is the image of the whole of creation. It's a reflection of the whole creation, as above, so below. 12 systems in the body, 12 cranial nerves for the 12 constellations, 12 cell salts. The body's made out of 12 cell salts. So, this is where it gets kind of deep. You know, this is where we get deep. And he said Jesus was known as the fisher of man. And fisher of man, meaning man does not mean man as in the male. Man means mind. He's the fisher of minds. So the Bible is not patriarchal. It's not patriarchal. Man just means mind, pretty much. So the fisher of mind, man, because he was fishing minds out of this reality into the higher realities. He was teaching people how to leave the body when he walks on water. Walking on water is the physical, etheric, astral, and mental. These are the different planes of reality. The ether is the either, because the ether is the substance that's on either side, astral and physical. It's the 5th element, is ether. And the 5th element is the water. The same water at the beginning of the Bible when it says, let the firmament divide from the waters above from below. The water symbolizes the ether. It's the base of all physical matter. And the ether symbolized is known as the water. So when you're walking on water, you're walking on the ether, meaning you're leaving the physical body. So when Jesus walks on water and he's teaching Paul to walk on water, Paul becomes scared and falls back into the water. Well, when you astral travel and you become scared when you're projecting, you'll fall back into your body. So he's pretty much saying walking on water is leaving the body, and walking on the ether, because the ether is the veil between the astral, and that's what devil means. Devil has the word veil in it, because the devil is trapping you between one veil, which is this world. They're trapping you in this world, this thin layer of reality. Your dreams are different veils. The ether, the astral, the mental are different veils. Devil is the veil. The veil. You need to escape being stuck in one reality and live in between realities. And this is when you truly become a multi-dimensional being, because your soul is just the eye. That's what you are. You're just an eye, and you see into different worlds. And it also, when Jesus means the fisher of man, the fisher of minds, he is. I truly believe, because of my research, that there is other worlds. It's not just this one. There's higher worlds. There's an infinite amount of you, and you've been in them dreams you call dreams. Them dreams are other realities that you are in. That's why when you're there, you don't feel like you're in a dream. You feel like it's 100% real, because it is real. So this is why the ancients always depicted the many different heads, because there's many different versions of you. And this I, the soul, the watcher, is switching itself into different bodies at all times. Well, when you sleep, when you astral project. And this is what the ancients were doing. They understood the multiverse, and they could switch bodies at will. And this is what the 7 seals are in the Bible, also known as the 7 chakras. These are literally portals within us to these different worlds. We're in the heart at the moment. Earth, rearranged, spells heart, meaning middle. This is where good and evil exist. It's the middle point, the midpoint of realities. So I hope you all enjoyed the video. All of this knowledge that I've give you in this video is inside of my book, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom gets updated every single month with new pages. It's a one-time payment for a lifetime worth of research and knowledge by me. So if you do want to get it, the link will be in the description. But I hope you all gain some amazing insight. Please like, comment, and share to help the algorithm, and drop a subscription. And for more lectures, every 2 days, I drop lectures and knowledge within the Patreon. If you want to support the channel, join the Patreon. Everything's in the description, because we are not monetized on YouTube. Thank you all. Have an amazing day. So this is known as the Bag of the Gods. This symbolism is widely known, but no one knows what it truly symbolizes. We see this in ancient Sumerian artwork. We see this in the Mayans' artwork. We always see this bag with the gods. What does this actually represent? Okay, so the bag itself represents carrying. Carrying what? It represents information, represents knowledge. Your mind is the carrier of the information. So this is why in his left hand, he carries the bag. and the right hand has the pine cone. This represents carrying of information. Why is it a bag? A bag can be passed on to someone else. The information can be taught to someone else. This is the information of activation of the pineal gland or higher consciousness of humans. Because as humans, we all possess an animal nature, the nature that tells us to eat, to steal, to gain material wealth, to survive, to hate. This is our animal self. This is our animal behavior. But we also have a divine nature of consciousness, which we have access to, the higher planes of consciousness, the planes that manipulate this material world and create all things in this material world. The human mind has access to. The animal does not. The animal has no idea he exists. The animal has no inner dialogue, but humans have the inner dialogue. Humans can create infinitely. We can expand our minds infinitely into new realms of thought. So we have this higher divine nature and a lower nature. This bag of the gods is basically just representing the knowledge they possess of higher consciousness, of the higher aspect of life. Okay? Which is the activation of the pineal. The pine cone. The pine cone is in his right hand. The right represents wisdom. The left represents intellect, knowledge. Knowledge and wisdom are two separate things. Wisdom is applied knowledge. It's a feminine aspect. Knowledge is just gained information that you know, which is masculine. So in his right hand, he holds the pine cone. The pine cone can be opened and shut. The shut pine cone represents the asleep human being, the human being that exists in his lower nature, that just basically survives, lives on eating, consumption, material lust, living in chaos with his emotions, living in a place of hell. This is the animal nature. Then we have the awakened human, the one who has consciousness of himself, the one who looks within himself, the one who knows there is more to him when he looks in the mirror. He is far more than just the physical body. He is a divine spiritual being, a divine being who has limitless potential of creation into the material plane. So this represents the awakened. This represents the asleep. This is why he carries the pine cone in his right hand. It represents applied knowledge. This is the information. This is the intellect he possesses. And this is the applied knowledge of the awakening, of activation of the pineal gland. Because remember, the pineal gland is not your consciousness. The pine, pin, pineals, the same root word. Pine cones were always symbolizing the state of consciousness one was living in, whether he was asleep or awake. We see this at the Vatican. We see the pine cone over the two pillars. This is the two pillars of Freemasonry, and the dome. This is the Royal Arch of Freemasonry. This represents your head. This is the two pillars, the two hemispheres, and the pine cone in the middle, which is the pineal gland. What is the pineal gland? The pineal gland is not your consciousness. It is not the third eye, and it is not the mind. It's not the mind's eye. The pineal gland is a radio receiver. This is your body. Your body is an antenna. Most people think they are this body. This body is nothing but a receiver and a downloader of consciousness. Your brain does not produce consciousness. You are not this brain in your head. This brain is a downloader of consciousness. Consciousness comes from a way higher divine plane, which is what this image is showing here with the clouds. The mind is light. Consciousness is light. And this light is coming down into the material plane, and your body is basically a crystal antenna which is receiving and downloading this consciousness. So you can experience a three-dimensional reality. So God can experience himself in a divided, separate state. This is what this represents. Now, the pineal gland can be activated, okay, and stimulated, because the pineal gland has physioluminescent crystalline jagged shaped cells on it. And obviously these are crystals. Crystals are on your pineal gland. And what do crystals do? Radios use crystals. Your phone uses crystals. They tell you that crystals are woo-woo and pseudoscience because they don't want you to know the power of crystals. Your body is basically a giant crystal. Your pineal gland is a radio receiver for your consciousness. So if they can ruin your pineal gland and damage it, this will damage your connection to the divine, to your true self, to consciousness, to God, whatever you want to call it, the source. There is all one source consciousness, and we're all collectively connected to it. And this is our connection. This is our antenna. So what a radio does, a radio has an antenna, and the frequencies are all around us because all the radios are playing in your ear right now. But what the antenna of a radio does is tune into a specific frequency to pick up that frequency and play that frequency. It's the same with your consciousness. You're all a fraction of God's consciousness. So that is essentially what we are looking at here. We're seeing knowledge, intellect in the left hand, and applied knowledge, activation of waking up to higher consciousness, to the higher human form. Because we can reach beyond our physical form. We can turn our animal self into a divine being, into one of these so-called gods. These gods are nothing but human beings. The Anunnaki were not gods. They didn't come from the sky. These are normal, regular human beings who activated their higher consciousness. This is what we have here. This represents spirit. Birds represent spirit. So do we have any questions? I'll take some questions now. That was just a short lecture on what that symbol truly means. Okay, so if we have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask some questions. Anything that you don't understand, anything that you want to know. Okay. So base reality would be where source resides. Yes, the base reality is your consciousness. Are these lectures available in the university? There's a whole section, basically inside the university, there's a whole section with like over 30 long form lectures like this. So the base reality is where the source resides. Yes, the base reality is your inner world, your consciousness. That is the only thing that exists. Your outer world is just an effect of your consciousness. Your consciousness, everything that has gone on within the mind and emotion is pushed outwards into your reality. You have thought and felt your way into your external circumstances. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. Therefore, your inner world of consciousness is creating and molding your outer world. The best way to keep connection consistent, the best way to keep your connection to the divine or the higher planes of consciousness is through meditation and through imagination. Imagination is the fourth dimension. It is the astral plane. That screen that you have in your mind is not a physical screen. That is the divine plane of the astral. And this is essentially where all objects of this material world comes from. The phone that you are holding, the laptop you're watching this on, whatever you're doing, every single object you see in your room that you are in right now began inside of the plane of imagination. This is not a physical plane. This is a metaphysical plane that you have access to. And you have the ability to bring down this plane into physical form. That's what we call manifestation. That's what the ancients called magic. This is what we now call in science metaphysics. It's all the same thing. So yes, you all have access to the divine planes. Unlike animals, this is why humans are so advanced. Okay. Is the pineal able to constantly activated, or is it just a temporary experience? I don't fully understand that question, unfortunately. Maybe you could word it in a different way. The real meditations on the university legit, y'all, yes. In order to connect to consciousness, you need to sit in meditation and turn off your feelings, and the feeling of unity will come. Do I understand correctly? Yes, that is correct. So when you sit in silence and in stillness, I highlight the word stillness because stillness, when you are still, no information from your nervous system is being decoded by the brain. So when your body is still and does not move, your nervous system starts to relax and comes to a balanced state. Your brain starts to relax, it comes to a balanced state. The left and the right brain stop working, the nervous system stops working. Then, once the body, the material body is shut down, you then have access to consciousness. You can't access consciousness if the body's in such a busy state. If electricity is being fired every 2 seconds, your whole body's electrical. When you move your foot, that's electricity being fired from the brain to the foot instantly through the nervous system. The brain, your whole body is a technological machine. So you must shut down the technological machine to access the divine that exists beyond the technological machine. Do you understand that? Did we create ourselves from the higher plane? When you say yes, you created yourself, you manifested yourself in this material form for a reason in this specific time and place. Wisdom books, are these available inside the university? Yes, they are. So anyone who joins the university, they all gain 50% off the store. So you can get anything off, anything you want inside the store for 50% off. Plus, you get the Book of Wisdom Volume 1 PDF for free. You get the Human Health Guide. Plus, you get all of the library books. There's a load of different books on occultism, symbolism, esotericism. Do you need to place your attention somewhere specific during meditation? You can do. Okay, you can do. So if you struggle, when you first start to meditate and you struggle to turn off the thoughts, think of the back of the brain, the back of your head. Don't think of it, place your attention on it. Okay, so when you place your attention on the back of the brain, this now shuts off thought because the back of the brain doesn't have any activation to do with thought. The front brain does, the neocortex. That's all to do with activation of thinking. So place your attention on either the back of the brain or your breath. What's more important, creating yourself or finding yourself? It's balance of both. So in order for you to create fully, you must have awareness of self and awareness of thought and control over the mental dialogue, the inner voice inside of you. Okay? When you control that inner voice, that is when you gain power. That inner voice is what brings commands into physical reality. Before you kick a football, there is a change in consciousness. There's a decision made in consciousness before the body takes the action. Therefore, every physical manifestation is a change of inner consciousness before it's a physical reality. You can have the reality you want through consciousness before physically having it. That's the secret to creating. But you must believe it like you know the sun is going to rise in the morning. That's how much you should know that you have that reality in consciousness through feeling and thought and imagination. And that's how you can truly create in your reality. Shrooms help with consciousness or ego. I can't really talk about that because I'm maybe uploading this to YouTube, unfortunately. But we need to clean our pineal gland first from calcification. Yes, definitely. You should go on a detox the body. because you can't really connect with consciousness if your body is in such a dirty state. Because the brain is, your nervous system is in a state of fight or flight, trying to fight off all these toxins. So when you meditate, you're probably going to be having thoughts all the time because your brain's firing, your nervous system's being attacked through toxins. So you must detox to have a true connection with the divine. Your diet plays a big role in your spirituality and mentality. What is the most optimal food for pure consciousness? Fruits and vegetables. They possess consciousness. So when you place them inside of you, they're syncing with your consciousness. How to check the cleanliness of your body, your skin, your teeth, your tongue, your mouth. If your skin has spots, different colors on it, you're not clean, because your skin is a reflection of your inner organs. Coffee's not the best for you. Coffee gives you fake energy. Okay. So what coffee does, that buzz you get off coffee, is actually the toxic effect of the chemicals reacting with your body. If I'm inside the university and wanted to buy your book, you said it would be 50% off because we are your student. Is that automatic or we need to have a code? You will have a code. Yes, I'm going to releasing a code for all the students after this. Caffeine equals neurotoxin. Yes, it fries your brain. It fries your nervous system. It fries your dopamine receptors. Will the Q&A last week about money symbolism be posted? Oh, I didn't post that. That's my bad. I totally forgot. I will post that after this. Thank you for reminding me. How to detox the body. The best way to detox the body is going through a week cleanse of fruit. So only consume fruit, sea moss, and cayenne pepper, and lots of freshly pressed juice. Do that for a week or 2 weeks, depending on how you feel, and then start to fast. You will lose weight, but you're not losing weight. You're losing impurities. It's good to do this every couple months, to just go on a raw fruit diet, cleanse the body, push everything out, and then start to fast while consuming sea moss and having lots of freshly squeezed juices. What is an alternative for coffee? Something with high energy levels. Okay. We're not taught the most simplest thing about the human body. It is an electromagnetic machine. It's electrical. It runs off electricity. The only energy you need is electricity, and that is found in fruits, vegetables. If you want energy, drink pure, fresh, pressed juice. That will give you more energy, more electricity than coffee. Can we cleanse ourselves through oil pulling? Do you recommend it? I do oil pulling every day with coconut oil in my mouth. Celery juice is a good one, very good one. Yes, celery juice. Any more questions? What kind of music do you listen to when lifting? For me, rap, hip hop push me work harder, but I know it's terrible for my subconscious. Yes, very. At least you're aware of it. You should be definitely try and stay away from the hip hop music. Try and stay away from anything that's talking about anything negative, because it's all programming your subconscious. And your belief system is your reality, people. Your belief system is your reality. Okay? So look after your subconscious. That's what's controlling your actions. 90% of your actions on a daily basis are controlled through your subconscious beliefs. Okay? I listen to a lot of Pastel Ghost. I listen to a lot of... Let me get my playlist up. It's all like background music for TikTok. Do you know what I mean? Like Pastel Ghost. That's mainly what I listen to. that sort of music. I don't know what it's kind of called. I don't know what that genre is called. Does anyone know what that genre is actually called? Because there's not much words in it. The reason I listen to it is because there's not much words in it. And, you know, it helps the subconscious. And I just love that music. Like lo-fi, yeah, a bit of lo-fi. Most people won't even know this type of music. Can you tell us how you use cayenne pepper? So I mix it with freshly squeezed orange juice every morning. So the first thing I have, empty stomach, I have a teaspoon of cayenne pepper, mix it in and just down it every morning. And sometimes at night. The feeling you get in your stomach after putting cayenne pepper on an empty stomach is absolutely amazing. It tingles in your stomach. It kills parasites. It kills all horrible organisms. Mix it with hot water. Yes, hot water and key lime water. That I bet that's powerful. If you mixed warm water with key lime with cayenne pepper in first thing in the morning, I can imagine how powerful that is. I've never done that, but I'm going to try that. Do you use sea salt? I don't know what to think about sea salt, to be honest. I try and stay away from it. I don't know whether it's good, don't know whether it's bad. I'm kind of mixed on it. Mixed information. I've heard people have benefits. I've heard other people say stay away from it. So I don't know. I just stay away from it. I'm not too sure on it. I drink fresh pressed celery juice every morning. Yeah, definitely. Is there any chance we could move to esoteric occult questions? The only reason I say that is because I might be posting this to YouTube, so it's like I don't want them thinking I'm giving health advice, because I'm not. This is what I do. I'm not giving anyone medical advice. This is what I would do to myself. Because I can probably get in trouble for that. So the subconscious is the all-knowing. It is the all-seeing eye. The subconscious knows everything. Your conscious mind does not. Your subconscious knows every single cell in your body. Your subconscious is making your heart beat. It's talking to your heart. It's talking to every organ, every cell in your body is being connected and spoken to by your subconscious mind. It is the all-knowing. The subconscious has access to the astral plane, imagination, the fourth dimension. It has access to the mental plane, thoughts. It has access to the ethereal plane, energy. And has access to your physical body. It's the door. It's the portal. The subconscious is the portal to the divine. You must go through the subconscious in order to access the divine. Any coupon codes for book 2? Yes, inside the university, there will be a 50% off coupon code. Speaking of ancient civilizations, why did they use symbols to give us true knowledge? This is a very, very good question. Very good question indeed. The reason they use symbols is because symbols are their keys. They hide meanings. They hide things. For example, if it was written down, if all of this sacred knowledge that I'm speaking now was written down, it can be easily taken. It can be easily misused. Someone can take it, read it, and steal it and misuse it and abuse the world and create horrible things. The reason they use symbols is because they're hidden. They hide the teachings. Only the ones who possess the key, that possess the knowledge, can read the symbol. So the symbols act as a guard towards this higher wisdom, this higher knowledge, which gives you power. All of the knowledge I teach you gives you power. And you can misuse it. You can misuse your imagination. You have no clue, unless you've put this into action, how powerful your inner consciousness is. You can become a Okay, listen. If you hate your job, it's not the job that you hate. Think about it. It's not the job that you hate. The hate is coming from your inner consciousness. It's the state of consciousness that you hate. So what does that tell you? You can change that inner consciousness to another reality, the feeling of another reality. You can become that consciousness within before you actually externally have it. And by becoming and knowing that reality, that's what produces effect on shaping your outer world. When you really, truly know that reality inside of you, of being free, of being wealthy, of having abundance, your outer world has no other choice but to rearrange itself to your new inner state of consciousness. That's what magic is. It's manipulating your inner state of consciousness. It's convincing yourself that you already have it, not believing it, knowing it. Okay? Knowing is different than believing. Believing is a lie. You should know thyself. Okay? So we can say that human overpopulation is intentional. There is no human overpopulation. We're all cramped in these cities. We're all cramped into one little place. We're not supposed to live like that. We're not supposed to live so cramped. This is why there's so many weirdos out in public. So many weird people doing weird things. This is when things start to go weird, and we shouldn't be living in this state, in this condensed state. We should be spread out. Okay. There is no overpopulation. It's just an illusion, because we all lived in such. Have you ever been on a plane? Have you seen how much land there is? It's crazy. There's no overpopulation. And how many people do they say there's in the world? There's not that many people in the world that they say. I think it's like 8 billion. I think they say there's 8 billion people. There's not 8 billion people. There's probably more like 2 billion. And the reason I say that is because I have a friend who only has like 300K followers. That's a lot of followers, okay? And he gets recognized everywhere he goes. And he's into all this stuff. And he says, listen, the population is definitely not 8 billion or whatever they say. I think it's like a couple billion. It's probably more like 1 billion. How to properly manifest intentions. Thought, emotion, and imagination are the key. You must know that you have that reality. Don't believe it. Become that reality within your consciousness. All day long, as much as possible. Feel it. Imagine it. Say it. And have zero doubt. How to have zero doubt. You can't, okay, so the doubt, that little voice that will seep into your mind saying, you can't do that. You can't do this. That's your old voice of your subconscious program. Listen, the reason why most people fail in life is because they have trained their subconscious that they will fail. They have told and believed that they will fail. The reason I will succeed for the rest of my life is because I have trained my subconscious to say, I will win, I will succeed, I will solve any problem. That's my belief system. And if my belief system is that, then my external reality, my conscious mind, will seek a way to fulfill that belief. It will seek to control and create that belief in my external world. It will seek to solve any problem. I've trained my subconscious mind to know that I already have the reality, to know that I'm abundant, to know that I have everything that I already need. Therefore, if any problem comes, I can sort it straight away. But most people have a different belief. It's not your fault. We've been kind of manipulated and told this, that they will fail, that they can't do anything, that it's too hard. And that basically casts a spell on the conscious mind, where your conscious mind is just like, no, I can't do that, because of this subconscious belief that you hold. So you must reprogram your subconscious that you can do it, that you will solve any problem, and that you are abundant. That's the reason why successful people succeed. It's because they have a complete different mind state, a complete different belief system in their subconscious. Do you offer mentoring? Yes, I do offer mentoring, but it's mainly for people who want to grow their online presence, and for the amount of value and transformation that I can place into your life, and the time that, well, the price of my time, it will be a higher price tag, but your life will completely change if you join my mentoring, because I will transmute your life. I will transmute your mind, and I will transmute your whole reality, because I could tell you exactly what you need to do. How to have super genius power pulling information from the source. Okay, so you can do this. I talked about this in Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, if you've read it. This is a technique that Albert Einstein used. This is a technique that Thomas Edison used. This is a technique that all of the ancient geniuses have used. So you get on a chair, you place metal below you or plates, and you hold a metal ball in your hand, and you fall asleep. And every time you fall asleep on the chair, you're going to drop the ball, because your body will become unconscious, and you will basically drop the ball, and it will wake you up, because it's going to hit and make a loud bang on the plate. And every time you go to sleep, basically what this is actually doing is shifting your consciousness from conscious into the subconscious. So from physical into the astral. Your consciousness is shifting between these two planes. And as you do this, you can bring down great ideas from these higher planes. So when you fall asleep, have an intention. And when you fall asleep, you'll drop the ball. And when you wake back up, you'll have an idea, and you just got to write it down. How to balance chakras. Don't focus on balancing your chakras. Focus on the mind. The mind is the cause of the chakras being blocked. If you have a blocked throat chakra, this is a problem in your mind, not the chakra. You see, the chakras are a result of the mind. You transmute the mind, you can transmute the chakras and cleanse them. So was Jesus a real man that walked? Okay, so I'm going to tell you something. Like, some of the things that I say in my reels, they are to catch attention. So if I say the first thing on the reel, Jesus never existed, straight away, you see that, it's going to trigger you. It's going to trigger Christians. It's going to trigger people. So yes, I do say things to catch attention. The reason I do that is because I have to, in order to catch attention. Maybe there was a Jesus who walked. So in the past, I have said Jesus never existed. Yes, this is to catch attention, to boost the reels, views, and comments and stuff like that. maybe there was a man who was called Jesus and walked the earth. But listen, he was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. Jesus represents an archetype. He represents morals. He represents a way of living that you should embody in your life, not to worship. We shouldn't be worshiping this man. We should be embodying his qualities into our lives so we can become Christ consciousness, so we can live in harmony with our mind, emotions, body, and spirit. Okay? He was not the Son of God. You are all the Son of God. We are all God experiencing himself in a three-dimensional divided form. God is oneness, and he created a divided world so he can experience himself. Why do you quote from the Freemasons oft times? I don't recall me looking at Freemason quotes and quote them. I just simply, when I post a quote, I literally just, whatever comes to my head, I just whack it into Telegram or Twitter. Are dreams tied to your subconscious, and how do you understand them? Okay. Dreams and astral projection are two different things. Astral projection is your soul leaving this plane into the collective consciousness, into the collective mind, the collective astral plane. But dreams are basically the astral plane, but it's your personal astral plane in your personal subconscious. So when you dream, you're entering your own consciousness, you're entering your own subconscious. Every character, every event that happens to you, everything that is said to you, everything that happens to you in your dream is yourself pushed outwards, and you're basically experiencing your own mind. If something scary comes up in your dream, this is your belief, this is something in the back of your mind materializing and coming to you and showing itself to you. So in order to understand your dreams, it's basically suppressed emotions, suppressed thoughts, all lingering in your subconscious materialized. Okay. A few months ago, I'd have concurrent dreams of getting in a car crash that lasted for months. Then one day out of nowhere, I got into a really bad accident, and that low-key bugged me out. I didn't know if my mind was trying to warn me or what. You can explain that. Okay. If you are having dreams about having a car crash, this is a belief. Okay, so let me tell you something. Let's say you're a drug dealer, okay? And you live in fear every single day of the police coming to you. This dealer every day is worried, he's scared, and he lives in fear of the police getting him. He was believing it. This fear, this emotion he was feeling on a regular basis, repetition, and the emotion is basically impressing your subconscious. It's impressed his subconscious that deeply that he now believes it. It's now become a belief. So one day the dealer gets caught and he goes to prison. Let me tell you something. He placed himself there because he created a program, a belief in his subconscious of the police. And his external reality is now in a prison cell. But that prison cell is just an external manifestation of the prison cell of fear he installed in his subconscious mind. The four walls he's now trapped in is just basically an externalization of his own belief system that he created through consciousness, through the subconscious. If you embedded your belief that you will be in a car crash, you will be in a car crash. He placed himself there. He materialized that reality through the thought, through the emotion, through the belief. He put himself there. You see? So if you were having dreams, this was maybe could have been anything. You could have watched a program when you were a child about a car crash, and that maybe scared you. Or you saw a car crash when you were very young, and that scared you, and that impressed your subconscious. Then you had a dream about it. Then you started to believe it. And then one day, bang, it happens. That's the power of the subconscious mind. It holds control over you. It holds control over every aspect of your reality, of your being. So, I hope you all enjoyed this live. I'll see you all inside Ethereal University. I'll be posting another lecture this week. And yeah, let me hold on.
By the end of this video, you will understand the 3 expressions of consciousness, how to use them to create the life you truly want. You'll discover the hidden meaning of the word God, the secret power of the number 3, and how consciousness itself is the key to your reality. We have 3 main expressions of consciousness. We think, we feel, and we act. God is 3-fold. It stands for generator, operator, destroyer. The generator is the mind. This is what thinks, generates ideas. This is the beginning of all creation. This is the first expression of consciousness. It is the first form of consciousness, not a physical form, but a spiritual form. Then we have the operator, which is emotion. When we think something, if we have care or any emotion towards it, then we take physical action. The body, the destroyer. We think, we care, we act. Thoughts and emotions are the 2 spiritual forces which merge together and give birth to actions. Think about it. Why are you watching this video? Because you had a care to watch the video. Therefore, the reality in front of you is because you had a thought, you had a care, you took action to express that reality. Everything goes through this 3-fold process. This is why we say, follow your heart, because the body does follow the heart. We think something in the mind, we feel something in the heart, and the body takes action towards it. Everything operates on the care energy of the heart. The body follows the heart. If you do not care about something, then you do not act towards it. It is the care energy that guides our actions in this world. Going back to the generator, the mind is a part of the mental plane, the infinite dimension of infinite information. There is no limitations in the mind. Everything already exists as a piece of information or a thought. This is the beginning of all creation, the spark of creation itself, thought, the mental plane. And our mind exists like a radio, our conscious mind. This is why we call it a mindset. What we set our mind onto through attention, mental attention, whatever we set it on, we receive thoughts that are very similar to what we set it on. The mind is like a radio, and whatever we tune that radio to, we receive that frequency and play that song. So if we purify our minds through ritual work, meditation, and affirmations, the mind can become a temple to receive higher thoughts, higher ideas, and better genius ideas. Going back to operator, this is the Holy Spirit. This is what we care about, our emotion. This is the feminine side of consciousness. Thoughts is masculine, the Father. Emotion is the Holy Spirit, which is feminine. And these 2 create a child, which is Jesus, the Son, which is actions. When thoughts and emotions merge together, you have a physical action, which is a masculine force, which is why it's a son. The Holy Spirit represents a purified heart, love consciousness, holding love in the heart. And when we purify our minds, we have an effect and purify our hearts. And the reason why I say that is because whatever we think in the mind directly corresponds to what we feel in the heart. As above, so below. Thoughts create emotions. If we think something and our heart tells us that is bad, we have a feeling that that is wrong, then we should not take physical action towards it. And if we do take physical action against the feeling of knowing it's bad, then you are going against the spirit. That's what the word Satan means, or Satan. The Hebrew word for Satan is Satan. It means adversary or opposer. You're opposing the Holy Spirit. You're opposing what you know is good. You're taking a sin against the spirit, against the guidance from your soul. the knowingness of good. So when we do purify our mind, we purify our hearts. And when we cultivate love for the self and one another's in our hearts, we gain the Holy Spirit, which is love consciousness. And when we think in our mind with the love of the heart and we merge our thoughts with love, it gives birth to perfect actions. This is what the true Christ consciousness is. We think with the love of the heart and it gives birth to perfect actions. And if everyone did this in the world, we would live heaven on earth. Everyone would be balanced within themselves and the world as a whole would be balanced. So we need to gain full mastery over these three aspects of our consciousness, over our what we give mental attention to, gaining love for ourself and the collective in our hearts, and gaining a strong disciplined willpower for our physical actions. And if you can gain full control over these three-step process, you can gain full control over your reality. The number 3 represents this 3 aspects of creation or transformation. This is a transformative process from going invisible to the visible. This is also why Jesus dies in a cave for 3 days. It's all about transforming the self. Transformation is the number 3. Me personally, I think the Holy Spirit has been replaced for the sacred feminine aspect of consciousness. They do not want us connecting to our feminine side of consciousness, because then we will cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another. And love is the most potent force there is in the whole universe. It is what unifies everything. It nurtures everything. It allows things to grow. Think about it. When you hold love or care for someone, you grow relationships. The sun is the perfect symbol and representation of love energy. The sun gives abundantly, expecting nothing back, and allows everything on the earth to grow. It's a caring, nurturing, feminine force that allows things to grow and unify and come together. In today's world, we mainly have thinking and acting without emotion, without care, without the judge of our hearts. It's all about gaining unity consciousness. We think, we care, true care for one another and the self, and we act. And if you align these 3 forces towards something, your business, whatever you're trying to create, you will fully create that reality, because these are the 3 forces that you can use to generate a reality. You can do ritual work to create care in your heart about something, and then you will take more action towards it. The book I'm using here is the Book of Wisdom, Volume 1. You can get this paperback or PDF on my website. So I hope this video has helped you. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe on the channel if you like the content. Let me know what you think about the Holy Spirit and if it is covering up the feminine side of consciousness in the comments section.
What's good, people? We're back with another video. This is going to just be a quick video. Manifestation, magic, bending reality. So let's jump straight into this. So you have a conscious and a subconscious part of your mind. The conscious is what you're conscious of, what you're actually doing, where you can choose or not. However, the subconscious is the part of your brain which is automatic. So all of the systems in your body, like the digestive system, your heartbeat, these are automatically being ran. And you do not have to tell these systems to do anything. You do not have to consciously tell your heart to beat. It's automatically doing it. And this is what the subconscious mind is controlling. It's like the dark aspect of your brain or your mind. It is the way bigger aspect of your mind. Okay, it controls all the systems in your body. Okay, and this is where all of your programs are. So when you're in it from your childhood, what you've learned in school, all of these things are being kept in your subconscious, maybe traumas and stuff like that. So the subconscious is the female aspect, and the conscious is the male aspect, because the male is all about action and doing, and the female is more about creation, creativity, intuition. So you have a right and a left hemisphere of your brain, and these are obviously male and female. The right side of your brain is your female. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition, insight. Okay. And this is one of the most important sides of the brain. This side of the brain is the most attacked by the elites, whatever you want to call them. This side is one of the most important because obviously your intuition is a massive part of reality. And if you don't have intuition, then you lose track of the things around you. You can't consciously feel if things are wrong or right. They don't want you to have intuition or creativity or imagination. They want you in the left side of your brain, which is just reasoning, logic, and basic things. So they just want you to tell you what you want, tell you what to learn, and then that's it. They don't want you thinking for yourself, which is the right side of the brain. So whatever the conscious side of your mind impresses the subconscious side of your mind. So if you do affirmations, for example, if you consciously do affirmations every day, you're reprogramming your subconscious mind. You're impressing a vibration and a word into your subconscious mind, and therefore it will reprogram it. So the male and female aspect are symbolized by the Star of David as well. The male being the upside triangle, the female being the downside, connected all in one, because we both have male and female energy. So every thoughts are electric, which is the male aspect. Emotions are magnetic, which is the female. Each thought creates a wave of vibration in all directions. So think of it like a water drop in a pool, but it going out in every single direction. It's not just flat. And these thoughts have a certain frequency, has a certain vibration. That vibration has a certain frequency. And this affects your aura. Every thought, every emotion directly impacts your aura and the strength of your aura. So if you're angry all the time, your aura in the astral plane will look red. However, if you're happy, it'll be more like blue and green. So it's very important. Your electromagnetic field is created out of your emotions and thoughts, and that affects reality because you're 60% water, and frequency and vibration create certain patterns and has a certain effect on water. We'll get into that after this slide. So each thought that people are thinking around you, you are actually subconsciously picking up these thoughts because it's emitting this vibration in all directions. So this is why you can pick up thoughts of other people on the odd occasion. However, when you're more in tune with your intuition, your right side of your brain, you can start to pick up on vibrations, thoughts, and other people's auras. You can pick up on the energy once your third eye is open, and you know whether you should be in that environment or not. This is what we call an atmosphere when we go into a room and you can feel the tension if someone's been arguing, for example. This is the atmosphere, this is the vibrations, these are people's auras emitting these certain frequencies and vibrations. Okay, so our aura is contained of multiple layers. Obviously, we have the physical body. This is the electromagnetic layer. However, you have the different planes of existence, the spirit, mental, astral, etheric, and then physical. The physical is the lowest plane of existence. And the physical plane is a product of all of the planes above. So the mental impresses on the astral impresses into the etheric, and then the etheric creates the physical object. So the mind is the root cause of reality. The mind is the cause of everything. Your consciousness is pure cause. There's no effect. Everything you see in this reality is the effect. Everything that you experience is the effect, because the root cause was the mind. The decisions you made you experience that certain experience. And that decision was created on the mental plane.
And this is just pure thoughts. And thoughts are things. If it exists in your mind, it is a thing. It's a certain frequency. So if you have a certain level of thoughts, if you're thinking positive, for example, you're going to have a strong aura, you're going to have a higher vibration, and that attracts like. Like attracts like when it comes to thoughts and vibrations and electromagnetism. So if you're thinking positive all the time, speaking positive, doing positive, you're then creating a higher vibration, and that's going to attract people on that similar frequency to you. Everything is electromagnetism, frequency, and vibration. Everything. You see, so this is why, for example, if I put my hand to a TV screen, if my finger was the same vibration as the TV screen, it would go straight through it. However, the particles in my hand and the particles on the TV screen are two separate vibrations, and this is what causes the friction to stop and not my finger to go straight through it. So, like I said, when you don't feel the vibe of someone, when you don't feel right, you don't really get along with someone, this is a vibration. Your vibrations are not matching, they're not similar, they're two complete different vibrations, and they're not aligning properly. So music has a massive part on this. Music is a massive, massive tool for the elites because music is frequency. And in 1975, the musical instrument are all tuned to 440 hertz. So Spotify, Apple Music, most of the music on YouTube is all set to 440 hertz. And 440 hertz is not divisible by 3, 6, or 9. And when you can't divide a frequency by 3, 6, or 9, it's not a natural frequency. As you can see here, this is 432 hertz. This makes a nice geometric pattern. However, 440 hertz is a distorted pattern. So when you listen to this, this actually shuts off the whole right side of your brain. Like I said at the start, this is the most attacked side of your brain. It's to do with creativity, imagination, intuition. When you listen to 440 hertz, it shuts off the whole right side of your brain. And obviously shutting off all of these forms of your brain. Music is a very, very powerful tool for the elites because it's the only thing which can enter your soul or your ears without consent, your body without consent. Everything else has to be through consent. You choose whether to eat something, you choose whether to drink something, but frequency, you're going to hear it no matter what. This is why it's so powerful. And music influences the body in many different ways. It's the most powerful imitator of everything. It directly affects all listeners. It directly affects intentions, gestures, movements, and actions. It stimulates your mind, and certain songs, certain catchy songs, can reprogram your subconscious mind, invoking certain emotions. This is why when you listen to slow beat songs, it makes you feel more sad. When you listen to upbeat songs, you feel more energetic. This is because these frequencies have a profound influence on reality and on how you feel. Because, like I said, you are 60% water. And as you can see here, each frequency creates a different geometric pattern. And inside of you is 60% water. So, like I said, 440 hertz is going to make a distorted pattern in your water. And this is going to have a profound effect on your emotions and your reality. So, like I said, health is not just the body. It's you are made of body, mind, and spirit. You need to look after what you put in your body. You need to look after your spirit and look after your mind. It's very important to keep all these in balance because once one of these are unbalanced, it affects the other two. So if you're eating wrong, it's going to affect your spirit and mind. If you're thinking wrong, it's going to affect your body and spirit. These are all interlocked. You have to look after them all. So it's very important you understand music. Stop listening to low vibrational music. To be honest, you want to listen to music without any sort of speaking inside of it. You just want pure frequencies, which are the solfeggio scale, like one of these, for example, 432, 528 hertz.
These are all good frequencies. It's called the solfeggio scale. And these frequencies make you more in tune with nature. 5 to 8 hertz is what the earth vibrates at. So it's very important. And the Rockefellers are the one who changed this to 440 hertz. The Rockefellers, one of the elite families. So if you want to manipulate reality, it's very important to have your chakras aligned and having a high vibration, because the higher your vibration, the more powerful your words and your intentions are on reality. So the lower your vibration, the harder it is to affect reality, because you're on a lower state of consciousness. You want, like I said, you have the mental, astral, etheric, and physical. Everything is a product of the one above. As above, so below. This is what Hermes Trismegistus was saying in the Egyptian days. This is where it comes from. As above, so below. If you affect above, it directly affects below. So, like I said, meditation helps on this, helps align your chakras. Think positive, feel positive. Like I said, your feelings are magnetic, your thoughts are electric. So once you combine these two together, you're then creating an electromagnetic frequency, and that will have profound effect on reality. So the law of cause and effect. The law of cause and effect. Every effect has the root cause. Like I said, your mind is the root cause of everything. Every decision you make is having a different effect on reality. Everything happens for a reason due to the root cause, which is your mind. You choose everything that happens in your life. Okay? So it's very important you understand this and you constantly make the right decisions, the good decisions to have good effects on your reality. You have to be very conscious of this law, because nothing escapes this law. This is the law of all consciousness. So think about it. Imagine a massive ball of consciousness. However, off this ball are different sparks, and each one of these sparks are in each and everyone's body. This spark is governed by these laws, the law of cause and effect, the law of correspondence, the 7 hermetic principles. It's very important you understand this, because this mass ball of consciousness is what is obeying these laws, and everyone has this spark of consciousness inside their third eye. And like I said, everyone is the same consciousness. This is why if you do bad onto someone else, that will directly affect your reality. So if you hurt someone, it's going to come back to you in one way or another, because you are that same consciousness. This is like a mirror reality. As within, so without. Whatever you feel on the inside, you're gonna see that on the outside. You're gonna experience that reality, whatever you've impressed. So there's different ways to bend reality to your will. This is kind of a sort of magic. So obviously you have black magic, which is manipulating reality to harm and influence others, or to be very selfish. And then you have white magic, which is manipulating reality for the good of humanity. So you do have to be very careful with your intentions, people, when you're trying to manipulate reality, because this is nothing to be played with. If you are manipulating reality for the wrong reason, it's going to come and bite you in the ass in some way or another. Because everything is balanced. Everything balances out in this reality. Nothing escapes the laws. Not one thing escapes the laws. So if you're stealing from yourself, because it's just going to come back in one way or another. Inside of everyone's heart, you know whether you're doing good or wrong. You can feel it when you do something wrong. You can feel it when you do something good. The heart is the center of the torus field. It's balance. And this is why you say follow your heart, because it's the center of the torus field. It's very important to listen to this inner voice inside of you, because that is telling you the right things to do, the good decisions to make. And when you keep following that voice, that good voice inside of you, it takes you to your life path. Very important to follow that voice. However, don't let the ego get in the way of it. Don't care what your friends are going to say. It's very important to understand this. So you have different ways of manipulating reality. You have sigil magic. This is where you create your own sigil or symbol. You create your own sigil and symbol, and then you charge it. You behind that symbol, you have an intention. So, for example, if you want to manifest wealth, you create a sigil which represents what you want. You create that sigil, you draw it out, you charge it, because wherever your attention goes, energy flows.
So whatever your attention is, you're sending energy that way. So what you do with your eyes and your hands, you place attention on the sigil. Imagine that it's glowing. Imagine that you're sending energy to the sigil, and then you burn the piece of paper once you've done this. And then after this, you meditate on that symbol. You constantly think about that symbol, because that symbol is the frequency, is the thing that you want to manifest. So that's one way. Or you can just meditate on your reality. So imagine yourself having already what you have. This is what they call a mindset. You must set your mind to the frequency what you want to manifest. Okay. So if you want to manifest wealth, for example, imagine yourself being wealthy. What would it feel like? What would you be doing? Imagine a scene in your mind. Constantly do this, and you're putting out that frequency. Like I said, you must think, because the thoughts are electric, and then you must feel, which is magnetic. Together, this creates an electromagnetic frequency, and this is how you attract things to you. You will attract the certain people to come in your life to bend reality to your will. Okay. Or you've got mirror magic. Stare yourself in the mirror, because a mirror reflects light, it also reflects energy. So you've got to be very careful with what you say to a mirror. You've got to be very, very, very careful, because whatever you send into that mirror is directly sent straight back to you. So if you're thinking negative, you're sending negative energy back straight to you, and that's going to have an effect on your reality. Affirmations are very important, because your words are frequency, your words are vibrations, and each word you say has a certain frequency. If it's if it's positively charged, it's going to affect you positively. If it's negatively charged, because like I say, your brain and your mind is like the director of energy. That's what your brain is, and it directs energy into certain things. You can either positively charge it or negatively charge it, and this brain is creating your reality constantly. It's manifesting your reality constantly in the present moment. So this is what the government knows. The government know your mind is the root cause of reality. This is why they call themselves a government. Government. The New World Order is not being manifested by them. They are controlling the information. They are controlling your perception of this reality. And they know the mind is the root cause of reality. Therefore, if they control your perception of reality and your information, what you believe, you're going to manifest that information, that perception. So we, the people, as a collective consciousness, are the ones manifesting this new world order. You see, so this isn't black magic. They're actually tricking us into manifesting their own their plans, this new world order. You see, this is how smart these people are. They know how to get around the laws of reality. They know how to bend reality to their will without facing the consequences. They're getting humanity to do it. You see, there is a collective consciousness. As like I said, we all have that same spark of consciousness, right? So as a collective consciousness, we are on a very low vibration at the moment. However, we are waking up rapidly. There are more and more people waking up at the moment, and light always chases away the shadow. Light is a lot more powerful than darkness, you see. So one person waking up has a massive effect than one person being asleep. It has a profound effect. Because like I say, the light always chases away the darkness. It's more powerful. The light is always more powerful. High vibrations are more powerful than lower. So that's it for this, people. I hope you all enjoyed. This is a short, quick video. God bless you all.
What if I told you that you are under a spell, and this spell is controlling you in every aspect of your life, and you don't even realize it? Spells are not what you've been taught. They're not fantasy magic wands that are casted over you. No, no, no. Spells are much, much deeper. A spell is a belief system that is installed into your subconscious mind, which holds power over you. Okay? If I install a belief into your mind and that belief holds power over you and controls you, that is you under my spell. A spell is a belief that someone has installed into you. Okay? You have a subconscious mind. The subconscious holds power over 90% of your daily basis behavior, thought patterns, and overall emotional state. Because the subconscious is the back end of our mind, the mind that we don't really have access to. It's the shadow self where all of our programs, all of our memories, all of our traumas, all of our everything that we've ever experienced is recorded and kept in this vast database called the subconscious. Now, the subconscious is the 90% of our mind. We are only aware of 10% of our mind, which is the conscious mind, which is what you're using now, what you're consciously aware of. But there is a subconscious mind that holds power over your conscious decisions, and you don't even realize it. For example, as a child, you had a very, very traumatic event happen. Let's say as a child, you were not loved enough by your parents. And this feeling of you not being enough for your parents and feeling alone as a child implanted this seed. And this seed was planted by your emotions, a strong emotion. And over time, as you grew older into an adult, this seed grew and grew and grew. And what this seed grew into is you being very needy, you always seeking validation from others. Okay. But you taking this conscious decision 10 years down the line actually stems from this hidden cause within your subconscious mind, within this little feeling, this seed inside your subconscious where you don't feel like you are worthy. So this results in a conscious decision of you seeking validation from others, being very needy from others. Okay. This is what the subconscious is. The subconscious holds power over us. For example, posting on social media. Why are you actually posting on social media? If you take a selfie with your new watch, new car, and you go and post that onto your social media, why are you actually doing that? On the deepest root cause, it's not because you just want to post a picture. No, it's much deeper. It comes from a subconscious belief or a subconscious emotion of you seeking external validation, whether you believe that or not. But that's what it is. If you're posting on social media, you're seeking attention, you're seeking validation from others on a deep level, on a subconscious level. You may not even realize this because it's subconscious. Now, this is what a spell is. Money is a type of spell. Remember, money doesn't actually exist. Money does not exist. Money is a physical object inside of the material plane. But the physical object has a belief in the mental plane. See, the mind is the highest plane. This is the root cause of reality, the mental plane. Okay? So our belief in our mind has given this piece of paper value and a meaning. But in reality, it's just a piece of paper with a belief behind it. But this subconscious belief behind this piece of paper is controlling your daily basis behavior, is controlling your emotional state, and controlling your life without you even realizing it. Without you even realizing that it's all an illusion. Money does not exist. It's the belief that gives the piece of paper a power. And the way we break the spell is by realizing that the money doesn't actually exist. The whole world is under the spell of money, and it's controlling all of us. But the spell is the belief. Once we all wake up and realize money has no value, it doesn't actually exist, it's only a belief. There is no actual money. That's how we break the spell. The spell is broken when we figure out that we are under the spell, under the belief, under the illusion of this piece of paper having value, and it's controlling our lives. That's why the word money has mon within it. Mon is moon, and the moon represents our hidden aspect of our mind, our subconscious, and the sun represents our conscious mind. So you have two versions of yourself. You have the self that you show to everyone, the conscious mind, and you have a shadow self called the subconscious, which is the hidden aspect of you. For example, do you really love your partner who you're with, or are you just with them for, is there a subconscious fear of being alone? Do you really want to be with this person, or is it stemming from, are you staying with them because it's stemming from this fear of being alone, of being lonely? Or are you just with them because you have a subconscious sexual addiction? And all of your conscious decisions are actually coming from this little seed of wanting sex or not being alone. You have two versions of yourself, the conscious mind and the subconscious, the shadow self and the self that you show to everyone else. Okay? And the subconscious is what's holding power over you. When you drive your car, you don't consciously have to think about changing gear. You've done it that many times. It's on autopilot. That's the subconscious doing it. You can be walking down the street. Your conscious mind can be thinking about what you're going to cook for tea later, but your subconscious mind is controlling your body and walking your body. You don't have to think about moving the body. You just do it because you've done it that many times. It's a program. It's a belief in the subconscious that's giving this movement power. You see, the subconscious holds a lot of power over you. Our beliefs hold power over our daily basis behaviors and actions. Okay, like I said, posting on social media, this is seeking external validation. There's a subconscious stem, there's a subconscious urge bringing this desire into conscious reality. So we must break the spell of our emotions controlling us, our traumas from a child controlling us. For example, another example of this, let's say you were in a car crash years ago, and this car crash led you to having a very traumatic event, very traumatic emotion you felt in that car crash. You felt a lot of pain. That was impressed into your subconscious. And even to this day, you're probably scared of going into trains, going onto cars, going inside of vehicles. And you might not even be aware that it's actually stemming from this event that happened 10 years ago. That's the spell. That's the spell that's holding power over you. And you don't even realize it. You realize the spell when you realize you're being controlled by this old belief, this old trauma. That's what a spell is. A spell is not something I cast over you with a wand like Harry Potter. Spell's much deeper. It's the hidden aspects of our mind that hold power over us, that control us. Okay? So how do we get rid of the spell? How do we break the spell? By installing new belief systems, by installing new programs into our subconscious. The subconscious is impressed by repetition and emotion. Everything you do on repeat, for example, tying your shoelaces, you can be looking up into the sky, closing your eyes, thinking about what you're going to create for tea while doing your shoelaces. You've done it that many times, you don't have to think about it. That's the subconscious taking over. Okay? That's the repetition aspect of the subconscious. For example, you could probably run down your stairs. You know exactly how to run down the stairs. If I tried to run down your stairs, every staircase is different. I'd probably fall over. But you've done it that many times, you know exactly how to do it. It's what we call ritual. When you have an evening ritual, when you tidy the house, you do your skincare routine, you wash your teeth, that's a ritual. This is what the ancients called ritual. When we do rituals, we're trying to implant something into our subconscious to either remove an old program, an old seed that is controlling us, for a new one that's going to grow into new light, into a new reality. Implant messages, implant new programs into our subconscious, which will then grow into a new reality. Okay? Because if I tell you something over and over and over again every single day, for example, if I say, you do what I say every single day I repeat this statement into your ears, about a month or 2 months in, you're going to start to believe in that statement and you're going to start to be under my spell. You're going to start to do everything that I say. So this is what spells are. Spells are subconscious beliefs that hold power over you, and you don't even realize it. So we need to remove these old programs we have that are controlling us for new programs. And we do that through ritual, affirmation, and imagination. Repetition and emotion is key to impressing the subconscious. They are the two ways that spells are created, that programs are created. The subconscious only knows the now, and it only knows you. So every word you say is a spell. So when you call someone else a name, you're calling yourself a name, because your subconscious takes everything you say as truth, because it only knows you. It doesn't know anyone else. So every night we can do affirmation. We affirm the reality we want. This is what we call a ritual. We sit down or we stand up, whatever it is, you affirm the reality you are, I am statements. And then you imagine that reality. And you do this over and over again, every day, twice a day, 3 times a day, however many times. And this will cause repetition. This will install a new belief system into your subconscious, which will then start to show in your external reality. It will start to put you under a spell of the new program. For example, if I install into my subconscious that I believe that I am rich, every single night I affirmate that I am rich, I am wealthy, I am free. And then I do a ritual. I start to imagine this reality. Every single night, I do these two things on repetition, and I start to feel the reality and imagine the reality. Over time, I'm going to start to believe that I am rich, that I am free, and I am wealthy without having the physical reality. And what this will do is that it'll implant a message deep within your subconscious mind. It will plant the seed of this belief. And this belief over time will grow into 90% of my thoughts, 90% of my actions, 90% of my words. My words, my thinking will change due to this new belief. I may not even realize it, but I'm looking for more opportunities to make money. I'm speaking to more people because of this belief that I've installed. This belief has triggered new ways of thinking. My mind, my conscious mind, is now only operating to fulfill this belief. And my conscious mind might not even be aware of it. You won't even realize that you're manifesting this belief of being rich. And that's how it happens. You implant the belief within your subconscious. You implant the spell into your subconscious, which will then gain control over you. So we need to make sure we're removing the negative spells, the negative programs that are controlling us, for new regenerated ones, for new ones that are going to create new realities, a better life. Okay? You don't want negative traumas, negative seeds controlling you and growing into your life. If you don't cut them off, they will continue to grow and grow and grow. Your anxiety will get bigger and bigger and bigger. Your depression will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But it's all actually stemming from one belief system or one trauma. Okay? So this is important. Everything in this physical plane is an effect of the higher planes. It's a shadow of the mind. Everything we think, all physical objects began as a thought, then an imagination, then energy, then a physical reality. So we must change the mental plane. We must plant seeds into our mind to change down into our physical material life. It's about manipulating this higher plane so we can create change and effect in the physical external material plane. That's what magic is. This is what spellcasting is. This is all what it is. It's not fantasy. This is the manipulation of the higher planes of consciousness, which your mind has access to. You have access to these higher planes. Okay? This is exactly what I teach in my university. I teach different rituals. I teach specific rituals to get rid of certain things, certain belief systems. I teach all different rituals, all different ways for you to create your own reality and live the best reality you want. We also have all of these different courses. We have activating the inner eye. This will teach you exactly how to lucid dream and activate your inner vision of imagination. We have the sexual alchemy course. This will give you the power of transmuting your sexual energy into creativity. We have electromagnetism studies. We have esoteric exchange and an exclusive live call that we do every single week. And I connect with all of the students. They can ask me questions, can speak with me one-on-one inside of these live calls. We have the real numerology section. We have the health section. We have a lecture section. Look at all of these lectures we have on occultism, symbolism. All of these lectures are designed to gain you power, to give your personal power back to you, to make you realize things about you. We have a meditation section. We have a library section where you can download all of our library, all of our books, different books on occultism, symbolism, Freemasonry, astral projection. And of course, we have the Manifestation Mastery course, which teaches you exactly how to create reality so you can live that desired reality that you want. This is the last chance to lock in the price of $55 a month. This is less than $2 a day. You can really level up your life because the price is going to increase as the value of the university increases, because there's a new symbolism course coming out. And if you join now, you'll get this course for free, because obviously when this course releases, the price will go up. The symbolism course will teach you the language of esoteric and occult symbolism. I'll leave the links in the description. Make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe to the channel if you want to see more content. Thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brain stem. The reptilian brain is all to do with survival mode, survival state. It's always scanning the environment for safety, whether that's physically, emotionally, or mentally. It does not think. It is instant. For example, do I smack the guy or run off? If something happens to you, like a car's coming really quick to you, you do not think about this. The reptilian brain is the animal instinct that will instantly move your body on the instant reactions. Hence why it's the closest brain to the rest of the body. It has instant access to the electrical nervous system to control the body at instant reactions. Now, Neo is plugged in on the back of the neck, which is the reptilian brain. Therefore, the matrix is the body itself. It is the lowest state of consciousness. This is what it represents. The word matrix means womb. It translates to womb because your body is a womb. Your body is a vessel for universal consciousness, for God consciousness. And the body is also a womb where you can be born again outside of this body by raising your consciousness, by awakening the neocortex. This is why Neo is called Neo, because it represents the neocortex. This is the higher aspect of our brain. This is all to do with new things, higher reasoning, higher thinking, new learning. You see, the brain is a receiver for universal consciousness. And what do I mean? It is a radio receiver. Think of it like this. You have a radio tower which emits frequencies. And each little frequency 00.1, 00.2, 00.3, each 00 point is a different person. We are all the same universal consciousness encapsulated inside of a different vessel. This is why our body is the temple of God inside of the Bible. Your body is a sacred temple of the divine essence of the universe. However, consciousness is controlling this physical body. And I'll show you this diagram here. Consciousness consists of imagination, emotions, thought, and memory. All of these things are not physical. They're not made out of atoms. You cannot think with atoms. If I split open your brain while you are thinking of a cheesecake, I would not see a cheesecake. It's because these things exist metaphysically within consciousness. They are not physical. The body is physical. It's part of matter. It's part of time. You see the Leonardo da Vinci, the circle and the square. The square represents limitation, beginning and end, because when you draw a square, there is a beginning and end. It represents the body, the mortal self, the ego, the echo. Then you have the spirit raised above, which represents spirit over matter, mind over matter. Invisible forces create physical forces. Everything physical exists in non-physical. This is also the Freemasonic square and compass, why the square is below the compass, because the compass creates the circle, which is spirit or mind. Then you have the square, which is matter. Mind and matter are the same substance. Mind creates matter through thought. Everything in this physical universe manifested through thought. Everything began as thought. So you are spirit and matter. You have a material body and a spiritual body. And you are right in the middle. This is why humans are very, very important. Because we have an animal nature, the reptilian brain, and a higher consciousness, the neocortex. And we must awaken out of the matrix, which means womb, which is the body. And neo is waken up from the lower self, the reptilian brain, and moves into the neocortex. Because the brain is a radio receiver for consciousness. Now, what do I mean? I went over this before. Your consciousness is controlling the brain. The brain is a computer. And when our consciousness, our imagination, our emotion, our thoughts, and our memories are all contributing towards just survival things, food, safety, fear, all of these things, and our consciousness is locked into a survival state, we are using the reptilian brain. We're no longer thinking. You don't think with the brain, but the consciousness is thinking, which activates the different parts of the brain. When we think for higher reasoning, we use the neocortex. It stimulates the neocortex. When we think about survival, we're using the reptilian brain. So therefore, when Neo wakes up, he wakes up to the higher aspects of consciousness, which is only utilized by the neocortex, by learning new things and expansion of the mind and expansions of consciousness. Okay? So the whole matrix is to keep you designed, well, the whole matrix is designed to keep you in a survival state, in the three-dimensional awareness. They want you constantly scanning for safety, scanning for food, scanning for emotional safety in relationships and other people. You see, they do not want you to think. They want you stuck in that reptile, that animal state, that beastly state that most people are in. Most people, all they do is eat, listen to music, consume, have sex, lust, desire. This is all the reptilian brain. So when we say the world's being ran by reptilians, it's symbolic. There is no physical reptilian humanoid beings controlling, manipulating human consciousness. We are all the same consciousness. However, there is a corrupted state of consciousness running this world. And this consciousness worships the physical plane. and they control the physical plane. So by doing that, they keep you stuck in a reptilian way of thinking, the animal state, to keep you stuck in the lowest state of consciousness. Now, this is the god Osiris, which represents the reptilian brain. None of the Egyptian gods ever existed. They are all symbolic for the brain and anatomy of the human body. Osiris represents the reptilian brain. As you can see, this anatomy compare to the brain stem and Osiris statue found in Egypt. And we also see an ancient artwork of Osiris with green skin and two reptile crocodile alligators next to him, which also symbolizes the reptilian survival state of human consciousness and the activation of the reptilian brain. This is what it symbolizes. Now, this is what the Matrix is all talking about. It's talking about the awakening, the expansion of consciousness. The word divine is dive in because you connect with the divine by diving inward. There is no man in the sky going to save you. You must connect with the self. Know thyself. Truth comes from within. All of these things I'm telling you comes from within you. I'm just pointing it out. All of this is self-realization. A lot of people say, well, what are my sources? My sources is knowing thyself, observing thyself, using the neocortex of critically thinking, sitting down and thinking about yourself and having deep realization of yourself. You can realize that your thoughts are not of this physical world. It's quite simple. The brain does not think. The brain does not imagine. The brain does not hold memory. All of these things exist in consciousness, the one consciousness, but we are all fractal, infinite parts of. This is the eye on the triangle, consciousness being given down to the rest. This is separate. Consciousness is separate from the rest of the pyramid. The pyramid is your body. Neo is the one consciousness. This is the Egyptians symbolizing the one consciousness giving Ankh, which is life, to all the different life forms. However, you can see that the central sphere is giving a big Ankh to the humans, because humans, like I said, possess the advanced consciousness, an advanced brain that allows us to turn above our reptilian animal self. For example, we can go against our reptilian lower animal nature and turn to our godly nature. Animals cannot do that. They are stuck in instinct. They are stuck in a reptilian animal way of thinking and operating. Everything they create is to survive. We can turn against our lower nature and create for amazing things like buildings, architecture, technology. We can use our creative consciousness for anything we wish, not just survival needs. And it's the same with your spiritual journey. You can raise your consciousness beyond this animal state that they try to keep you in through fear, consumption, food, and the reptilian brain. We must awaken, start to think critically, and awaken to our divinity, because the mind, the consciousness within you has infinite potential to expand. There are infinite fields of knowledge that you can explore. The mind can never be filled. It can never ever be full of knowledge. It always expands, and that's why you are alive. That's why you are part of this universe. That's why the science always says the universe is always expanding, because the universe exists in your mind, and the mind is always expanding into new fields of thought, new fields of knowledge and information. And that is your whole sole purpose, of expansion of mind and expansion of consciousness, and the exploration of the mind of God. We are living in the mind of God. You are a thought in the mind of God. You must awaken out of this body. This is why Jesus says you must be born again to see the kingdom of God. You must be born again. You must raise your consciousness beyond physical limitation and awaken to your divinity. And this is pretty much it for this video. I hope you all understand this, that this is all symbolic for consciousness.
Welcome back everyone to another video. Today we're going to cover everything that you need to know about the mind, starting with the two aspects of the mind, the conscious and the subconscious. The male aspect of your mind is the conscious. This is the 10% of your mind. The conscious part of your mind is only aware of everything around you, your vision, your sight, your smell, your taste, your hearing, and your current state of emotion and thought. Every thought that you consciously think about has an emotion directly attached to it. That emotion is then impressed onto the subconscious part of the mind. The subconscious part of the mind is the female aspect of your mind. It is also a whopping 90% of your mind. Subconscious mind is controlling all of the subconscious processes which happen within your body. For example, your subconscious mind is controlling your heartbeat, your digestion of food, and all of the things that you do not have to tell the body to do. It is the hidden part of our mind which is controlling all of the hidden things. The subconscious mind is like a recording supercomputer. Everything that you have experienced in your life is all recorded and stored within the subconscious mind. One of the most important things about your subconscious mind is that it stores your mental programs. Everything in the subconscious mind manifests into behavior and actions within the body. Your daily basis routine and habits are all mental programs within your subconscious mind. These mental programs are created by mainly two ways. 1. Repetition, and 2. Emotional impact. The repetition is fairly simple to understand. The more you do something, the more it impresses onto your subconscious mind and becomes a program. That program will then manifest into your behavior. However, with the emotional programs, they work a bit different. The stronger that you feel an emotion, the stronger it is impressed onto the subconscious mind. And then that emotion becomes a program. For example, you had a very traumatic moment happen when you were a young child. The emotion that you felt was so strong in that moment that it impressed into your subconscious mind so hard that you can recall that moment like it was yesterday. That traumatic event that happened to you when you were young will still manifest into your daily basis behavior even to this day. However, it manifests subconsciously. For example, if you were in a car crash, you will be wary to enter cars with certain people. All because of that traumatic emotion that you felt and impressed onto your subconscious mind. Another example of the subconscious manifesting into our behavior is posting on Instagram. Most of the time, the reason why you post is because your subconscious mind is seeking gratification. So before you actually do something, question yourself and find out the root cause of why you are doing this. Another thing that you need to understand about the subconscious mind is that it takes everything you say and hear literally. So for example, if you go and say, "You are an idiot" to someone, your subconscious mind will only pick up the word idiot. It only knows yourself. It doesn't know anyone else. You are casting a spell on yourself just by saying that to someone else. This is why the golden rule is to treat others like you'd like to be treated. Now, you can rewrite these programs which are already in your subconscious mind. However, it does take consistency. You have to change these programs which have been running for years. And by changing these programs, you change your behavior, because these programs manifest into your behavior. The best way to do this, personally, is to listen to affirmations first thing when you wake up in the morning, and do this for 10 minutes every single morning. Then at night time, you want to think and feel that you are becoming the reality that you desire. The more that you feel this reality, the more it will become a program and impress your subconscious mind. For example, you're trying to gain financial freedom. If you trick your subconscious mind into creating a program saying that you are financially free, this will manifest into your behavior. You will start doing more work. You will start looking for ways to make money. Your mind will be set on the frequency of money and financial freedom. Therefore, you will receive thoughts based around this program. If you take enough action, your life will dramatically change because of this program that you created in the mind. This is why we call it a mindset, because your mind is a frequency tuner which sets its frequency onto different thoughts, because thoughts are frequency. If you fill your mind with a specific frequency, you will gain thoughts and ideas based around that frequency. To create a stable mind, you need to master your emotions. You need to change your mindset. Everything that you experience is neutral. Based upon the mindset that you see it, you either give it a positive or negative charge. By understanding this deeply, you will then control your emotions. I hope you gained some wisdom and enjoyed this video. Please, if you can, leave a comment and a like, and subscribe to the channel if you like this content. Love and light to you all.
The earth has become a realm in order to trap souls within so that they can harness our electricity, our energy. Even the Bible is talking about how this realm is controlled by the wicked one in John 5:19. We know that we are the children of God and that the whole world is under the control of the evil one. Ephesians 6:12. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. So the Bible is telling us that this is not the only world. There are other worlds, there are other realms that we can go to, considered as heaven. Heaven being a higher realm where there is no evil, no darkness. This is a midpoint realm where there is good and evil. Now, we're going to explain how the soul trap is how it's working, and how your soul is being harnessed for its energy, and how you are tricked to come back to this realm after death. What you need to understand is first is that you are the invisible intelligence behind the physical body. You are the mind and soul. The soul is the true you, the good you. It is pure love, pure bliss, eternal, never dies. The mind can be corrupted, though. The mind is the intelligence of the soul. It is invisible. It has no true form. The intelligence inhabits the brain. The brain is the computer to control the electrical machine called the nervous system, which is choice, program, and action. You are the invisible intelligence behind the body, and this will prove it even more. You do not even see into the external world. You are seeing an image produced by the brain, because the light is being sucked through the retinas of the eyes. The image is produced in the visual cortex at the back of the brain. What does this mean? This means that we are the consciousness in the center of the brain, in the pineal gland, that is experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain. This is the sigil of Lucifer. Lucifer in Latin is Lucy. Lucy is light in Latin. Lucifer is known as the light bearer. This is how the eyes work, people. It's not a demon or a devil. The sigil for Lucifer is how the eyes work, and how the left eye is controlled by the right brain. The right eye is controlled by the left brain. There is a crossover. It's the same with the body. The left side of the body is controlled by the right brain. The right side of the body is controlled by the left brain. There's a crossover with our hemispheres in the brain. Now, This empty chamber in the center of the brain is where this universal cosmic intelligence is held, known as the most holy place in the Bible, the throne of God. Okay? This is above the 33 vertebrae on the spine. As you can see here, you are the being in the center of this point. All of the nerves are being sent back to this one particular point, which is the seat of our invisible intelligence. You can see it's an empty chamber. Our consciousness, our intelligence is not a physical thing. This intelligence is the true voice inside of your head. This is why your head is heaven, your heart is earth, your heel is hell. Your head is heaven because this is the seat, the throne of God. God is in heaven because the consciousness, this divine intelligence that's controlling the body, is sat in the center of the brain. The brain is taking commands of this invisible intelligence. When you close your eyes, you can feel your awareness, your consciousness, your intelligence is all in the brain. Your awareness is not in the feet, the heart, the legs, the arms. It's all in the center of the brain. Now, if you meditate deeply, you will find that you are beyond the mind. You are the being observing the thoughts. You are the soul observing the thoughts. Now, with this being said, you are the consciousness experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system in the brain, because you're not seeing into the external world. It's an image, it's a simulated image produced by the brain and the central nervous system. You do not experience the external world. You do not feel the external world. You feel electrical impulses on your nervous system. Your nervous system is decoding what you are feeling. So the only thing that you truly feel is the electrical impulses on your nervous system. This is why the nervous system is the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because it gives your invisible intelligence, your mind, the knowledge of good and evil. It can detect good things, it can detect bad things. If it's hot, if it's warm, if I need to go, the nervous system is doing this. It is the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Okay? Now this universal intelligence is symbolized as the single eye. Okay? Matthew 18:9. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the fire of hell. What does this mean? It's symbolic, it's metaphorical, people. It is metaphoric. Your universal intelligence is the single eye, the one eye. It's the balance between the two poles, between the left and the right, the good and the evil. It knows the right thing to do all the time. This is our inner guide. The inner self is the inner guide. And when you are operating your life off duality, using your two eyes, you'll be thrown into the fire of hell, lower states of consciousness. Because you're split. You need to live in oneness, even, balance. Matthew 6:22, the light of the body is the eye. The light of the whole body is the eye. You are a light being. Human. Hue means an attribute of a color. Man is the word manifested. We are light manifested into physical form. Depending on your vibration is depending on what color that you are vibrating on, which is a hue, a human. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body should be full of light. Again, it's talking about the single eye, oneness, completeness. When you balance the hemispheres of the brain, we'll go over that later. But anyways, the body is the earth. This is what we need to understand, people. The body is running the simulation, the program that our consciousness is experiencing. So when we leave the body, during death and astral projection, we leave the earth. This is how it works. The body is the vehicle for the earth, for this realm. Everything exists within our mind. You have the soul, mind, and body. The soul is the observer, the watcher, the true being. This is why she has many different heads, because the soul inhabits different bodies. This is the serpent, which means knowledge, which is the mind, wisdom. And this is the body, soul, mind, and body, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So what do I mean? When you astral project, you are using your mind to project your awareness, your observing consciousness outside of the physical body. The mind is the projector, projecting consciousness. By using your mind, you can project your consciousness outside of the body, which is known as the astral realms, which is known as walking on water. Jesus was never walking on physical water, people. It's metaphorical. Believing the physical body. The water is the ether, which is the veil between the physical and the astral realm. It's a fluid substance. It's on either side. It's physical and astral. The ether is the fifth element that they hide from us. Why? Because they're trapping you in the physical. They are hiding all of these realms. Etheric, astral, and mental. People think their mind is their brain. It's two separate dimensions. These are completely different dimensions. The mind is way more intelligent. The mind is formless. There is no form to the mind. You can think anything you want. You can manifest anything you want within your mind. It is not a physical object. The physical realm is being controlled by the mind. Everything's being controlled by the mind. Everything exists within the mind. This is why the Egyptian says the universe is mental. So when we project our consciousness outside of the physical, we go to the astral. The ether is the water that Jesus is walking on. This is the veil between the physical and the astral world. The word together has ether within it because it joins the two worlds together, together, the astral and the physical. The word either is ether because the ether is on either side, physical and astral, physical and spiritual, physical and non-physical. In the astral realm, the mind can manifest anything we want. We incarnate to restrict our minds. This is why Saturn, if you go and watch my video on Saturn, how Saturn is this simulation, okay? Our minds can manifest anything we want in the astral plane in the click of a finger. However, when we incarnate in matter, we now have to labor for our manifestations. This is why Saturn's known as the great teacher in astrology, because he teaches you a lesson. When your mind incarnates into matter, it's teaching your mind a lesson, the knowledge of good and evil. This is why the Bible says, you shall be gods and know the knowledge of good and evil. When you incarnate here, you have to know the knowledge, you need to know the knowledge of good and evil to become a god. Okay? Now, the square is the physical plane. The triangle's the ethereal plane. The circle's the eternal plane. The circle has no beginning, no end. It's eternal. The physical plane is the square. It's limited. The square is limited. The cube is the geometric shape which gives rise to matter. Now, the term think outside the box has truth in plain sight. You have to think outside the box to project your consciousness, use your mind to project your consciousness outside of the box, the physical plane, into the astrals. The astral realm is the realm of the stars. Above us is the stars. Through the stars is the astral plane. This is why astral has the word star within it. The devil is the deveil. When you sell your soul to the devil, quote unquote, it's metaphorical. The devil exists in the physical plane. It's the lowest state of consciousness. You deveil yourself into the physical when you are the devil. The deveil. The ethereal plane. Now, we all know what the famous symbol of the all-seeing eye, right? The all-seeing eye with the eye in the triangle. Look at the Masonic artwork showing you the triangle above in the sky. This is symbolizing the ethereal planes. The eye in the triangle symbolizes your invisible intelligence, your mind, which has the ability to see on either side. Because the triangle's the ethereal plane. The eye is your consciousness, your intelligence. And this intelligence has the ability to see in the physical plane and to see in the ethereal planes, in the astral planes. This is why it's above the earth. It's above the ground. Because it can see here, it can see in the heavenly realms. Now, the stars are, well, this is known as heaven, the realms of the astral planes. This is some quotes from the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Out of the darkness ye must rise upwards, one with the light and one with the stars. Man is in process of changing to forms that are not of this world. Grows he in time to the formless, a plane on the cycle above. So there's other worlds. The Bible's telling you there's other worlds, there's other realms. Know ye must become formless before ye are one with the light, the astral light above, which shining through the stars. Not of the earth are ye, earthy, but a child of the infinite cosmic light. You are the invisible intelligence controlling the physical body. The body's not you. It's the vehicle that your soul lands in when your mind projects your consciousness into that realm. Free from the body, I flashed through the night. Unlocked at last for me was the star space. Wow, that's powerful. The star space, the astral planes. This is what he's talking about. We are all a star. We descended from the astrals, which is the star. We are all a star. Look at the ancient paintings of Jesus' birth. It's the star beaming his consciousness down into the physical plane. Here's another one. Here's some Freemasonic artwork showing you, again, the ether, that invisible intelligence, the eye, manifesting itself inside of here, in the physical realm, where the people are. You see? It's the same here. This is Jesus. Here's the bird symbolizes the Holy Spirit, your invisible intelligence, descending into the waters, the ether, the ethereal, everything. The ether is the base of all physical matter. Here's Truth in Plain Sight. Mr. Bean, the famous TV program in England, in the UK. He begins the program like we all begin the program from falling from the stars. He falls down with a beam of light. And this is Truth in Plain Sight. This is false. The aliens don't exist. They're a lie, alien. But this symbolizes the star beaming our consciousness. And when we die, this star will suck us back up. Just like this UFO is doing. It's Truth in Plain Sight. So, this is some more Freemasonic artwork. Going from duality to singularity. Sun, moon, masculine, feminine. Right hemisphere, feminine, left hemisphere, masculine. The consciousness in the center, the balance point. Here's another more Freemasonic artwork. The two pillars, left and right hemispheres, and the invisible intelligence between the left and right hemispheres, the light of the body. This is why light's coming off it. Because it's light, it's pure light. The blazing star. The stairs go from the checkered board, the duality, up to oneness, in between the sun and the moon, the masculine and the feminine. This is symbolizing going into oneness. What did the Emerald Tablets say? You've got to become one with the stars, one with the one with the self, balancing the two hemispheres so that you can gain, because when the two hemispheres are balanced, you can gain a more deeper connection with your invisible intelligence. Same with the chakras. When the chakras, the seven seals in the Bible, these are seven seals because when you conquer the seven chakras, when you balance the seven chakras, you then gain a more deeper connection with your internal self because your mind is not filled, it's not being ran, it's not being dominated by these seven deadly sins, the seven seals, the seven chakras. These are seven energy centers which are concealing our true form. Balance makes us have a stronger connection with our true cosmic intelligence. Heaven is even. This is why Jesus is pointing at the heart. The even point is the heart. You got to balance the chakras and live from the heart because the heart is the earth. You're in good and evil. The body manifests the lower and the higher self. The higher self is in the higher parts of the body. Wisdom, intuition, expression. The lower self is in the lower parts of the body. Sex, food, and power. This is how they are trapping your soul, people. Like I said, the mind is the bridge between the soul and the body. So by tricking the mind, not giving it the right knowledge, and keeping the mind stuck in the lower three centers, thinking about power, food, and sex, this is low vibrating energy. It's going to keep your mind addicted to the physical realms. Okay, this is why you need to go even, balance, heaven. Okay, I will explain the soul trap in a second, how it fully works. But I'm telling you all the science behind it so you can understand. When you are doomed, you are domed. This is the dome, the firmament, the firmament, the mind. Ment is mind, firm is firm. A firmament is doomed under the firmament. You must have a loose mind, an open mind to expand your consciousness beyond the stars, beyond the ethereal barrier. You have to vibrate higher than this world. Your consciousness must be expanded more than the physical plane. You need to learn how to astral project. You need to learn how to leave the body, how to operate outside of the body, so that you, when you do leave the body, you will have recognition. You'll have knowledge. You'll have practice. But this is as above, so below. The woman's belly is the earth. It's as above, so below. It's a microcosm of the macrocosm. We are the children in the womb. We are the people in the earth being ready to be born into the heavenly realms. As above, so below. It's a microcosm, macrocosm. Everything is in everything on a bigger and a smaller and a larger scale. Now, when the baby figures out that there is a world beyond its mother, what happens? The baby starts to move around and tries to get out of the mother. Because once it starts to hear the external world, starts to hear people, it's going to wonder, what's outside of why am I in here? What's outside? So the baby will force its way out of the mother. It's the same with our minds, as above, so below. When our minds figure out that there are other realms beyond this world, we will seek a way out. This is the womb, the mother earth, mother nature. It's the mother. We're in the womb. We can be born out of this world, which is being born again in the Bible. When you are doomed, you are domed under the dome, under the firmament, the firm mind. The firm mind will keep you under the firmament. Due to the law of polarity, there has to be other realms. There has to be. Because the law of polarity works in this world, and it will work on every scale possible. It's universal laws. These are universal laws. The law of polarity means that there are other realms polarizing this realm. There is a hell, there is a heaven. There is a midpoint, which is Midgard, which is the one we are in now. Earth, heart. Earth is the heart. Heart is the center, good and bad. The balance between good and bad. Your reality is your level of realization. Your mind realizes other worlds, you will seek a way to them worlds. It's that simple. The soul trap is to keep you stuck in this physical body, which is the earth. This body is the earth. It's running the program, like I said at the beginning. It's running the simulation that your consciousness is experiencing. You are an electromagnetic being, and you're hidden in a cage, your rib cage, and you're stuck in cells, a prison cells. Look, you're in cells. We produce electromagnetic energy. Your soul produces this energy. And by trapping your consciousness inside of this physical realm, they harness this energy within the astral realms. They're using you to manifest demons, because your mind creates demons through emotions and mental thought energy, which is a whole nother video. I can make a video on that. You're manifesting everything for them because they're trying to create a hive mind. This is why they want everyone to believe in one belief system, one government, one belief system, one religion, because they're creating a hive mind. This hive mind will manifest and be summoned within the astral planes, because the mind manifests the astral plane. The astral plane is the realm of imagination. The mental plane is the realm of just thought alone. The etheric plane is the energy. The physical plane is the matter. So all of our minds together are manifesting these demons within these subconscious realms, the astral. Now, how are they keeping you stuck to this realm? Well, when you die and you're stuck in your lower three chakras, okay, when your mind and soul detaches from the body, which is the earth, when you leave the earth, you're still going to have these mental addictions to the food, the sex, the materialism, the phone, the cigarettes, everything. This is why they get you addicted to everything possible. The TikTok, the YouTube, they get you addicted to as many things possible. Because when your mind is addicted to these things, and when this mind leaves the physical body, you're still going to have these addictions. Okay? You're still going to have these thoughts. And you will be manifested into the lower astral realms because you're thinking materialistic, you're thinking negative, because your level of realization was your reality. You were manifesting hell on the earth. When you leave the body, you're going to manifest hell in the astral planes, which means you'll be vibrating on the very low, which will put you in the lower astral realms. So guess what? You're going to come back. You're going to come back into materialism. You're going to reincarnate. Because you haven't prepared for life after death. You must detach from the external world. Okay? Moon is mind. The sun is the soul. The earth is the body. The moon is the mind. This is why we say lunatic. In your mind, you have a specific mood. Moon. Money, M-O-N, is the moon. Money exists in the mind. They get you addicted to the money. The Bible's telling you this. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. It's telling you. Of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Who knew that the Bible was this deep? Matthew 16:26, what good will it be for someone to gain the whole world yet forfeit their soul? James 4:4, Don't you know that friendship with this world means enmity against God? Therefore, anyone who chooses to be a friend of this world, of the world, becomes an enemy of God. John 4:4. Dear children, are from God and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. It's talking about the invisible intelligence. It's greater than the physical world. John 2:15. Do not love this world, nor the things it offers you, because this world will create you to, if your mind has attachments to what this world offers, sex, money, and power, pretty much, you will reincarnate here. You will come back here, because when you leave the body, your mind will still have these addictions. Do not love the world, nor the things it has to offer you. All of this is in my newly published book. The paperback versions are now available. Finally, for all the people who have been waiting, the Book of Wisdom. All of this knowledge is inside of the Book of Wisdom. The paperbacks are available. There's worldwide shipping. You can get it anywhere, pretty much, any country. My new website, it's amazing. There's going to be some amazing products coming on the new website. But I thank you all for the support. Before I leave, I need to explain what is going on with the soul trap. Like I said at the beginning, the mind's the bridge between the soul and the body. The body's the realm. By tricking your mind with false knowledge, they are keeping your soul stuck to this realm. They get you addicted to all the physical things, and that is it. As soon as you're addicted and you die, you're going to come back. So by tricking your mind, which is the bridge between the realms, they keep your mind stuck within this body. They keep you in physicality. They deveil you, the devil, the deveil. Thank you all for the support, people. If you do want to join the Academy, all the links will be posted below this video for the book, The Academy. Thank you all for the support and have an amazing day.
What if I told you the devil is closer than you think, and it's not actually a real person, force, or spiritual entity outside of you, but a being and an aspect of your own mind and psyche? In this video, you will learn exactly what the devil is and the true esoteric meaning of the devil. The first thing we need to understand is that the universe is a mental universe. Look around you. Every action, every building, everything you see around you was begun first as thought in the mind, then manifested. We use the mind to build and shape our reality. The universe, the world, only exists inside of our mind. Therefore, God and the devil exist inside of our own psyche. So first of all, the devil is not a literal being, but a symbol of the lower self. It represents the unmastered, ego-driven part of the human mind, a symbol of destructive thoughts, emotions, behaviors, lives in realms of chaos, fear, hatred, lust, and ignorance. This is why we see the devil as red, because red is the lowest vibrational color on the color spectrum. It also corresponds with the root chakra, which is all to do with survival instincts. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. When we are angry, our face turns red. The devil represents our animalistic fundamental needs, our instinctual needs, our survival state of consciousness. We have a survival state of consciousness and a godly state of consciousness. Our godly state of consciousness is creating, not just experiencing in the animal state, but consciously creating reality. This is why we see the devil with a goat head, an animalistic head, and the head is where the brain is. The animal head represents living off instinct, the part of our mind that lives on urges, impulses, and instincts. Eating, sex, power, ego-driven actions, and ego-driven thoughts. Animals are only aware of themselves. Animals live on instinct. They have no ability to consciously create like humans. This is our lower desires for the material world. That's not to say say the material world is evil. However, when our consciousness is only seeking material things, this leads us down a path of self-destruction, because nothing material can ever satisfy our soul. Everything material is temporary. Therefore, the devil represents the part of us that seeks only material desires, only material fulfillment, the ways of thinking where we only think about ourselves and ego-driven thoughts. It also represents the unchecked, unconscious self, where we have no mastery over our thoughts, over our emotional impulses, and no mastery over our actions. We are living in instinct and impulsive states, which causes chaos, selflessness, destruction, and keeps us bound to our lower material 3D state of consciousness. It's important to recognize that the word devil was never present in the earliest Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. This distinction is crucial because it underscores that the idea of the devil, as popularly conceived, does not actually exist as an independent entity. Rather, it is a personification of the lower aspects of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness. The term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. A spirit is a force, an energy, and we have three forces that create our reality: thoughts, emotions, and actions. We have full control over these three aspects, which transform and mold reality. A destructive thought, a destructive emotion, a destructive action is a spirit of evil, and it originates from the darker aspects of the human psyche. So now, because we're on the topic of the devil, we have to look at the pentagram, which is obviously connected to the devil heavily. The upright pentagram represents spirit, air, water, earth, fire. Upright, which represents spirit, the most important element on top of the earthly elements, showing spiritual principles over material principles. As spiritual beings as we are, we have to put our spirit first, our higher self first, and material things second. Why? Because material things never satisfy us long term. Seeking material fulfillment will leave us feeling unfulfilled in the long run and very unhappy, and we can lose ourselves in illusions. We have to put our spiritual principles first. Seeking wisdom, knowledge, connection to the divine, and connection to our higher self is what gives us true fulfillment in our hearts and souls. But when we see this pentagram inverted, we now have spirit on the very bottom, which now represents earthly principles on top of the spiritual principles. We're putting our earthly elements on top of our spiritual element, which this inverted pentagram represents no longer caring about spirit, no longer caring about our invisible internal world, and only caring about this external body, food, sex, material things, cars, money, and all the things outside of us, the world outside of our mind. This is what true Satanism is. Satanism is not worshipping an external deity, but it is worshipping the self, only fulfilling the ego's desires. This is what true Satanism is, and we have all been conditioned to live in this state. Satanists want us to believe that there is an external deity called Satan or the devil, and the reason they do this is because they trick us, making us believe that we are not Satanists, while they are actually conditioning us to be self-seeking, ego-driven people, where we only care about sex, food, material things, and money, which is actually conditioning us to be Satanists. 80% of the population today are unknowingly involving themselves in Satanism, which is ego-driven thoughts, actions, and emotions, dwelling and living in this state where we only care about ourselves. When we are spiritual, we realize we are all one. We are all one consciousness family, and we need to do things that help and contribute towards our collective experience, helping others instead of seeking to serve only the self. The angel is depicted with wings, which represents elevation, higher self. The devil is represented with an animal horns, which is on the ground. A goat is on the ground, which represents the lower self. This is the elevated mind and the lower material mind. Horus, the bird, higher self. Set, the ground animal, lower self. Jesus and Satan. These are two forces, two characters that exist within the human psyche, not real entities. They are forces of our minds, and there is a battle between our higher self and lower self all the time within within our own minds. There's always a part of us that's telling to do one thing and another thing, to do something bad and to do something good. There is this battle inside of our own consciousness. Here we have the human spinal column. The human spinal column is showing you the higher and the lower self. The higher self represents the head. The head is where the mind is. This is the creative essence of the universe. This is where all material things begin as a thought in the mind. We create with the skull, with the brain. This is our higher self, the heavens, connected to the heavens, the sky. And the lower end of the spinal column is where our reproductive organs are, where our gut is. Our reproductive organs and our gut is all to do with survival. The lower end of the spinal column, lower instinctual 3D based consciousness. The lower end of the spinal column is where our lower self dwells. Eating, consumption, power, and sex, lust. These are all emotional forces and instinctual based organs that are not inherently evil, but when we dwell and live off this lower end of the spinal cord, it keeps us in low states of consciousness. Our goal to raise to our higher mind is to balance this, not to overeat, not to abuse power, not to abuse sex and lust, but to master these organs and gain the ability to say no to these organs so that we can raise to our creative side of consciousness. Instead of dwelling in our instinctual nature, we can turn to our creative nature and consciously become a builder and constructor of reality. This is the true way of raising consciousness. This is the stairway to heaven, out of the animal consciousness to the higher consciousness. To wrap all of this up, it's all about gaining control over our instinctual lower nature and allowing our spirit to rule over our body and not our body ruling over our spirit or mind. The moment you let a thought become instantly an action is the moment you are an impulsive person. We are all trained to be this way. It is okay if you are in this state. The moment you let a thought turn straight into an action without questioning, that is the mind controlling you and you not controlling the mind. We need to gain control over the mind, and we do this through many different ways, through meditations, affirmations, and discipline. We slowly gain control over our minds. And once we gain control over our minds, we gain control over our thoughts, and we gain control over the attention that we give certain thoughts. We can then start to uplift our mind, our thoughts, out of our instinctual state to the higher mind. If you wish to learn more about consciousness, I'll leave a link in the description for the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2.
Welcome to Revival of Wisdom.
Welcome people, we're back with another video. Please make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications to never miss a video. The Earth is a giant torus field consisting of a positive and a negative pole. The Sun being the cathode with a positive charge and the Moon being the anode with a negative charge. This is why the Sun rules over the day, giving you lots of energy, and the Moon taking your energy from you, making you go to sleep. Now, the plane that we live on is called the plane of inertia, and at the center of this plane of inertia is the North Pole. This is where the two electromagnetical energies meet. Now, this is where the most electromagnetic energy is stored. This is why all compasses will point north, because it's the most magnetic place in this reality. So the Sun and the Moon is spinning around this center point, which is stirring the ether of this reality and making everything move in circles, meaning this is a cycle. Everything's recycling itself. It's an organic simulation. The ancients also knew about this sacred land at the center of this reality, known as the North Pole. As you can see on this map from the 1500s of the North Pole, you can see 4 islands around this center black rock. Ancient civilizations like the Mayans, the Buddhists, and ancient Chinese also depict these 4 islands. The endless symbology of these sacred lands at the center has been going on for thousands of years. These sort of secrets are now kept by the elites, but as always they have to show the truth in plain sight, and this is what they are doing with the Windows symbol and also the Wizard of Oz. Now in the Wizard of Oz, as you can see, there's something called Munchkin Land. Munchkins are these unusually short people. Then on the ancient 1500s map it says Pygmy, and then the Pygmy people in mythology are also these unusually short people. Just like Santa and his elves, they come from the North Pole, and elves are these unusually short people. These stories that we are told about Santa and Munchkins are putting truth in plain sight about this sacred land. This sacred land at the center of the earth is where the aurora borealis comes from and is being emitted from this black hole in the center, also known as the black sun. The aurora borealis is the earth's aura, hence why it has the word aura inside of it. It is the life-giving essence to all life within this realm. As this dualistic reality we live in consists of both physical and spiritual, the black sun is like our sun for the spirit. It's our spiritual umbilical cord, connecting us to the spirit realm. And the rising sun is the opposite. It's our sun for our physical 666 carbon suits, known as our human body, our physical aspect. As it states in the 40,000-year-old emerald tablets, deep in Earth's heart lies the flower, the source of the spirit. The flower of life is as thine own place of spirit, and streams through the earth as thine flows through thy form, giving off life to the earth and its children. So the North Pole is the core of this spiritual reality, and the closer you get to it, the more spiritual and lucid it becomes. So the elites have covered this up in order for us to forget the true nature of this reality. And they did this cover up by introducing the globe model. Nicholas Copernicus was around in the 1400s, and he introduced the globe model. As you can see, he is a Freemason. He depicts himself with a globe and a Masonic compass in all of his paintings and portraits. Galileo was also a Freemason, as you could see in all of his portraits with a globe and a Masonic compass. He was also a massive part of introducing the globe model after Nicholas Copernicus. So yes, the globe model was a spiritual and political move to gain more control over the masses. After the globe model was then introduced, they introduced the theory of evolution by another Freemason, Charles Darwin. See how these two theories go hand in hand? They both degrade humanity, and they make you confused of where we actually came from. By hiding the true form of this divine creation and hiding the true power of each and every one of us, they maintain control over the masses. Now this is order out of chaos, known to be the 33rd degree slogan of Freemasonry. Now this is the Masonic cosmology, and as you can see, you have the checkered board for the duality, the 5-pointed star for the 5 elements, the 4 corners for the 4 pillars, the all-seeing eye, which is Polaris, the sun, the moon, and the 7 stars. So even Freemasons are taught the flat earth cosmology and the true form of this reality. Now the true nature of the sun, the moon, and the earth is shown and reflected through the Masonic compass. The Masonic compass is the sun, the moon, Polaris at the top, and the black sun at the bottom. It makes sense why all the scientists who introduced the globe model all used the compass and the globe together, because it's truth in plain sight. As I explained in my other video, all Freemasons have to take the oath, so it goes to show, why are we all learning these theories from Freemasons who can't talk about certain topics that they learn about? Why should we believe their theories when they're holding back the real truth about this reality? Now going on to NASA. NASA means to deceive in Hebrew, and they are also funded by the government. They are not a private company. The old owner of NASA, Werner von Braun, on his grave has the Bible verse Psalms 91, The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Now why would the owner of NASA put this on his grave? Seems a bit suspicious to me, alongside with the NASA astronauts are all Freemasons. And not to mention the countless mistakes they've made on their live videos in space stations, the moon landing, and the CGI footage of the Earth, which is obviously photoshopped. Just by tricking the masses that they live on a spinning ball, the elites gain the perception of the masses. Not only does it hide the divine creation we're inside of, it hides the divine spark within you. It hides the creator, the source. And by believing in space and we live on a spinning ball, it makes people come to the interpretation of that we are a coincidence and we do not have any purpose. And of course this is false. When you come to realization that we are all a divine creation and we can create our own divine life in this reality, life becomes more sacred and you start to enjoy little things. The elites want you to believe everything exists only in the five senses. They want you constantly looking outside of yourself because they know that will keep you on lower states of consciousness. Now this brings me to our next point. By tricking the masses into the heliocentric model, the elites started to advertise aliens in the movies, in cartoons and magazines in the late 1940s. Now this is subconsciously programming us about aliens and extraterrestrial threats, which then they can use to their advantage. And this is something called Project Bluebeam. They are more than likely going to fake an alien invasion to push this 2040 agenda, which is for one government and one ruling currency. That's it for this video, guys and girls. Hope you all enjoyed. Please make sure to leave a like and a comment. God bless you all.
The Freemasonic square and compass is not just a symbol that represents Freemasonry, a lodge, or a secret society. It is a symbol of gaining your own personal power. Now in this video, I'm going to be breaking down this symbol in the most detail I can possibly go into. Most people live in a state of illusion. They live their life impulsively, acting based on their five senses, tasting. They want to feel a certain thing like an orgasm, or they're basically just slaves to external things and their five senses, which leads to a very dark path where you'll never actually become a conscious creator and you'll never actually be internally happy. The Freemasonic square and compass reveals some deep wisdom about this. Now let me break this down. If you want to gain your personal power, listen up. The Freemasonic square and compass is a compass which is used to create circles. Now if you notice something about the circle, they have no beginning, no end. You can't tell where it begins and ends. It's eternal, which means this represents consciousness. Now, if you don't know what consciousness is, if you close your eyes, you have an internal world. You have thoughts, emotion, visualization. This is all consciousness, spiritual. Then we have the square. The square creates squares or lines, which represents matter. It has a beginning and an end. You can quite see where the beginning of the end is, right? So we can even link this to Leonardo da Vinci, the Vitruvian Man. We see the man in the square with the circle. The circle is the eternal consciousness and the man is the square, limited to the physical world. But consciousness is not limited, that's why it's outside the square. This is eternal, the body is mortal. The body will die, consciousness will never die. If we look even closer at the symbol, we notice in this particular symbol, we have the compass overlapping the square. This is very, very symbolic. This represents spirit over matter, also known as mind over matter, consciousness over matter, the circle over the square. Like I mentioned earlier, most people are slaves to their senses. They go through their day and all they do is chase validation and feelings. They eat all day to feel good, which means they're a slave to their taste. They're slaves to their feeling. They masturbate, which means they're a slave to orgasms and external things. They're literally being governed by the external world controlling their internal world. They're literally living life on autopilot. And don't get me wrong, I was guilty of this too. We're all guilty of this when we join this world because we're not taught this sacred knowledge. Until you actually stop and recognize this, you'll be living life on autopilot, literally not even living. You'll be running off subconscious programs, seeking external validation and being ruled by these five senses. The square underneath the compass represents consciousness on top of matter, which means the internal world is controlling the external world. It is the mind controlling matter and not matter manipulating the mind. In the occult and esoteric world, it's very important that you are conscious of every action that you are taking in your day-to-day life. Never act subconsciously. Always be conscious. What are you thinking? What are you acting? What are you giving your attention? All of this is contributing towards creating because you are a creator. Consciousness is a creative force. You need to make sure that the compass is on top of the square, that your inner world is controlling the outer world and not the outer world controlling the inner. As I've mentioned in many videos before, the internal world of consciousness is what's producing the external world. Your life is just a result of every thought and emotion that you felt in the past. Everything you own, everything you possess, your friends are all reflections of your consciousness. They're all reflections of what you are thinking about. When you change your thinking, your external world starts to rearrange itself. On a basic level, this symbol represents the combination of spirit and matter. You are a spiritual being and a material being. You are heaven, the sky, and earth, the ground. You are heaven and earth, spirit and matter infused into one. You are a bridge between the divine and the earthly worlds. And you can bring down these higher realms of consciousness, thought, imagination, and emotions into a physical, tangible reality. To do this consciously, we need to make sure the external world is not manipulating the inner world. Because if your internal world is being controlled by external circumstances, for example, you have a circumstance happen in your reality, an emotion triggers inside of you, and that emotion is a command to create more of that. And the thoughts that you think are creating more of that negativity. So it's a constant cycle of negative manifestation if you let the external world control your internal world of consciousness. So we need to make sure the compass is on top of the square, that the internal world are commands and not reactions to create your external reality. And not only just to create, but to actually enjoy life. If we let the external world bother our internal world, this means that we have some sort of mental or emotional attachment to the external world. We need to detach from the external world. Why do I say that? Because it's temporary. It's an illusion. We are going to die one day, and none of this will matter. You need to understand that everything in this world is temporary. You have to be okay with losing things, losing family, losing things in this world, because it's guaranteed to be temporary. We need to make sure the internal world is order and not chaos, commands and not reactions. Now, at the back of the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2, the book that I've wrote here, I go over the different meanings of the different arrangements of the square and compass. Sometimes we see the square overlapping the compass, which is the opposite of what we've just broken down. Or sometimes we see one leg of the compass on top of the square and one leg of the square on top of the compass. These are all highly symbolic. When we see the square overlapping the compass, this pretty much represents the beginning of the Freemasons' journey, when their internal world is being controlled by the external. They have a lot of spiritual growth and a lot of learning and inner work to do. Now, when we see half and half, one leg of the square on top and one leg of the compass on top, this represents the Masons' gradual emergence from the material realm into the spiritual. This interplay of symbols reflects the process of gaining greater light and knowledge as the Masons ascend from material concerns towards spiritual enlightenment. And of course, we've just broken down what this means. This represents spirit over matter. They're not chasing external physical things anymore. They're actually chasing and gaining validation and happiness from spiritual growth, more knowledge and deeper understanding of consciousness and themselves. Most people chase external material things, which actually don't make you happy in the long run. You could be given £1 million today.
In this video, you're going to learn exactly what Christ consciousness truly is and how to cultivate this into your life so you can live a better life, create the things that benefit yourself and humanity, and ultimately to bring heaven on earth. This is the true way. If you're familiar with my work, you know that, I'm pretty much obsessed with symbolism. Symbolism is such a massive topic, and it unlocks profound ancient wisdom that is hidden behind these layers of symbolism of the ancient paintings, symbols, and texts. So I was going through some Christian artwork and I came across this painting. It's a well-known painting called The Sacred Heart of Jesus. And it just blew my mind. What this is revealing about human consciousness and Christ consciousness, which is what Jesus represents. If you're not familiar with Christ consciousness, you should definitely do a bit of research on that. But I'm going to explain it today in detail. So when we look at this painting, we are looking at symbolism. We're looking at consciousness, a state of being, a state of living, a way of thinking, a way of feeling, and a way of acting in the world. As I've said this many times, we're all creators. We all create and generate reality. And you don't just have your personal reality, you have a collective reality. Your reality is affected by the collective consciousness. Depending on the collective consciousness's understanding of reality will also affect your life. We have a collective life and a collective experience. So Jesus in this depiction here is in a way showing us instructions to reach Christ consciousness, whether you see it yet or not. But I'm going to decode this for you. And your mind might be blown after watching this. Okay, so so what is the meaning of Christ consciousness? What's the whole purpose of this? Very simple. Like I mentioned before, we have a collective experience on this world. And Christ consciousness is the natural consciousness that we all need to be functioning on to generate peace, love, and unity on the earth in this experience we call life. That's what Christ consciousness truly is. It's a state of being that we need to cultivate within our own self, within myself, others, and everyone in this life and experience, so that we can all live in peace and heaven on earth, what they like to call it, so that we can generate the best experience possible together on this thing we call earth, on this material world, this material dimension. The material dimension is simply just a physical dimension of thought. It's a physical outcome of thought, but that's a whole other lecture. So please leave a like, leave a comment if you have any topics to talk about that you wish for me to cover, and definitely leave a subscribe if you like my content and channel. So to go deeper into this, right, we've explained what Christ consciousness is and what it actually, will do to the earth and what it will do to reality in our collective experience. And it's also representing a profound understanding of self, a deep understanding of the true nature of self, the true source of self, what the self is, pure consciousness, pure God. We are all Jesus. Jesus is you, a physical manifestation of the divine made manifested physically. A physical manifestation of consciousness, okay, of spirit descended into matter. However, Jesus is a symbol that should not be worshipped, but something that we need to cultivate, maybe look up to, and cultivate within our own mind and hearts and actions. So he is someone that we should embody into our own very own being. We need to reach a level of intellect, the mind, a level of emotional understanding, and ultimately this creates Christ consciousness. Okay, and now I know that was very, very vague what I just said, but I'm going to explain it a bit more. I don't want to give it fully away yet because you need some more information, more keys. So let's observe the top end of this painting. Jesus with this circular light emanating around his head is symbolic of the mind, of the, you know, our thinking aspects of consciousness, the way we generate thoughts, ideas. You know, the mind is also good at also ruling communication. It also rules what we give attention to. Okay, so this is symbolizing the mind of every human being. The mind is a very powerful center of consciousness located in the head, of course. This is why Jesus is the head at the top with the circle around it, representing the mind. Now, to reach Christ consciousness, we need to purify our minds. Purification of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is the hidden aspect of our mind with all of our memories, belief systems, and everything we've ever experienced is stored within there. We have traumas there, we have bad belief systems that hold us back. So it's about reprogramming the subconscious and aligning the subconscious with higher consciousness, with higher understanding of self. Removing any mental blockages from the mind. Because in today's world, most people's minds, including myself before I, purified myself, and I'm still continually purifying myself. That's not to say I'm perfect, because I'm definitely not. But what I was saying was purifying the mind so we can have a powerful mind. Because like I was saying, most people's minds are not their own friend. They let their mind control them. They let their thoughts create negative influence on them, negative emotions. They let their mind destroy their confidence, destroy themselves. We do not want a mind like this. We need a mind that is our best friend, that receives powerful thoughts, that gives someone power. We do not want our mind taking away our power. Okay, so in this specific image here of Jesus, this represents a light mind, a powerful mind, enlightenment. The word enlightenment means light and ment coming from mental or mind, light in the ment. This means a powerful mind. Light is also symbolic of knowledge, information. When someone's very intelligent, you call them a bright person. It's a bright mind. It's knowledge of self. So the mind is conscious of self. That's another thing. We need to be conscious. A lot of people are not conscious, including myself before I did this, before I woke up. Most people are not conscious of their actions. They're not conscious when they're actually awake in the day. They do things unknowingly. Are we conscious of our thoughts, emotions, and actions, what we're giving attention to in our mind? Because ultimately this shapes our experience. There's a great quote, I think it's Julius Caesar or one of the Roman emperors, who says the quality of your life is dependent on the quality of your thoughts. Something along them lines. I don't know if I'm 100% correct there, but it's very true. Our thoughts dictate our happiness. So to cultivate Christ consciousness, we need to be conscious of our actions, conscious of our thoughts that we're giving attention to. There is a level of mastery that we can achieve within ourselves where we become conscious of every single thought that enters our mind. That sounds easy, but it's definitely not. But that's a high level of mastery that we can achieve and cultivate within ourselves. So we're looking at a powerful mind here from Jesus, a powerful mind, a purified mind. And we purify the mind through, affirmations, meditations, ritual work. Rituals are things we do every single day with an intent in our mind and an emotion in our heart to impress that state of consciousness into our subconscious so it can slowly rewrite our consciousness and align our consciousness and sync it with a higher with higher thoughts and higher emotions, with love. We can sync our consciousness with love, which is ultimately what Christ consciousness truly is. Well, now we're going to go on to that now. So we've gone over the mind. Now we go over the heart. Now notice, before we go into the heart, Jesus is revealing. He's revealing, he's pulling back the robe, symbolizing opening the heart, revealing the heart, revealing the soul, the light of the heart. Our authentic self lies in the heart. Our pure intentions, our love, our soul needs to be shining through our heart. And our soul is unconditional love. Now, that's not to say that we can get corrupted hearts. We surely can have corrupted hearts, for sure. We can love sick and twisted things, and that's evident in today's world. People love killing people. People love hurting people, manipulating people. People love power. Now, that's obviously an inversion of naturals, the natural state of consciousness for humans. When we're born with a natural state of love, of unconditional love for the self, for everyone else, for animals, insects, the earth. We love everything as a child. And not only do we love everything, we actually act upon this. As a child, we do not act on anything we know is not good. And I'm talking early stages of being a child, before we're indoctrinated, before the mind and heart become corrupted. We are pure. This is symbolizing this. Light represents also purification and truth, because when you shine light on something, it's the truth. You see it. You shine it through the darkness. It reveals. So light, this is symbolizing revealing the light of the soul, of love consciousness, holding love in the heart, true love, not love for sick and twisted things, but true love for the self, the body, and for everyone else and all things. Holding love in the heart. There's a famous saying of keeping the sun in your heart. Keep the sun in your heart. It's a very famous saying. What the sun is a symbol of love. What does the sun do? It gives abundantly. All it does is give light, give energy, power, light to the earth, and everything is feeding off this source. The sun expects nothing back. It just abundantly gives. It's a symbol of love. This is the love principle of creation. Now, the heart is also governing our actions. What we think about, in our mental field of consciousness, is directly corresponded and observed in our hearts. What we think about directly corresponds with what's going on and what we feel in our hearts. Thoughts produce emotions. So if we give attention to negative thoughts, there's no wonder we're having negative emotions in our hearts. So purification of the mind is also having an effect in purification on the heart. Because when we purify our thoughts and only give attention to powerful thoughts and positive thoughts that uplift yourself and humanity, then we're going to also see this change in the heart, see this emotional change in our consciousness. So this represents the purification of a purified heart, the light emanating around the heart. Love for the self, love for one another. And you're revealing this, you're shining the heart on others. This represents, revealing your true self to everyone without suppressing aspects of self. Revealing the light, not holding back the light. Because people in darkness will look at people who are spiritual and say, oh, he's into the woo-woo stuff. It's about revealing that and not caring about others. Because when you shine a light, you're also planting seeds in other people. Now, I'm going to tie this together with the hand gesture. Now, what we're looking at here, we're looking at a hand gesture with two fingers up We have the middle finger and the index finger upwards. And notice how they're crossed over. They're crossed. They're not separate. They're crossed, representing unification. Unification here. This is a unified two fingers. Two represents division. Crossed over represents oneness. It's the unification of the mind and the heart. A lot of people talk about this, but not many people go into detail about it because, you know, for many reasons. But this is the unification of thought with emotion. This is how we truly reach Christ consciousness. And ultimately, when we do gain the love in our hearts and we do slow, you know, it's a gradual process of cultivating love for the self and everyone else in the world, because we're so programmed to be divided. But it's a slow progress. But when we do cultivate love in our hearts for the self and one another, love is a very, very nurturing and growing force. Like I said, the sun earlier, that is pure love energy. It makes everything grow on the earth. While love in your heart grows connections with people. It grows care. You go out your way to do things to people and give people things. You know, it's a very nurturing and growing energetic force. And me personally, I think the whole universe is built upon love. The whole thing. Without love, you know, without the love, there is nothing. Nothing is, you know, love is the only true emotion that truly exists. Everything else is either an opposition of love or a different degree and branch of love. Love is the only true emotion, and everything is built upon that principle. Okay, love is what guides us to a higher consciousness. When we cultivate love in our hearts, we become a vessel for light, more energy, more vibration. Our electromagnetic field expands, or biofield, when we hold love in our hearts. It's a very powerful force. And when we do cultivate a strong spiritual compass within our heart, because that's what our heart truly is, it's a spiritual compass. It tells us, well, it doesn't tell us, it knows what is right at all times. If you think something, your heart tells you whether that is right or that is wrong, whether you should act upon it or whether you should not. The heart knows what's good and evil. No one told you this as a child. As a child, you already knew this. You came into the world, you knew what was right and wrong. You knew it was wrong to hurt people. So this unification that he's doing with his hand symbolizes thinking with the love of the heart. Represents thinking with love of the heart. Thinking with love of the heart for the self and the collective. Now, ultimately, what this does is give birth to perfect action. Why? Why does this give birth to perfect action? Think about it. Every time you've taken an action, why did you take the action? You probably, well, you would have thought about it, you had a feeling towards it, a care energy, and you took action. Why do we go to work? We care about paying the bills and staying in our house. We go to work to earn money. We think, we care, we act. Everything you see in front of your reality, on the screen that you're seeing right now, you called your eyes. Everything is in front of you because you care. It's the heart energy that leads the body. Okay? And that's even present in the body. Have a look at the body. We have the head, thought, then emotion, then our feet is at the bottom, and our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. Thought, emotion, action. So even the body is basically a blueprint of how creation is manifested. So we receive thoughts from the divine planes, from the higher planes of consciousness. We receive them. That's another thing that I missed. If we purify our minds, we're basically attuning our mind to a higher part of the mental plane, and we will receive higher thoughts. We will receive thoughts that are more genius, what we like to call today, or better quality thoughts. We receive good ideas. when we attune our mind to a higher consciousness. Okay, so we are like a radio. We receive thoughts based on what our mind is set to. That's why we call it a mindset. So, like I was saying, we receive thoughts through the head. We feel the emotion, then our feet take action. Thought, emotion, action. So the body's a blueprint of creation. It's beautiful when you really notice this. So this unification is about thinking with the love of the heart, which gives birth to perfect action in the world. And this is the state that we need to cultivate within myself and everyone in the world so we can give birth to heaven on earth through action. Because ultimately the world is molded through action, physical action. And them actions are molded from thoughts and emotions. Now, just to have a little announcement, I am now opening 10 more spaces inside my symbolism masterclass. We have 10 more spaces. You're going to learn about a lot more about symbolism. It's very affordable. I'll leave the link in the description if you wish, if you care about gaining more information and learning the ability to read symbols. So what is the inversion of this? What is the inversion of this consciousness? Well, that's what we call satanic consciousness. Satanism. Satanism on its true level is the opposite, the opposing the natural state of consciousness that we are born into. It's about thinking with no emotion, thinking and acting. This is what the Skull and Bones represents here. So the Skull and Bones Secret Society, this is their main logo. Again, we have the skull, which represents thought, and the bones, which represent action. The bones take action in the physical body. We're looking at thought and action with no emotion, no empathy, no love for one another, only love for the self, the inverted love. Okay? We're looking at gray. Gray is a symbol of dullness, death. There's no emotion in gray because colors provoke emotion. When we look at a color, it invokes an emotion. Gray has no emotion. So we're looking at dullness of the emotions. I'm not going to go too deep on this subject. I'm going to create a whole new lecture for that. In fact, I think we have a great lecture inside Ethereal University on Satanism. We're going very into depth of what Satanism is and what Satanism consciousness truly is. And again, it's just the cross inverted. Satanism is just it's the invertation of, I don't know if that's a word, but it's the inverse of natural law, natural consciousness, of love consciousness that we are born into. Okay, so ultimately the message in this video was to create love in our minds, love in our hearts, think with the love of the heart, think with the care for one another, and that gives birth to perfect action. And when we align, when we do truly act out what our heart is telling us, and I know this from first-hand experience. This is what happened to me. I woke up. I started to follow my inner guidance. I always took action on it. I was saying yes to it every single time. And it led me, this is, I'm getting goosebumps actually saying this. It led me to where I am. Like that action, me saying yes to my heart, to that knowingness of goodness within me, was like a domino effect. And that domino effect, every time I did it, it was just opening more and more doors, not physically, but mentally. I was receiving more information. I was receiving more opportunity physically. My work started to explode on social media. Like, when you follow your heart and truly take action on what you know is good, it's like a domino effect that leads you step by step to where you're meant to be. And it's so profound and it's so, beautiful. And I'm telling you this from firsthand experience. This is ultimately how you kind of unlock your purpose in this physical world as well. So not only is it going to create a better world, it's also unlocking your true soul form and soul purpose while you're here. It's very beautiful. So I thank you, everyone. Please leave a like, comment, and share, and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you all inside Ethereal University if you decide to take your studies to the next level. Take care.
There is a secret meaning behind the number 666. 666 is 3 sixes. The number 3 in occult and esoteric numerology represents the 3 aspects of human consciousness. We see this symbolism in the all-seeing eye with the light and the triangle. The triangle is the number 3. The eye represents consciousness, observation, and the light represents the light of consciousness, because consciousness is pure light. The 3 aspects of our consciousness is thoughts, emotions, and actions. Every thought creates a feeling, and the feeling creates the action. All physical manifestation is driven from these 3 aspects of our consciousness. All physical manifestation comes from thought. Every object you see around you, this screen, the phone you're on, the laptop you're using, or the iPad, was a thought in the invisible realms of consciousness. Then it was brought into physicality through feeling and action. This is because man is made in the image and likeness of God. We are all mini creators. We are all extensions of God's creative consciousness. Therefore, the number 666 represents 3 sixes. 3 is thoughts, emotions, actions. The number 6 represents the cube, because cubes have 6 sides. This material world that we experience, everything has 6 sides. Everything's created by cubes. We can move forward, we can move backwards, we can move left, right, up and down. This is the cube that we are stuck in. Therefore, 666 represents our 3 aspects of our consciousness, thoughts, emotions, actions, all contributing towards our physical self, material world, material pleasures, completely cutting ourselves off from our spiritual, true, divine self, which means 666 is representing a state of consciousness. A state of consciousness where we only operate from a place of material needs and survival things. As humans, we possess a physical material body in the physical material external world, but we also possess an invisible inner world, which is what we call spirit. When we disconnect ourselves from our inner world, we become lost in this materialistic way of thinking and acting, which can lead to no life purpose, a feeling of emptiness and voidness in our hearts. Humans possess the ability to transcend our animal instinctual natures and turn to the divine mind, to the spiritual inner world. It is our inner world that is projecting our outer world. The outer world is just an effect of our inner state of consciousness. It's important as we go through this human life to not lose ourselves and look for our validations outside of ourselves. The external world is simply just a mirror, mirroring with mathematical precision what happens inside our consciousness. When we change our inner world, we produce effect in the outer world. To get back on track about this number, this represents when we are lost in our material self and we are completely cut off from our true divine self. The devil is always having goat horns, which represents a ground animal. This is the lower animal self of man. He's always red. The frequency of red is the lowest vibrational color, and it also represents the root chakra. This is all to do with survival mode and our physical needs and physical self. Red represents chaotic and intense emotions like hatred and anger. This is why the devil is always red, because it represents anger and an uncontrolled state of emotion and consciousness. You see, we've been taught in the church and all through religion indoctrinations that the devil is an external deity which influences humans. And in fact, this is nothing but a metaphorical story. The devil is a character which represents an aspect of the human mind, the lower aspect of the human mind, a facet of our own consciousness and psyche. The voice that we have in our head that tells us to do these negative things is not an external deity pushing us to do something bad. This is an aspect of our own mind. Jesus and Satan are just 2 characters which represent the 2 voices that we have in our own consciousness. In fact, the word devil was never present in the early Gospels. Instead, what was mentioned was a spirit of evil. A term spirit of evil was not meant to denote a specific deity or being, but rather any force of negativity, whether it manifests as a destructive thought, emotion, or action. The spirit of evil represents the darker sides of our mind, the part that leads us astray and brings forth negativity in our lives. The reason why they want you to believe in a devil is because they don't want you taking responsibility for your creations. They don't want you to realize that the external world is truly a mirror of your inner state of consciousness. Instead, when something bad happens in your life, you blame it on some external devil or Satan who tempted you. Everything is your creation in your life. When you realize this, you take full control and you begin to reshape your external world by changing your inner state of consciousness.
Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be discussing the esoteric and occult meaning behind the story inside of Genesis, the story of Adam and Eve. This is a widely known story, but not many people know the true esoteric meaning behind it. Okay, so today we're going to be breaking this symbolism down. Before we get into this, please leave a like and a subscribe on the channel. I would greatly appreciate it. And please comment below any lectures or anything you wish to know, and I could maybe make it in the future. The first thing we must understand about the Bible is that it is an esoteric and occult book. It is written in allegory. It is written in such a way that we understand the book compared to our level of perception. Now, what do I mean? If a child read the Bible, they would gain a standard meaning and story behind it. They would gain a normal interpretation of the book, of being good, praise God, and be a good person. However, me, who have studied the occult and esoteric and symbolism for a very long time, when I read the Bible, I see a deeper meaning. I can read between the lines of the allegories, which means the Bible is written in such a genius way that it speaks to your level of intelligence. Depending on how advanced you are mentally and with knowledge, will depend on how you decipher this book and how the parables inside the book can speak to you in your personal life. Okay? So the Bible is the greatest psychological book ever written in history. This is why it's known as the greatest story ever told. It's a story. What we must understand with the Bible is that the Bible creates on the surface a logical way of thinking, which is what we call religion. We read the Bible and if we think logically and we take that book literally, then we gain a religion. But if we look beyond the surface, this is what we call esoteric, metaphorical, symbolic. You can read between the lines using our right hemisphere of the brain in deciphering this book and what it truly means to us and the evolution of our mind, body, and soul. What this book actually reveals between the lines is instructions and stories which teach you how to level up your consciousness, how you can sync the mind, body, and spirit and soul all together so you can live like a god. This is what the esoteric is. It's the purification of consciousness. Now, when it comes to Adam and Eve, okay, what we must understand is that this is the beginning of creation. This represents the beginning of your life in an esoteric way. This is symbolic for the beginning of your incarnation into this physical world. Okay. And we have Adam, masculine, Eve representing feminine. These are the two masculine and feminine energies which create the whole material universe. Okay. And as we are born with a pure consciousness. We are born with pure consciousness. Well, now, what do I mean? As a baby, we have no knowledge. We are pure essence of the soul. You know, we don't gain the knowledge of good and evil. We are pure. Yes, we're not happy all the time as a baby, and we're not sad all the time, but we have no ego. This is what I mean. Our consciousness is not split. As a baby, you are whole. You have a whole consciousness. You are yourself. You have no false identifications, no limiting belief systems, nothing. You are pure awareness and the pure soul and the pure mind. Now, this is what Genesis is representing. As we grow older, the more experiences we gain, the more thoughts we start to think, the more knowledge we gain of this world, the more impure our mind, our heart, our soul, our spirit becomes, the more impure our body becomes. As we grow older, we're infected with negative beliefs, negative thoughts, and society norms. This is a big one. As we grow older, we are molded by society. We shut off areas of ourself and we push them away so that we fit in with society. We all know this. We all did this in school. We pushed away parts of ourselves to act cool or to fit in, whatever it may be. Whatever type of person you were in school, we all went through this because society and culture is programmed. So as we grow older, our consciousness splits. We gain a persona, an ego, and we gain a shadow self, the subconscious, and we gain an ego. Now, the ego is what you show to people. It's that character that you show, that you put on to your culture, to your family, to your friends. This is a false identification. And we also gain a shadow self. The shadow self is gained through experience. This is the subconscious. Our ego is created through experience. And so is the subconscious and the shadow self. Okay. So as we gain age in this material body, we fall from the Garden of Eden. We gain the knowledge of good and evil. This is what the symbolism represents of us leaving the garden, us eating from the fruit. Now, the fruit represents the knowledge, it represents the insight, the experience, which splits our pure consciousness. Our soul splits. Okay? We lose connection with the divine. We lose connection with our pure self through material experiences. We may lose ourselves in material experiences. We may lose ourselves in lust and material gain, wealth, and all of these lovely things that the material world offers. We lose ourselves in this. Okay? And not only that, there's another symbolic thing that we're missing with being a child. There's another symbolic meaning behind this tree in this story of Adam and Eve. And this is sexual energy. Okay? As we are a baby, we have no ability to create another human life. We have no sexual urges. We have no desire for the material things as a baby. Nothing. As we grow older, our sexual energy cultivates around the age of, it's like 10, maybe earlier for some people or later for some people. This is what we call puberty, when our sexual energy activates. This is when the masculine and feminine energies are present within the body. And we are now given the ability to create human life. We're now given the ability to bring in a soul into the material world. Now, this is what we believe and know in the esoteric world. That is what sex is. You're bringing a soul from the astral into the physical. Okay? So as you grow older, you gain this ability to use the power of creation. You gain this force within you that allows you to open a portal in the astral and bring in a soul to the material. Now, this power can be misused. This power is very powerful and it should not be misused. In occult and esoteric teachings, we teach and learn sexual transmutation, how we transmute sexual energy into different areas of our life so we can grow, and create, because sexual energy is creative energy. It creates a whole new human being. So if we retain it, we can transmute it into creativity. So this energy is kind of corrupting us as well. And now I'm not saying growing up is evil, all this thing is evil. This is a natural cycle that we must go through. The soul of us must go through this cycle so that we learn, so that we overcome it, so that we gain mastery over ourselves, so that we expand ourselves. I recommend you watch the Evolution of Consciousness lecture that I did on my YouTube. An amazing lecture. Talks about the evolution of consciousness and how we're on a never-ending cycle of life and death and expansion. So leaving the Garden of Eden is symbolic. You see, Eve represents emotion. She's feminine. Adam represents action. That's why he bit the apple. You see, Eve takes the apple and tempts Adam because she's the emotion. She's the sexual desire. And Adam eats it. He releases, he misuses the power of his creation. He misuses his consciousness because of material illusions and material desires. This is natural, okay? As we grow older in this life, our soul has to experience sin. We have to experience negativity. We have to experience evil, okay? And we have to misuse this power within us to learn about it so we can overcome it and gain control over it. Now, this is why the Bible says in Genesis 3:6, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. Ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. This is very, very, very symbolic. We come into this world to experience a dualistic way of reality. We come into this world to challenge ourselves so the soul can grow, because the soul comes from pure love from God. But we come into this world so the soul may know what it's like to be evil. You see, we are like a seed. Our soul's like a seed. And when that seed grows, okay, and it's planted, them roots must grow to hell in order for the top of the tree and the roots to grow to heaven. In order for the soul to reach the highest states, it must descend down into the lowest states. Good and evil. This is the story of good and evil, okay? And this is the story, a psychological story of how the human mind has functioned in this life. This is what this story is representing, of how our soul and mind is functioning, how our consciousness is splitting and growing up and evoluting. Okay. Like I said, snakes represent sexual energy. They represent, snake, when you've been snaked. This is why we say you've been snaked, because it represents a temptation of sexual energy. This is why the Kundalini is symbolized as a snake. This is the serpent within us that we can rise to activate dormant brain cells in our brain. Now that's called the Kundalini awakening. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but this is what it symbolizes, the tree and the knowledge of good and evil, because our body is the tree. Our central nervous system is the tree. The snake is our sexual urges and this false temptation that tempts us to interact with sin, the material world, okay, and go against our higher divine self. This is what it represents. Now, it's very, very symbolic. Not everyone is going to agree with this, but this is my interpretation of Genesis based on my research of occultism, symbolism, metaphors, and me studying the Bible. This is my interpretation, and I hope it resonates with you. It might not resonate with you, but this is what makes sense to me, and this is what has made sense to many other occult researchers who are in this space as well. Okay. So please leave a like, leave a comment, leave a subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate if you could, just give me some support on this channel. We're nearly at 100,000 subscribers, which is insane. I just want to say thank you all. And yeah, I will see you inside the university if you join. I'll look forward to mentoring you, connecting with you on the live calls. There's a new symbolism course which is going to be available very, very soon. And yeah, if you join the university, you also get a 30% discount on all of my products, astrology readings, one-on-one calls, all of my books. Yeah, so I hope you gain some insight on this video, and I'll see you in the next video, and I'll see you inside the university. Have an amazing day. Hello and welcome to another lecture from Harry B. Joseph, also known as Revival of Wisdom, the author of the Book of Wisdom series from revivalofwisdom.com. In this lecture, you will learn how to decode Freemasonic symbolism, gain a deeper understanding of yourself, expand your awareness of consciousness and reality, and receive guidance to navigate life with greater clarity. So today we're going to be breaking down this particular piece of artwork, this Freemasonic artwork, and how this relates to you and reaching a higher consciousness. Because ultimately, this is what it's about, okay? Freemasonry is considered a craft, and this craft is crafting a better brain and heart, crafting a higher consciousness, crafting a better self. Why? So we can operate in the world at a higher degree, operate in the world more efficiently, live a better experience in the world, and getting to know thyself, okay? So we're going to start from bottom to top, because this is important. Every placement of this symbolism is on purpose, has meaning, especially the placements of the symbols, okay? So we're going to start from the very bottom of the artwork, which represents lower down. When we're looking at symbolism, especially occult symbolism, that's what the word occult means. The word occult means hidden, hidden from the eyes. It has its roots in the word oculus. I'm pretty sure that's Latin, which means eye. So the word occult comes from oculus, which means eye. And the word occult means hidden from the eye, the unseen, studying the unseen aspects of self. We're studying the brain, we're studying consciousness, we're studying the body, the heart, we're studying the self, the hidden aspects of the human psyche and the hidden aspects of self, okay? Because ultimately this is what gives you power in the world, depending on how you use that power, whether for good or bad, depending on the consciousness wielding that power. This is why we say knowledge is power. But I would actually say knowledge of self is power. Because when you know how you function, you gain power. You gain personal power. You gain mastery. Ultimately, this is what Masonry is about. Self-mastery. Crafting a higher consciousness. So at the very bottom of this artwork, we have a checkered board with a coffin. The coffin is the beginning of the artwork, the very base. This is the foundation of consciousness. The coffin symbolizes unconsciousness, the state that myself was in, maybe yourself, before we woke up and before we came conscious of our spirit, before we came conscious of ourselves. That ignorant state of acting without purpose, acting unconsciously, experiencing the world and not actively living in the world, simply reacting to external circumstances. This is an unconscious state where one is ignorant. 80% of the world is in this unconscious state. And this is symbolized as the darkness, the tomb. Look at how the tomb is fully blacked out. representing dull, no emotion, it's dark. This represents the darkness of self. The spirit is buried. The spirit is in the tomb. They're not even aware that they possess consciousness. They think they're the material body flying on a ball millions of miles per hour through space, and the sun is, they think they're a monkey evoluted. They've never questioned themselves. They stay in ignorance. They're in the spiritual darkness, okay? And they're furthest away from the light. Look at the top. This is the light sources. They're in the darkness, okay? They're in spiritual darkness. They're in ignorance. And they're in division. Their mind has no power. Their thoughts contradict themselves. They say they're going to do something, but then their mind tells them, oh, I'm going to fail. Or I want to do this, but my mind says this, and I believe this about myself. They want to, I don't know, they want to write a book, but their actions are scrolling on TikTok, and their emotions about, feeling about their past person in their life. That's division between the self. That's divided consciousness. They also have a divided brain hemisphere. They do not see reality through a true lens, because the brain acts as like a lens on how we perceive things. And if the brain hemispheres are not aligned, then we cannot see reality the way it actually is and truly presents itself, neutral. If we're left hemisphere dominated, we see everything as divided. Nothing's interconnected, nothing's a whole. But if they're, right hemisphere dominated, they see everything as a whole. We need to look in the middle of that, okay? So we'll go into that a bit later. But ultimately, they're in a divided state of consciousness. They're in ignorance. But the tomb, the tomb is symbolic of that. The tomb is, you're not even aware they are divided. They think everything's right in that state. I was like that. My family is like that. They're not even aware of themselves, and you try and say something to them, and they don't even know they're in division. They don't even recognize that they're in a bad, low, earth base consciousness. Okay? So when we get out of the tomb, which is representing by a spiritual awakening, we get out of the tomb, we realize, wow, I possess consciousness. I've woken up. You're waking up to the things in the world, and you wake up and start to see the world for what it truly is. When you become aware and you rise out the tomb, you're born again. You start looking within. You start to become conscious of your thoughts. You start to become conscious of your actions. You start to become conscious of the evil in the world. You start to become conscious of the things. You rise out the tomb. You start to become conscious of your intuition. You then step on the checkered board. The checkered board is now you realizing you're in a divided state. Okay, so you're now putting down the ego, because remember, when you're in the tomb, the ego is fully in domination over consciousness, over your consciousness. It doesn't allow you to say that you are wrong. It doesn't allow you to think that there's evil in the world. It doesn't allow you to believe you have a spirit. It doesn't allow you to see that there is maniacs running the world and trying to control you. The ego is so stuck. But when we start to realize this is part of our awakening, we start to realize that the ego is trying to keep us safe at all times and keep us locked in that state of thinking and believing that we were in before. It's always seeking safety. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we start to put down the ego and start to, how do I say this? We start to acknowledge that we were wrong about the world. And that is a lot about awakening. You have to acknowledge that you do not know everything. There are people with such higher knowledge. Okay? So when we come out the tomb, we put down the ego. We start to actually say,
I was wrong about the world. I was a victim of mind control. I was in ignorance. I was in darkness. Spiritual, I'm divided. My thoughts, emotions, and actions are not aligned. My, my intuition and my action are not aligned. I'm not taking action on I'm not taking action on what I know is good. I'm taking actions against what I know is good. That's a sin. That's a sin against the spirit. Okay. So when you acknowledge this, you acknowledge you're in division, you then take the first 3 steps, which is the Freemasonic Blue Lodge degrees, these 3 steps. Okay. Ultimately, this checkerboard represents illusions as well. You're in an illusion. Okay. This is why we see it heavily used in the music industry. It represents base consciousness, base level awareness, 5 sense thinking. It represents you versus me thinking, walking down the street and thinking everyone's trying to hurt you, and it's always you versus me, judging people in your own mind. That's low thinking, lower thought. And not to notice squares. Squares are an unnatural state. They're an unnatural shape. We do not see squares or 90-degree angles in nature. It's the lower mind. So it represents base consciousness, base level awareness, only aware of the physical body, only aware of the 5 senses, never looked within. That is the base. And this is the foundation we have to rise up to the light from, up to higher consciousness. So this gives us a strong foundation when we realize this about ourselves, that we were in division. Our thoughts, emotions, actions were not aligned. Our brain hemisphere was not aligned. I'm not thinking with love of the heart. Okay? So that is the state we're in. Now, hopefully that's cleared things up about the chessboard. Before we move on, please leave a like, maybe a comment if you wish for me to discuss anything in the further lectures. Please smash the like button, and it would really help me out. And share this with a friend who is interested in the occult. Okay, so the steps are the first steps of the Freemasonic degree, the 3 Blue Lodge degrees. Now, this can be represented as the number 3, a very powerful number, a very symbolic number. Number 3 is the 3 expressions of consciousness. How do we express consciousness? How does consciousness express itself? Well, there are 3 ways. We think, consciousness thinks, consciousness feels, and consciousness acts. They are the 3 expressions that we express our awareness and consciousness. So we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're also looking at the 3 brains: the reptilian brainstem, the mammal limbic brain, and the neocortex. The reptilian brain governs basic functions of the human body: breathing, surviving, scanning the environment for threats, automatic responses, eating, scanning for food. Base consciousness, that's the reptilian brain. That's what most people operate their lives in, including myself before I woke up. I'm not trying to sound big-headed, but this is the truth. Ignore my tone of voice, ignore my voice, focus on the words I'm saying. If you're judging, that means you have divided thinking. It's always you versus me. So we need to get out of that thinking of you versus me all the time. That's lower consciousness. That's animal thinking. That's earth thinking. We're unified. We need to reach a higher consciousness and do not waste our mind's potential on low-level earth divided thinking. Okay? So we're looking at the reptilian brain, the mammal brain, and the neocortex. Now, the neocortex is ultimately what makes us human. It allows consciousness to operate on a higher degree, okay? This is what makes you human, the neocortex. The neocortex. The reptilian brain, like I just said, governs natural survival instincts and the respiratory system, things along them lines of basic awareness, basic functions to operate and survive in the world, in the physical plane. And the neocortex is what allows us to critically think. Okay, it's what allows us to
be human, be aware of ourselves. Okay, not. I don't think animals have neocortexes. Don't quote on me on that, but this is the part of the brain that makes us human, and it allows us to think deeply, to create masterpieces like we can. Humans have massive potential in creation. Look at the world we live in. This is because of the neocortex. It allows us to critically think and self-reflect. Now, when we start to operate from higher thought, we start to think with higher thoughts, the higher parts of the mental dimension, we ultimately start using this brain more. We start functioning from the higher brain. Now, this is why Neo from the Matrix is called Neo, because he uses he was in the reptilian brain. If you watch the film The Matrix, if you notice, he gets plugged out of the Matrix and he's plugged in on the back of his neck into the brainstem. And when he's plugged out, his name's Neo, which is neocortex, using the higher brain. It's what awakens the self. It allows consciousness to function on a higher degree compared to animals. Okay, so we're looking at thought, emotion, action. We're becoming conscious of thought, emotion, action. Becoming conscious, what am I thinking, what am I feeling, and what am I acting in the world? And what can I do to master these, to operate more efficiently in the world? How can I use these towards higher consciousness and use these actions, these thoughts, emotions, actions to reach a higher state of awareness of self? So when you go through the first 3 degrees, you enter the doorway. Now, this is symbolic of a doorway. Now, looking at this with a right hemisphere dominated view, you would see a doorway, right? The right hemisphere sees this as a holistic doorway, right? You see a door, you're gonna, you enter the stairs, you go through the door, right? But at the left hemisphere is now going to dissect and analyze each individual little part of this, right? So the right hemisphere sees the trees, the left hemisphere sees the woods. So to dissect this down on a right hemisphere, going back to the right hemisphere, we're entering the door. The door is symbolic of entering the unknown. You're entering a higher consciousness. You're entering the door. You're going beyond. See, this is the earth here in the background. This is the darkness. The darkness represents the abyss, the unknown. You're entering in the self. Okay? This door represents entering in the self, questioning internally. Most of us think externally. We have to, obviously, to operate in the world, but we never give time to think and question and reflect internally. What do I mean? Closing the eyes and questioning the self. Who am I? Where am I from? What's the voice in my head? If the voice in my head stopped using the language that I speak, what is it then? It's about going within, into the darkness, what you cannot see, and finding the light. Okay? It's about entering within the self. This is a doorway to higher knowledge, higher consciousness, higher self, and really digging deep for what you truly are beyond your human form. Okay? So we have, most importantly, I'm not going to go over every single one of these symbols here. I'm going to go over this on a basic, well, not a basic level, a very detailed level, but it's not going to go over every single symbol. We have a left pillar and a right pillar. The left pillar has the sun next to it. The sun is more electrical energy. It's very dominant. It's a very powerful masculine force. This represents the masculine quality of consciousness. The masculine qualities. We have many masculine qualities, such as actions, physical actions with the body. We have thinking. Thinking is a very masculine force. We have the left brain, analyzing brain, the brain that's very logical, that's trying to figure things out. That's the masculine pillar. Okay. So this is the masculine qualities of consciousness. It also represents what we can see, the sun. The sun allows us to see, to visually see in the world. So the sun represents the external world, the world outside the self. When we close our eyes, we have a self, an internal dialogue, an inner voice. We have an inner world, outer world. This represents the world we take physical action in, the material external world outside you. Okay? The world we can see. And then on the right pillar, we have the moon, which is associated with feminine qualities of consciousness. Now, the moon is in the night, what we cannot see. The moon is the nighttime. The darkness symbolizes what we can't see. So it's representing the internal world, the world of the self, the immortal world. Okay? The self in the mind is immortal. When you close your mind, you go in the mind, that self inside you is immortal. In the mind, you are immortal. Outside the mind, you are mortal. You will die. This body will die. Okay? So this is representing the internal world on a holistic understanding. It's also representing the right brain, the feminine brain. It's also representing intuition, emotion. They're linked. Intuition and emotion. They're a feminine force. Also, we're looking at the heart, the right pillar. So everything that is feminine falls under this right pillar. Now, don't get confused. I know a lot of people can get confused about what I've just said. So this represents the inner world, the outer world. It also represents everything masculine and feminine. So thought is, although it's an internal quality, it would fall under the left pillar, because thought is a masculine force. It's a penetrating force. So try not to get misunderstood with that. On a holistic scale, it's also represented inner world, outer world, and how they are reflections of each other. Now, these pillars, they're the same height, they're the same structure, but just different in sun and moon, which represents their reflections of each other. Their reflections, the inner world reflects in my outer world. My external world, what I see outside of me, is a reflection of my thoughts and my internal world. So the inner reflects the outer. The inner reflects the outer. As within, so without. So we're also looking at the right and left brain. I've already gone over that. So what we need to do is build the bridge between the two to reach higher awareness of self. Because ultimately, remember, we're still divided. We came from the checkerboard, we entered up here, we've just entered within the self, started questioning the self. We're still divided. We need to build the bridge. And this is what they're crafting in Freemasonry. The bridge, the arc, the agreement, the great work. This is the crafting of aligning the left and right brain. We're also aligning intuition, feminine, with the actions. Because ultimately, the higher self is always guiding us. That's our true spirit guide. Our true spirit guide is our higher self. And the higher self ultimately exists in a higher dimension. This is going to sound crazy to some people, okay? But who you are is not your human body. And your higher self does not communicate through the language of the human material world. It doesn't communicate through English, doesn't communicate through thoughts. it communicates through intuition and communicates through dreams and symbolism. So it's all associated with the right pillar. This is the things we can't see. The higher self is always guiding us to awakening and to our purpose on the earth. Okay, so this left pillar also can symbolize what we're born into the world with, our circumstances, our external world. What are we born into? You know, our family, our current financial situation, where you're located in the world. So it's also symbolizing this. It's also symbolizing the qualities you bring here, the natural abilities you have when you're born, and what we need to do with our environment to ultimately reach a higher consciousness and reach our and transmute our environment we're born into to realize who we were and why we came here. Okay, so we need to build the bridge between intuition and action, and always take action on what we know and feeling is right at all times. That's unity consciousness. And when we do this, we gain the light. We gain more light, symbolic of more information of the self. Because the higher self is always guiding. It's always watching over. And it's always trying to give us knowledge of awakening, of why we came here. And when we take action on what we know and feel is right at all times, it's like a domino effect and a stepping stone that pushes you closer and closer towards your life purpose. Okay? We're also aligning the right and left brain to perceive the world in truth, to see the world in its true form, to see the world in what it actually is, instead of any distorted left or right hemisphere dominated beliefs or thoughts. We ultimately do that by acknowledging that, yes, you have a self, you have the left brain is more ego, this like divided thinking, everything's separate, and the right hemisphere is more holistic. So we need to see the world in the middle of this, in the middle, acknowledging the self and acknowledging the collective consciousness, and how my thoughts, emotions, actions contributing towards myself and the collective. We always need to keep the collective in mind. Why? Because we are experiencing this world together. It's not just you. And your actions also have a ripple effect on the collective. We're experiencing the world as a whole as well. Yes, there's yourself and there's the collective. We need to think, feel, and act towards the collective and the self. So aligning our brain hemispheres allows us to do this. It allows us to think holistically and individually and see reality in this. And when we do align the left and right brain, what do? We gain higher insight, the eye. We build the bridge between the left and right pillars. We gain the eye. The eye is what? Insight. The eye requires light to perceive and see the material world. So this is symbolic. This is the inner eye, the inner self, consciousness. And when consciousness has light, which is symbolic of truth, knowledge. Light is a massive symbol in Freemasonry. And light represents knowledge of self, information. And when we gain information and knowledge of self, when we align our left and right hemispheres, our actions take action on our intuition, we gain higher light, higher knowledge of self, ultimately. And this is why we also have the square and the compass. Okay?
We have a square and compass here. The square and the bottom, base consciousness, also representing masculine qualities. This is the masculine qualities because squares are masculine. And the compass creates circles. So we have the circle on top of a square. Circles are divine. This is oneness. The circle is one line. The square is 4 lines. It's divided. So we need oneness over division. We need to unify the masculine and feminine qualities. Masculine and feminine qualities, okay? This is in the middle because the compass would fall on the right pillar and the square would fall on the left pillar. And it's unifying. It's representing unification of these 2 pillars of masculine and feminine qualities of self to ultimately rise towards this light, out of the darkness and into the light. Okay? Let's go back. The G. This is very important. This is one of the most important teachings I could possibly give you about the G. The G is the generative principle, is what generates things. And the force within you that generates things is care and the heart energy. The heart ultimately expresses our actions. We think, if we care, we act. Everything in your external world is in front of you because your heart cares. You care about the video and gaining knowledge. You're now here watching this video. That's the care energy expressing actions. So in order for us to truly get out of this divided consciousness, we have to go through the G. We have to go from base consciousness, the square, divided, we go through the G, because we have to care. And if we care, we'll reach the higher mind and gain higher self-knowledge and master the self. You cannot do this if you do not care. And if you do care, you will take action towards it. If you're watching this and you don't actually truly deeply care, you won't take the action. You'll just gain the knowledge, which is ultimately useless. You have to take action on this knowledge. And if you do not, there's no point watching the video. It's difficult. It's difficult. It's not easy. And things, throw us off our path sometimes. I understand. I'm not saying I'm perfect, but we ultimately have to give care towards reaching higher knowledge. Seek and you shall find. If you have the care about reaching higher knowledge of self, you will seek it and you will take actions towards it. Okay? We see this everywhere, and I mean everywhere. The Temple of Solomon has the 2 pillars, Jachin and Boaz pillars, feminine and masculine qualities. Sol, O, Mon. Sol is sun, Mon is moon. It's building the temple, which is, the temple is the inner self, ultimately. It's symbolic. The temple's not a real place. The temple of self, building the Temple of Solomon and reconstructing the Temple of Solomon, is about reconstructing the self through masculine and feminine qualities. We see it everywhere. And this is very symbolic, like very symbolic. We have the 2 pillars, we have building the bridge, and we have a stairway that goes to what you can't see because it's going to the unknown. You have to have faith. Okay? What I'm about to say is very important. You don't know what higher consciousness is, okay, until you get a little bit higher. This is hard to explain, but I didn't know what everyone talks about, what higher consciousness is. I can't give you my higher consciousness. It doesn't work like that. You have to enter in and go within and have faith, going into the unknown, because you're ultimately going into something you do not understand. Higher consciousness, I cannot give it you. You have to enter the door and take action
and think, feel, and act towards it, and you will go to the place, and then you will understand what higher consciousness is. Ultimately, what higher consciousness is higher knowledge and understanding of self, what you actually are. Okay, that is what's being symbolized here. It's again in the Masonic art. We have the darkness. We have to have faith to leap into the darkness, into the unknown. We see this everywhere. Like, you know, you'll see, when I say this everywhere, and I mean everywhere, you'll see this. Every doorway has this symbolism in the ancient world, because ultimately this is what it's about, people. The door represents going within, into a new light, a new room, a new level of understanding of self. Okay. Here we have Astral world. Now this is obviously a darker aspect of this, but again, we have the two pillars. See you on the other side. That's the doorway. The other side. And I'm not going to break down, you know, this ritual, but you can guess what I'm on about here. That's for the university, of course. I can't break that down on YouTube. It's way too deep. But there's knowledge out there that is so deep you couldn't even comprehend it with the current mind, even for myself. And this is the power of symbolism. The more you learn about yourself, the more these symbols reveal to you. It is a journey of self. And I can't give you these understandings. You have to go within and question and meditate on these symbols yourself, and have thinking exercises of meditating on a symbol and seeing what your mind does with the symbol, what it lets you think about that symbol, and you'll unlock deeper meanings. I'm going to go over one more symbol before we end this. This is the hourglass, which represents time, a very overlooked thing in today's world. We do not have unlimited time in this body. You have limited time. You will die. You will die. You have limited time in the external world. This is why it's on the left pillar, located on the left side, the external world. You are limited. The scythe represents you will be harvested. Your body will die. It'll be harvested. You will die, and you need to fulfill your mission here. You came with a purpose. You have to find that purpose by going within the self and questioning and taking action on what you know and feel is right. Unity consciousness, aligning thought, emotion, action. So if you wish to learn deeper insights, gain exclusive lectures, astral projection, self-mastery, I've just started a new section on mind control methods and how people are using this in society and becoming conscious of it. I've now opened 5 spots at a limited special price for Ethereal University. Use the code MIND, all capital letters, MIND, all capital letters at the checkout. And there's only 5 of these codes. Whoever uses them gets them. It's ultimately going to give you 20% off the university for as long as you're subscribed to the university. We go so much deeper in the university. Remember, social media is just the tip of the iceberg. Tip of the iceberg information. There are certain things I can't talk about, but I'll see you inside, and I hope you enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, comment, and a subscribe.
There's an ancient symbol hidden in plain sight, one that holds the key to transformation, power, and unlocking your true potential. It's been used for centuries by mystics, rulers, and even modern science, but almost no one understands its true meaning. Once you do, it will change the way you see yourself and the world forever. Stay with me, because this could be the key to your own awakening. The symbol of the snake, or the serpent,
is a very powerful symbol that refers to something within you, that we all are on this journey. So first of all, we see this symbol in ancient Egypt on the top of the pharaoh's head. We also see this with Buddha, with the snake on top of the Buddha's head and below. We also see this in Rome, with the Roman god Mercury holding the staff with the snake. We see this in Adam and Eve story with the snake tempting Eve. We even see this today on the medical facility. What does this mean? Why is this symbol being used for thousands and thousands and thousands of years? It has a very deep esoteric meaning. We see this in the Caduceus staff, and we even see the snake representing the Kundalini. What does the snake actually mean? A lot of people think it represents the Kundalini, which it does. However, there's a deeper interpretation of this symbol, and it goes very far beneath the surface of what the snake actually represents. Okay? So first of all, when looking at symbols, we need to observe what the snake does in nature. The serpent sheds its skin. The serpent shedding its skin is a sacred symbol of an inner transformation. It transforms from its old self to a new self. It sheds layers of itself. As the snake discards its old exterior, it mirrors our own journey of realizing outdated beliefs and patterns, paving the way for a renewed, authentic self on the esoteric path of awakening. Essentially, it represents transformation, but not transformation of our physical bodies, transformation of our inner world. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky and you may become a little bit confused, but I'm going to make this very clear for you. The snake symbol or any symbol can be used for different context. For example, the Kundalini. We see the snake representing the Kundalini. We all know that energy can't be destroyed, only transferred. Like I said, this is a transferring of energy. It's a changing, a transforming, shedding its skin. It represents transformation. Sexual energy is energy, and we can transform the sexual energy into a Kundalini awakening to activate dormant brain cells in our brain and to activate the human light body, which is the spirit. We can cultivate, save, and retain our sexual energy, transmute it up the spine to activate the brain. This is a symbol of transformation of energy in this context. However, when we go to the emergency services, this does not mean the same thing as the Kundalini. The snake in this context represents transformation of health. When we are picked up by the emergency services, we are looking for a transformation. We are unwell and now we need to transform to well-being. This is why they use this symbol. It represents transformation, especially with the pole and the snake climbing. It's climbing, it's transforming from the bottom to the top, shedding its skin, shedding old layers, transformation. We see this in the Bible with the snake tempting Eve to eat the apple of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Well, what does this mean? Where's the transformation in this? Well, this is a very hidden one. The transformation takes place in Adam and Eve's consciousness and their mind. They go from a pure, whole state of consciousness, from being tempted by the snake, and they eat it and they transform into knowing the good and evil, into the dualistic ways of thinking and the dualistic meaning of this world. Let me rephrase that. They understand the dualism of this world, and they now understand the two good and bad ways of thinking. They know the knowledge of good and evil, of duality. They shifted from a whole state of consciousness into their consciousness being split into good and evil. This represents the journey of every single soul that incarnates into this world, including yourself. When you were a child, you were whole. You had no understanding of good and evil. But as you grew older, you eaten the fruit. You grew to understand the knowledge of good and evil. Your consciousness split from a whole into a separate and divided way of thinking and divided understanding of the world. We suppressed aspects of ourselves to fit in with society norms, and we just limited ourselves with limiting belief systems. We knew the knowledge of good and evil. Our consciousness split from a whole state. This is what Adam and Eve is symbolic of. We see this with the Roman god Mercury, with the snake. Mercury represents intellect, communication. He's always flying in the air, which represents the air, the mind, the intellect. He's holding the snake to represent transformation of the mind. This is what we call mental alchemy. Turning base metals into gold, turning the unenlightened aspects of our mind into enlightened ones, turning our negativity into power and control. We see this with Buddha, and Buddha is all to do with transformation of the inner world, transformation of the mind and the soul and the emotions. And it also represents the Kundalini. We see this in ancient Egypt. We always see the snake on the head, representing the place where the third eye is, representing the intellect or the mind, the mind's eye, the third eye, whatever you want to call it. This is the place of the invisible intelligence within us. This is our mind or intellect. And this is the transmutation of the mind. This is why the snake is on the head, representing the transformation of the mind, going from the unenlightened into the enlightened, going from the uncontrolled to the controlled mind, so that we can control the very fabric of reality. I've kind of just given that away. Why is this important? Humans are creators. We're the architects of creation, endowed with the divine power to channel the fourth dimension, which is the imagination, into reality. Each thought and intention is a seed. When nurtured with focus and clarity, transforms the unseen into the tangible experience. This creative process bridges the gap between the ethereal and the material. Humans are creators. It's impossible for you not to create. Whether you're doing this consciously or subconsciously, you've been creating your whole life, turning non-physical thought into physical reality. We are creators. However, the mind cannot create in a state of chaos. The mind cannot create with limiting beliefs. The mind cannot create with thoughts that come and destruct our minds. The mind cannot create consciously and effectively if there are impulses within our mind and we have no control over the mind. So this is where self-transformation comes from within. This is where the snake comes in. The snake represents the transmutation of our mind from the uncontrolled to the controlled. In this context of the Egyptians with the snake on their head. It's all to do with mental alchemy. In the occult tradition, the mind is seen as a delicate instrument that demands constant vigilance. Left unchecked, it reverts to archaic and destructive thinking patterns. Like a finely honed blade, it must be continually sharpened through discipline and self-refinement. In this unending process of unveiling and mastery, we learn to shape reality, harnessing the power of our thoughts to manifest the highest potential. It's all to do with mental alchemy, and this is how the snake is connected to you. And what the snake represents to you, it represents the transmutation, the changing of ourselves, of our consciousness, so we can gain control in this 3D world. If we lack control, then we'll constantly be manifesting chaos. Now, there are 3 ways that we can transform our world, and we can slowly transform our mind. Now, this is not an overnight process. It takes periods of time of purification. And number 1 is affirmation. Let's say we have this dirty cup of water and we have a tap of water. And in this tap, it's pouring in more water, clear water. Over time, if I keep pouring clear water into this cup, it's going to slowly purify this cup. And then in the end, it will look like the cup on the right. It's the same with your mind. The cup represents the limiting beliefs, the negative thoughts, the negative mind, the uncontrolled mind. But if we keep repeating affirmations over and over and over again, such as I am disciplined, I am powerful, I am limitless, over time this can purify our subconscious and we can gain control over the mind, and we will become conscious of the thoughts that we are giving attention to. The second way is meditation. Meditation allows one to develop an off switch for the mind, providing a sense of control over it. Over time, we gain the ability to filter our thoughts and become more conscious of the ones we choose to engage with. Meditation, over a period of time, will give you this button that allows you to filter out negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought in your mind, you'll be able to become conscious of this and redirect your mind's attention. This is all about self-control, because remember, we become what we think about. The snake represents the transmutation of the self. And another way is visualization. Visualization allows your subconscious mind to experience the reality you desire, accepting it as truth. As the subconscious becomes more immersed in this imagined reality, it works to manifest it into your conscious experience. Your visual eye, visual eye. You're using the mind's eye to see and mold your future. That's what imagination is for, to create in your future. You can become your future now in your imagination. And this can slowly purify your consciousness, slowly purify your mind, which will then, if you do all three of these over periods of time, you will see great transformation from the inside out. And your outer world will start to mirror your inner transformation, because it's as within, so without. You change your inner world of consciousness, of thought and emotion, you'll change your external reality and your circumstances. So I hope this lesson has gave you a great understanding of what the snake actually represents. And now that you see it, you will see this everywhere. Every time you see a snake, you know it represents the transformation. So please, if you can, leave a like, comment, and subscribe, and turn on the alerts to make sure you never miss a video. And if you have any video suggestions, feel free to make a comment and I can make a lecture on it. I appreciate you all watching this video today, and I'll see you all inside my university if you're inside, and I'll see you all in my Telegram if you join, and I'll see you in the next video, of course. Thank you and take care. This one secret that is hidden and guarded within secret societies grants you profound power, which can fully transform your life and perspective on reality. Today, I'm going to reveal this one secret, which you probably already know, but never realized how deep it truly is. This has the power to change your life. It is the key to your potential. And if you stay with me, this power may be yours, and you could transform your life with this hidden secret that is guarded within secret societies and esoteric orders. And this secret is not really a secret, but something people overlook, that the universe is mental. Everything we experience and interact with and perceive originates within the mind. The universe is a boundless field of consciousness, a mental construct molded and shaped by thought. We do not just live in a physical world, as they want you to believe. There are hidden forces that mold the material world. They want you to believe that you are only a physical being inside of a physical universe. But this is completely wrong. You are the architecture of the universe. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality, and you create your own universe. The universe is an infinite field of consciousness, a vast and limitless mental construct, intricately woven and shaped by the power of thought. It is a dynamic and ever-evolving field where the interplay of awareness and attention gives form to existence. Within the boundless realm, every idea, perception, and belief contributes to the creation and transformation of reality itself. Each thought holds the power to transform reality. Your consciousness is the very fabric of reality. And this is shown in the symbol of the flower of life. The flower of life is a symbol. It symbolizes the interconnectedness of all existence, illustrating how every thought is not merely a fleeting moment, but a ripple that reverberates across every layer of reality. Each action, like the intricate overlapping circles of this pattern in the symbol, extends its influence far beyond its origin, weaving a web of interdependence where every choice impacts the whole. It serves as a profound reminder that everything is connected, bound by an unseen field of consciousness. This symbol represents how one action, one thought is a ripple in the whole vastness of the ether of consciousness. To master your mind is to master the universe, because your mind is a miniature universe. The mind is the very fabric of reality. So if we gain the hook, if we gain the power and the mastery over our minds, we have now gained the power to create reality to your will and intent. You see, most people live in a cycle, and this cycle is the outer world manipulating how they feel on the inner world. People's external circumstances are creating their thoughts and emotion in the inner world of consciousness, which is producing a constant cycle of negative manifestation. For example, let's say something negative happens to me in my external world. Then I start to think negative and feel negative. What that is actually doing is manifesting and projecting more negativity, because our thoughts hold the power to control and weave our own life. Your life is a direct correlation of every thought you thought in the past. What we need to do is stop and not let the mind control you in your reality. You need to control the mind so you can control reality. So what does this actually mean? Reality is an externalization of consciousness. Consciousness and matter are one. They're not separate. They are inseparable and interconnected. Everything we see, experience, and observe is a manifestation of thought, beliefs, and consciousness, shaping the world around us. Now, this ties in with the secret fifth element that they have hid from you. They've hid from you this sacred and very important symbol and pillar to reality. And this pillar, this sacred thing they've missed, is called the ether. And they've held this from you for a reason, a specific reason. This is the true fifth element. Why do they hide the ether? Because the ether has the power to shape and manifest whatever we imprint upon it. Every thought is a vibration interacting with the ether and actively shaping our reality. The ether, you could see it as the codes to physical reality. It's like an energetic blueprint which surrounds all physical objects. It is the life force that gives life to all things. All energy comes out of the ether and returns back to the ether. Energy, it's 0-point energy, and it is an infinite source of energy. So this is why they hide the ether, because whatever our mind can imprint onto the ether, we can create into a reality. And we imprint the ether through thought and imagination. The mind holds the power. The mind is the very source of reality. The material realm is not separate from the mental realm. Rather, it is intricately shaped and influenced by it through the ether. This subtle, all-pervasive medium bridges thought and matter, allowing consciousness to mold and manifest the physical reality. To transform our lives, we must first transform our minds. True change begins within, as our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions shape the reality we experience. By shifting our mindset, we unlock the power to reshape our world and recreate the life we desire. This is the power of the mind, and this is the power that's been hidden from you. We're not taught these things in schools for a reason, because they don't want us all to be conscious creators. Instead, they feed you your beliefs. They feed you your thoughts through the music, through the entertainment, through the movies, through the news. They're controlling your thoughts with this information. They're installing beliefs and information into your mind. So you are producing their reality. But this is what we need to stop. We need to take control. We need to stop consuming their music, their movies, their information, their news, because all of this is contributing towards your reality. They have the collective consciousness at the tip of their fingers. They do not create the world. We create the world by believing their beliefs and their thoughts and installing their information into our minds. You see, it's mind over matter, and most people live in matter over their mind. Most people let matter, the external circumstances, dictate their mind, when it should be the other way around. It should be mind over matter. This is the mental plane. This is the astral. This is the etheric. This is the physical. The mind holds power over the emotions, over the imagination, over the physical, and over our spirit. It holds power over everything. It's mind over matter. It's the mental body that we must transmute and change. Most of us live in a chaotic state of mind, and this is what we must change. Turn chaos into order. So we need to be mind over matter. We need to install this belief into our subconscious. I, Harry B. Joseph, have created the ultimate esoteric school on the earth. As a member, you'll gain access to live mentoring calls twice a week, along with new lectures, books, and exclusive content released every week. Additionally, you'll have a full access to all my life-changing programs. If you're ready to transform your life and start your journey today with me, join Ethereal University. These are the campuses. We have the real lecture sections filled with lectures that you can watch. Manifestation Mastery, which teach you exactly how to reprogram your subconscious mind so you can live that reality. Sexual Alchemy, the path to empowerment of how you can transmute your sexual energy. The Real Library, where you gain access to powerful esoteric books, PDFs. Symbols of Secrets, an amazing course. The course that allows you to see beyond the veil that has been pulled over your eyes, the language of symbolism that secretly rules the world. I teach you how to read symbolism. Esoteric Exchange, live calls. You get to rewatch all of the old live calls. Mindwave Hub, this is a place of binaural beats where you can listen to infinite amounts of binaural beats. So you can meditate to them. Meditation section, numerology, health section, and electromagnetism. This is a life-changing place. And if you are serious, we only accept serious about changing your life and studying the occult and esoteric, this is the place for you. I've been there. I've been on YouTube looking around for valuable information, trying to find good accounts, good channels. It's very hard. I had to go through years of trying to find good information on YouTube. But what I've done is, instead of you searching around everywhere for bits of information and connecting the dots, I've put it all into one big place. You get your binaural beats, you get all the programs you need to walk the path of enlightenment to transform your life. I will connect with you on the inside, and I hope this lesson, this lecture, you gained some information, you gained some power from it. Please like and comment, or don't. It's up to you. If you have any reviews, If you have any ideas of lectures that you know, if you don't understand certain things, make sure to leave a comment and I can make a lecture about it. I can make a video about it for sure. I don't mind taking recommendations for videos. So I thank you all, people. Have an amazing day. How are we all doing, people? It's Revival of Wisdom from the Wisdom Academy. Today we're going to be breaking down God, consciousness, and the higher and the lower self, and how to overcome the lower self. Now, the first thing you need to understand is that you are the invisible intelligence within the brain, within the body. This invisible intelligence is known as the mind. But you are not the mind. You are the observer of the mind, which is the soul, the invisible entity. The mind is your intellect, your intelligence. Now, the mind is, it's hard to put this in words, but the mind is something that gives you the ability to explore the universe. And this inner self is the I am. It's the quiet, the inner self, the voice you see in you hear in your head. This is why within spells high twin, inside, internal. The I is also the number one, which is one line. Because the one and only, is the inner self, which is the I am. This is why you say, my name is Harry. You are not Harry, you are the I, the inner self, the intelligence. Okay, this is why Jesus in French is I am. You look with the two eyes and you see with the inner eye. I and I, the same thing. Okay, because the I inside is what gives you the perception of what you're looking at. So when someone's trying to explain something and then you catch on saying, I see now, it's because you're seeing with your inner eye, the one that gives you perception, gives you intelligence, gives you the ability to understand things. This is the internal I, the invisible self, which the physical body is nowhere near as complicated as this inner self. Is in infinite potential, infinite potential. God, G-O-D, generator, operator, destroyer, soul, mind, and body. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. They're all, the reason why you see God is always a triad is because it represents yourself. Your invisible intelligence is God. Me and you are the same invisible intelligence. We are the invisible intelligence experiencing the program being ran by the central nervous system and the brain. I always say this in my videos, but I have to, in order for you to understand the things that I'm going to say later on in the video, you need to understand this concept, is that you are the consciousness experiencing the nervous system, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is you here. You would be in this invisible intelligence right here in the center of the brain. Now, this is why the ancient Christians show God is in the brain. This is the brain stem. This is the brain. This is also the brain stem and the brain. The brain stem and the brain. It's all depictions of the brain because the brain's the computer, the electromagnetic computer, which decodes the demands created by the invisible intelligence, the I, the inner self, you, your true self. The person if you